Whoosh. A tiny pebble, its trajectory all but invisible, shot toward a distant target with a terrifying force comparable to the third cosmic velocity. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, the entire ground trembling faintly as the blast proved far more powerful than a missile strike. The vast sea behind the target was nearly blasted skyward. Along the coastline, deafening roars and violent tremors rose as smoke and dust billowed into the air. And all of this stemmed from the power unleashed by a single insignificant stone. Faced with such calamity, like might, the recruits of Marine Headquarters' new training camp wore expressions of calm familiarity, merely applauding quietly at the side. As expected of Shili. With that kind of force, his barehanded throw rivals a battleship's full broadside. There's nothing to criticize about that power. I'd say it's on par with a Buster Call. Hey, it's just freakish talent and a bit too much strength. If he can't learn armament Haki, what good is it? When he faces a Logia user, he'll just stand there dumbfounded. TCH, keep being sour if it makes you feel better. The new recruits' evaluations of Shiliu's strength were sharply divided. Most revered Abel with unquestioning admiration, yet a small minority looked on with open disdain. In the end, it all boiled down to envy. Heh. Hearing people gossiping about him nearby, Shiliu's lips curled into a proud grin, revealing teeth so white they almost gleamed. Might as well test this while I'm at it. With that, Shiliu suddenly stomped down hard. Boom. Crack, crack. Centered on his foot, the ground sank into a massive depression. A heartbeat later, fissures snaked rapidly outward across the training field, racing straight toward the recruit who had just been badmouthing him. The trainee, who suddenly felt the earth splitting beneath him, wore a completely bewildered look. Before he could even react, the ground gave way, and he plunged more than 10 meters down. This was Shiliu's gift, an endowment of unknown origin. Its source was unclear, its true form unnamed, its effects unfathomable, an ability that flew in the face of all common sense. What was certain, however, was that he possessed fists capable of shattering mountains and sundering seas, an arm capable of hurling objects at third cosmic velocity, speeds, a body utterly immune to petrification and curses of death, and flesh tough enough to resist instant kill attacks. It was likely this near absolute immunity that made it impossible for him to learn armament Haki, no matter how he tried. Still, there had been one mistake in that trainee's criticism. Even without ever having tried, Shiliu knew with absolute clarity that he could effortlessly land blows on any Logia user. Any so-called miraculous power would be rendered utterly meaningless before him. That's enough, Shili. Let's leave it at that. And you lot, watch your mouths. At that moment, a powerfully built man walked up to Shili, patted his slender shoulder, and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Your physical techniques, your strength, and your observation Haki are the finest I have ever seen. Even without armament, if you work hard, you will one day become a mainstay of the Marines. There was no need to elaborate on his basic physical skills and raw strength. He could literally crush mountains with brute force alone. Garp, in order to temper his armament Haki, had spent untold years leveling 8 mountains with his fists. Abel, however, could unleash that same effect with a single full-powered punch. Among all the people Zefa knew, perhaps only a Whitebeard striking with all his might could smash a mountain in one blow. And even then, Abel might still surpass him. His observation Haki was equally terrifying. In the world of pirates, the rare few were born with innate observation Haki, a type far rarer even than Conqueror's Haki. Such a gift could never be obtained through training alone. Roger could hear the voices of all things. The Red Earl could directly hear the hearts of men. Isho's observation could accurately reach into outer space, surely a supremely special form. And Katakuri could briefly glimpse the future. As for Shiliui, his observation Haki allowed him to see straight through the human body, reading bones and muscles to predict his opponent's next movement in advance. He could effortlessly detect absolute blind spots and launch vicious strikes from them. A mainstay of the Marines. From the very beginning, my goal has been the position of Supreme Commander of the entire military. Shiliui adjusted his headphones, which had shifted slightly from his earlier exertions, then slid both hands into his pockets, wearing a look that said it could not be more natural. He did not aim to be a mere Marine officer, nor even Fleet Admiral. From the outset, his sights were set on the role of Supreme Commander of all armed forces, a position so influential that even the 5 elders had to take heed, the singular paramount authority within the military. You really are something else. Seeing Shiliu's unshakable confidence, Zefa found himself at a loss for words. He had seen many ambitious recruits in the elite camp, plenty who set their sights on becoming admirals, and not a few strategists who aimed to be chief of staff. But those who dared to dream of becoming Fleet Admiral were exceedingly rare. Even Sakazuki and the others back then had only aimed for the rank of Admiral. Yet Shiliui had appeared and simply skipped over the title of Fleet Admiral altogether, setting his goal directly on the mantle of Supreme Commander. Teacher Zefa, aren't there still others waiting to be tested? Let's deal with their assessments first. Shiliui gestured toward the other elite camp recruits behind him, signaling for Zefa to continue the evaluation. Having said that, he simply found a spot for himself, sat down, and randomly picked up a book to read. Normally, he disliked reading in such beautiful weather. He far preferred spending the daylight hours seeking out fun than saving his reading for the night. Unfortunately, there was nothing particularly entertaining to do in the elite camp. Time really flies. It's been a year, hasn't it? Shili gazed at the azure sky, a distant look flickering in his pupils. He was not a native of this world, but a bona fide transmigrator. Although he had crossed over into this world, Shili had never harbored grand ambitions at first. He only wished to live out an uneventful, peaceful life. But everything changed on that day a year ago. The island where Shili lived was raided by pirates. And this was not an anime, but a brutal reality. Arson, slaughter, plunder, rape, and abduction. These were the very definition of those men. Just as he was about to be killed by a pirate, he inexplicably awakened the power of reverse Shili. With a single instinctive strike, he instantly killed a notorious pirate worth 60 million in bounty. There was no system interface, no lotteries, no kindly old master at his side. Nothing of the sort. He had simply suddenly inherited this formidable power. Soon afterward, naval reinforcements finally arrived, yet they were still a step too late. The pirates had already seized their loot and fled, leaving only a small number who failed to escape and were promptly captured. What followed was simple enough. The naval officer in command discovered that Shili had purely by instinctive bodily strength killed a pirate with a 60 million bounty. Struck by a sense of pity for such talent, he earnestly persuaded Shili to join the Navy. Thus he became a Marine soldier and even entered the Navy's elite training camp as a disciple of the former Admiral Zefa. Shili. Suddenly a melodious voice sounded in front of him. He shifted his gaze over and was met with a fresh, youthful face. Yoan, do you need something? Shili was anything but nervous. Even though he had never dated, he would not blush and stammer before a girl, nor put on any deliberately childish act. If anything, the nervous one was her. Perhaps because she had never been in love and was not good at interacting with boys, the girl's cheeks were faintly flushed, making her seem particularly bashful. I'm a user of the retreat fruit, and a female swordswoman ranked within the top 3 of this year's elite camp, if Shili was excluded. Her strength was impressive in its own right. As for why Shili was excluded, it was because in a direct confrontation, even Zefa was no match for him, so there was simply no need to factor him into that ranking. By the way, we're setting sail tomorrow. Aren't you nervous? Ain's voice was very soft, tinged with unease. Although they had been in the elite camp for a year, there were actually very few chances for everyone to talk. Zefa's training was truly brutal. After each day's regimen, everyone would collapse too exhausted to do anything else. Shili, however, was an exception. Even though his training volume and intensity far exceeded the others by several times, he still appeared brimming with energy every single day. Most people in the elite camp did not have a very favorable impression of Shili. He always looked like a delinquent, slouching about, carefree and undisciplined, which made him seem difficult to approach. By contrast, under Zefa's influence, the others were generally strict and proper, which made Shili stand out all the more as an oddity. Yet it was precisely this wayward, delinquent aura that made a well-behaved girl like Ain unusually intrigued by him. I doubt anything could make me more nervous than talking to the opposite sex. Shili quipped deftly. You. Being teased in reverse like that, Ain instantly panicked. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, as though her little secret had been mercilessly exposed. After all, the elite camp was predominantly male. Although Zefa would, when appropriate, take her status as a girl into account and separate her from the boys for certain drills, most of the time, if the training allowed, Ain still trained together with everyone. Usually, whenever she interacted or spoke with the other boys in the camp, it was those boys who grew shy and at a loss for what to do. She had never expected the tables to turn today, leaving her as the one who was embarrassed. Didn't this make it seem as though her attitude toward Shili was somehow special? Ain could not help but let her imagination run wild in the depths of her heart. Noticing Ain frozen in place, lost, and who knew what kind of fantasies, Shili felt a bit bored. He simply shifted his position, found a spot where the light was no longer blocked, and continued reading his book. Hey, Shili, what's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on Ain for blocking your light? At that moment, a jarringly discordant voice suddenly cut through the air. Shili turned his head to look. It was a man whose clothes and overall getup were, how to put it, extremely distinctive. Under normal circumstances, anyone who saw him would probably burst out laughing. But in this elite camp where strength was everything, no one dared do so. Binz was likewise ranked in the top 3 among this year's elite recruits, and a user of the flourishing fruit. Even Zefa held him in very high regard. Barring any unforeseen accidents, there would certainly be a place for him among the future vice admirals. In character, he was the complete opposite of Shili. Shili was a free-spirited problem child who acted entirely on his whims. Binz, on the other hand, did everything by the book, displaying a thorough soldier's bearing, assuming one ignored his bizarre choice of attire. Unlike Shili, Binz enjoyed high standing within the elite camp. While many begrudgingly acknowledged Shili's formidable strength, they truly could not bring themselves to praise his personality. The one who had just spoken ill of Shili and then received a small punishment was actually one of the more influential members of Binz's little clique. Huh, isn't it obvious? Shili replied, as if he had done nothing remotely excessive. Faced with Binz's hostile provocation, he did not seem to care in the slightest. After tossing out that indifferent line, he simply ignored the other man and went back to reading. Quit pretending. We no longer have our daily training schedule. If you've got any guts, come duel me at the training grounds. I'll let you properly experience how armament Haki should be used. As two of the most talked about figures in the elite camp, Binz did not believe Shili had failed to hear the rumors. As the saying went in the literary world, there is no absolute first, but in martial strength, there is no second. Everyone wanted to be the strongest, and the people around them were constantly debating who was truly number one in the elite camp. On one side was Shili, who had shattered countless records, and whose punch strength matched Garp's, blasting the force-measuring device to pieces. On the other side was Binz, whose overall ability was widely acknowledged. If Shili knew how to use armament Haki, then there would naturally be no need for any debate. After all, the raw data spoke for itself. Yet Shili happened not to know armament Haki at all, which made this prospective battle a far more intriguing topic. You could have just said so honestly from the start. Shili showed no hint of surprise. Instead, he looked at Binz with a face full of playful mockery. This was hardly the first time he had been challenged. Previously, however, Zefa had always kept a tight lid on things, and with daily training already draining most of their energy, the two had never actually come to blows. Thanks to his advantage in verbal sparring, Shili had spent the past year making sport of Binz more than a few times. Up until now, he had not cared much, satisfied to win by words alone and comfortably keep Binz beneath him in that regard. But today, from the look of him, Binz clearly would not let things go without a fight. I'll take that as a yes. If you really can beat me, then the number one spot in the elite camp will be yours from now on. But if you lose, then that top position will belong to me. Binz had long since grown impatient. Hearing Shili agree, a flash of delight immediately crossed his face. The title of first in the elite camp was not merely an empty name, it also came with certain rewards. Be it money-famed blades or devil fruits, while there would be no supreme-grade great swords or extraordinarily rare fruits, ordinary named blades and common devil fruits were still on the table. What you say alone does not count. The first place was awarded by teacher Zefa. 16 Knights shifted his gaze to Zefa nearby. Although he couldn't eat the devil fruit or wield a sword, he could still collect them. Of course, if you both choose one as the first, the others probably won't have any objections. Zefa replied calmly. He did not mind Binz and 16 Knights fighting. The elite camp was originally meant to cultivate strong individuals, but when training together, the focus should still be on training. Now that there was free time, they could do as they pleased as long as they didn't suffer serious injuries. A few minutes later, the training ground of the elite camp was filled with a large crowd, but everyone's attention was mostly on the two individuals at the center. One was 16 Knights and the other was Binz. Binz was still diligently warming up, while 16 Knights casually had his hands in his pockets. You're really so rigid, that kind of warm-up is completely unnecessary. 16 Knights sneered at Binz across from him. Why not just train harder to defeat the opponent? Warming up before a fight. In real combat, who gives you such an opportunity? If you're scared, just surrender early, they'll let you know the gap between us. Binz was not swayed in the slightest by 16 Knights' taunts. Whatever, it doesn't matter. 16 Knights curled his lips, slightly a glint of amusement flashing in his dark eyes. How about this? I'll lower the difficulty a bit. If you can block one punch from me, then you win. Binz was momentarily stunned, then his entire being seemed to be filled with rage as he gritted his teeth and growled furiously, "Bastard. Don't underestimate me. I'm just a guy who can't even learn armament Haki." With that, Binz directly coated his fist with armament Haki and charged fiercely at 16 Knights. You're delivering yourself to me, so I won't hold back. Facing Binz, who came at him, 16 Knights naturally would not be polite, directly swinging his fist gently towards Binz. Bang! A punch landed on Binz's confidently fortified armament Haki, but this Haki provided no protection whatsoever. Binz felt as if his fist had crashed into a train being pushed back at an incredible speed, completely unable to resist. Immediately after, he crashed through several walls, one after another being sent flying by a single punch. Then there was no more movement. It seems I accidentally used a bit too much force. 16 Knights glanced at the flying Binz, looking somewhat regretful. The surrounding people all widened their eyes in shock. The venue fell silent. Is this for real? That Binz. He was actually knocked out with one punch. That was Binz. He was always regarded as the strongest alongside 16 Knights in the elite camp. And yet he was defeated by a single punch from 16 Knights. 16 Knights, can't you be a bit gentler? Zefa couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye as he glanced at Binz, who had been knocked away. Zefa was well aware of 16 Knights' strength. Splitting mountains and seas was completely not a problem. Binz's armament Haki was of no use at all. Kapu might barely manage to hold up against it. Controlling strength at this level is quite difficult, teacher Zefa. Anyway, that guy's vitality is like a cockroach. He should be fine. 16 Knights looked at Binz, who had been knocked away. Although it looked pretty bad, it should not be a big issue. That punch probably only used about 1% of his strength. Whatever, it's up to you guys. This year's first place in the elite camp goes to you. Zefa walked over to check for a moment, and after confirming that Binzi had no serious problems, he didn't say anything more. However, for the elite camp students, the shock was anything but simple. He couldn't use Haki, but he could easily defeat Binzi, who Zefa personally acknowledged would reach at least the level of a Navy Rear Admiral in the future. After the match ended, Zefa took 16 knights to his office as per usual. There was no need for strength testing anymore. In the elite camp, Zefa was the most familiar with Yabo's strength, and he could even recount many things that 16 knights himself did not know. 16 knights, your observation Haki and physical skills are the rarest types I have ever seen, especially your innate observation Haki, which is even rarer than Conqueror's Haki. But you should understand that if you can't learn armament Haki, no matter what, it will be troublesome when facing certain devil fruit users in the future. At this point, Zefa looked somewhat nostalgic. Clearly excellent in every aspect, yet he just couldn't learn armament Haki. Otherwise, Zefa could guarantee that 16 knights' future achievements would definitely surpass the 3 admirals. Forget it, let's talk about rewards. You don't like using swords? Oh, I have a few good devil fruits here, take a look at which one you want. Of course, my personal suggestion is to use the reward for first place in the elite camp to exchange for a customized Sea Prism Stone weapon, which would make up for your lack of means against devil fruit users. Zefa inquired of 16 knights while also presenting his own thoughts. Not being able to use Haki is fine. Directly customizing a pair of Sea Prism Stone gloves would achieve the same effect as armament Haki, right? The devil fruit will be fine. Compared to weapons, I am more accustomed to fighting barehanded. 16 knights did not explain his bestowed abilities. For any natural type user, he could simply destroy them with one punch. Such things are a bit beyond the understanding of normal people in this world. It's better to let them gradually get used to it in battle later. Zefa didn't make a fuss. It was up to 16 knights how he wanted to choose. He quickly opened the drawer and laid out several devil fruits. Animal type hunting dog fruit paramecia type, mud fruit paramecia type, rust fruit logia type, poison gas fruit. Zefa briefly introduced these devil fruits. There were all 3 types of devil fruits, and there was even a logia type devil fruit. There's even a logia type. The Navy is really generous. Hearing Zefa say that the last one was actually a logia type devil fruit, 16 knights was somewhat surprised, his eyes widening. This was quite different from what he had heard in the elite camp and what Zefa had said. Generally, most are either superhuman types or animal types, with the rarer ones being ancient animal types. Nature types and even rarer mythical beasts are simply not possible. Such extremely rare devil fruits are seldom seen, even by the Navy. Although everyone claims that the strength of a devil fruit's ability is closely related to the user, there indeed exists a hierarchy. For example, the magma fruit is a superior version of the flame fruit, while Kazan's ice fruit is a higher tier than Monet's snow fruit. Generally, there are no nature types, but occasionally a genius like you appears, and the Navy wouldn't allow you to consume a worthless fruit. Zefa realistically stated the actual situation. If one has potential and talent, they are nurtured well. If their abilities are average, they can only be assigned an ordinary devil fruit. For instance, if a swordsman with strength comparable to Mihawk appears, wouldn't the Navy prepare a supreme blade for him? Everything still revolves around strength. Alright, then I'll take this nature-type devil fruit. Shili directly reached out to take the nature-type devil fruit, though whether he would eat it was uncertain. Time passed quickly. About 3 days later, all the elite camp students boarded the ship, ready to set sail for their practical training. For the elite camp students, this was the most crucial final assessment, where practical combat abilities took precedence over everything. Without experiencing the trials of blood and fire, they were merely rookies. Their training grounds were not the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line, but rather the perilous new world filled with mad pirates. The number of elite camp students who perished during the training was not just 1 or 2, but the results were also very significant. Currently, most of the new generation of the Navy were Zefa's disciples. That guy, Binzi, still adorned with colors, looked at Shili, who had his hands in his pockets like a delinquent child, and was infuriated. Such a disorganized person effortlessly defeated him. Hey, isn't that Binzi? How do you feel? Noticing Binzi was looking at him, Shili leaned over with a mischievous grin and asked teasingly, barely manageable. Binzi turned his head away, somewhat displeased. Having been defeated, Shili's question felt like a deliberate provocation. However, Binzi's attitude had clearly changed now. After witnessing Shili's strength, if he still dared to provoke him, he would be nothing short of a fool. Even though he disliked Shili's personality, he understood one thing: his strength was far inferior to that of his opponent. Soon the ship set sail. Their assessment was straightforward. For 1 month in the New World, they would capture pirates. The higher the bounty of the captured pirates, the higher the positions they could earn afterward. Approximately half an hour into the New World, they encountered their first pirate crew, who were effortlessly defeated by the group. There were about 200 students present, with over a dozen from the elite camp. Ordinary students possessed the strength of Navy officers, while each elite camp member boasted combat prowess close to a brigadier general, mastering Haki and the 6 styles. With former Admiral Zefa in their ranks, this lineup could easily deal with even average pirate crews. Especially with Shili on board, he alone could take on an entire Whitebeard pirate crew. After the battle was resolved, the group began to clean up the battlefield. Zefa glanced at the few peculiar corpses on the ground, his expression somewhat strange. The death scenes were quite horrific, with bodies completely smashed through. Some were likely crushed by small stones casually thrown by Shili, while others had fought to the death in hand-to-hand combat with him. Among them was the pirate captain with a bounty of 14 million berries, whom Zefa remembered. The result was that Shili kicked him, exploding his head. Shili's methods are too ruthless. The corpses are unrecognizable. He's just like Sakazuki. Generally, if they could overpower the enemy, they would still try to capture them alive. Even if they killed a pirate, such horrific death scenes would not occur. Such brutal tactics were only seen again in Shili after Zefa's experience with Sakazuki. But thinking about Shili's past made Zefa more understanding. His peaceful hometown had been invaded by pirates suffering from atrocities of burning, killing, and plundering. Had Shili not possessed such innate talent, he might have ended up dead as well. Perhaps the former Zefa who refrained from killing admirals would have disapproved of Shili's actions. Yet after experiencing the murder of his wife and child by pirates, Zefa developed a deep hatred for all pirates. To even act against defenseless women and children is beyond description. The only words that come to mind are scum. Hey, have you heard? Today Shili killed a pirate with a bounty of 14 million with a single punch. That's 14 million. Indeed impressive. If it weren't for being a nature-type user, I feel Shili could defeat anyone with his strength in an instant. A 14 million bounty pirate must have strength comparable to a Navy lieutenant. Who wouldn't say so? What position do you think Shili will achieve when we return? Lieutenant. Nonsense, who gets promoted to lieutenant immediately? The recruits were particularly concerned about Shili's performance today. Previously they could discuss with Benzi, but now there was no need for discussion. Damn it. Among the crowd, while pretending to be indifferent, Benzi with his back turned wore a face full of unwillingness. Clearly in the past, any discussion would have inevitably included him. But now everyone's attention was solely on Shili. During today's battle, Benzi had struggled against a pirate with a bounty of 80 million, ultimately winning only with help from others. 80 million versus 14 million. One was a hard-fought battle with assistance, while the other was a swift, effortless kill. The gap between the two was glaringly obvious. Of course, this was only the first day. As the bounty differences between the two grew larger in subsequent hunts, he would ultimately awaken to the stark reality that the gap would only widen after the elite camp concluded. But that was a matter for later. On the first day, they had eliminated a moderately sized pirate crew, which excited everyone, and Zefa even intentionally ranked the bounties of the pirates they captured. This leaderboard stimulated many. On the second day, these new recruits acted like wolves, becoming particularly proactive in hunting pirates, fearing they would lag behind and have their ranks overtaken. As for Shili, he remained carefree, reading when he wanted and only killing pirates when the time came. Inside the cabin, 16 Knight noticed Zefa, who had come to his side instead of watching the others. The creaking of the door was soon followed by a voice. "You little brat, everyone else has teamed up to hunt pirates. Why are you still alone?" Before him stood Zefa wearing sunglasses. Although he scolded the boy, there was no real anger in his tone. "I am teamed up with Ainu, no." 16 Knight replied, innocently insisting that he had indeed formed a team with the others. "But they told me you won't let them interfere in your battles," Zefa explained. This left 16 Knight somewhat speechless. Because what Zefa said was true, he indeed did not plan to let anyone else interfere in his fights. The reason was simple: he was simply too strong and his teammates could not keep up with his pace, so he relied solely on himself. In this aspect, 16 Knight's personality was somewhat similar to that of Douglas Bullet. Both possessed extreme personal strength and did not trust anyone other than themselves. "Don't worry, I don't plan to lecture you, and you probably wouldn't listen anyway. But Ainu is quite upset about this situation." With that, Zefa left directly. Not being able to rely on and trust his companions was one thing, the difference in strength was another. Zefa could not force 16 Knight to fight alongside them. He merely hoped that 16 Knight would realize this flaw. After all, no one is perfect. 16 Knight's expression turned peculiar. This was indeed a troublesome matter. However, his personality was inherently unsuitable for explaining things to others. During the following days of battle, he allowed the others to participate a little. To be honest, this was less efficient than working alone, as taking care of others' pace was not an easy task. Boom. On a small island, a pirate ship that had just docked exploded. The entire ship instantly shattered into splinters, and the captain, with a bounty of over 100 million, was obliterated without a trace. Most of the others were either dead or gravely injured, with only a few lucky survivors. These survivors were covered in blood and trembling in fear. "Alright, the next part is up to you guys," 16 Knight said, clapping his hands while looking at the astonished new recruits who had forgotten to close their mouths. Although it was not the first time he had done this, each time the others were shocked by 16 Knight's exaggerated strength. Just by throwing a small stone, he could obliterate a pirate ship and kill a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. How strong must he be? This was already the 8th pirate crew that 16 Knight had defeated in such a manner. Each time a casual stone would leave their opponents in ruins, and then the remaining crew would clean up the battlefield. In just over a week, 16 Knight's bounty for defeating pirates had reached a staggering 12 billion berries, while the second place, Ein, had barely reached 2 billion, just a fraction of 16 Knight's total. Ben's was also around 2 billion, but he lagged slightly behind Ein. Today is likely the last haul, it's almost time to regroup. As 16 Knight casually strolled on the small island, he calculated that he wouldn't have enough time to wait for the next group of pirates. To be honest, if he weren't with Ein and the others, his achievements would likely be even more glorious. Soon the cleanup of the battlefield was completed quickly, and everyone returned to Zefa's ship to regroup. Not just them, all the new recruits were returning. However, compared to when they first set sail, the number of people had decreased. There had been nearly 200 at the start, but now there were barely 150. Everyone was well aware that those who could not return, 95 of them, would never come back. It was impossible to engage in battles with pirates without casualties, especially in the New World where strong adversaries were abundant. It was something everyone could imagine when a small team was completely wiped out. This was reality. Though harsh, everyone had to try to accept such cruelty. As for Ben's, after the scoring board for capturing pirates appeared, he had seldom shown up in front of 16 Knight. He chased after pirates every day as if possessed. Once facing a pirate with a bounty of 12 million, if Zefa hadn't arrived in time, Ben's would likely have also been among those who could not return. 16 Knight didn't concern himself too much with this, and continued to eat his meal before returning to his room to lie down and read, as reading at night always made him feel particularly comfortable. "Come in. Your hiding skills are utterly poor." Without even looking up, 16 Knight called out to the door. However, after a moment of silence, seeing no response from outside, 16 Knight helplessly put down his book and said, "Is it fun to deceive yourself? How could your level of concealment escape my observation, Haki?" With that, Ein finally stopped hiding and awkwardly pushed open the door, sticking her tongue out at 16 Knight. He caught. Ein said, "Can I interpret a beautiful girl sneaking into my room at night as a night raid?" 16 Knight did not feel excited about a beautiful girl visiting him late at night. Instead, he teasingly bantered with Ein. "Idiot, how could that be?" Ein's face flushed red, realizing that it was somewhat inappropriate for her to enter a boy's room at night. "TCH, what a letdown," 16 Knight pouted, looking disappointed. Of course, whether he was genuinely disappointed or just pretending was something only he knew. "I've been feeling a bit scared lately, especially considering how many companions have disappeared." Ein nervously clenched her fists. To be honest, the feelings from this past month were vastly different from those during the elite camp training. In the elite camp, it was merely exhausting, but everyone was quite happy. During this month, not only was everyone particularly tired, but each person had also grown more somber. Facing the death of once familiar comrades was not something one could easily reconcile. After all, it's a battle against pirates. How could there be no casualties? "If you're not prepared for this awareness, it's better to give up early," 16 Knight said, casually leaning back on the chair. He had been mentally prepared for this since the beginning, whether as a bearer of this power or simply as himself. Before he accepted the inheritance, his hometown had already been ravaged by pirates. 16 Knight, have you been ready for this all along?" Ein walked in directly, sitting beside 16 Knight's bed, looking at him with curious eyes. She casually picked up the book he had been reading. "Of course. I came here with unwavering resolve." Ichinoyo cast a self-assured glance toward Ein. "You really are." Ein let out a wry, affectionate smile, watching Ichinoyo remain utterly unchanged, just as carefree and confident as ever. It was precisely this blend of unrestrained nonchalance and unshakable self-assurance that made Ichinoyo so irresistibly compelling. Yet though he appeared rough-hewn and impulsive, each night found him immersed in books, quiet, contemplative, and wholly unlike his usual self. "By the way, I've never heard you speak of yourself before. Would you mind sharing a little?" Outwardly brash and unrestrained, driven by curiosity and delight, yet inwardly sharp-minded and widely read with a deep, abiding love for literature. He embodied two extremes fused into one seamless whole, a life undoubtedly rich, layered, and profoundly intriguing. Ein blinked slowly, her large luminous eyes framed by soft, cascading waves of hair, undeniably charming and radiant. She bore no less allure than the future Yonko Empress. Where she embodied youthful charm, the Empress exuded mature authority. To those drawn to innocence and grace, Ein might well be the more fitting companion. "My past." Ichinoyo fell silent. His memories spanned both lives, the quiet, unremarkable days of an ordinary office worker before his transmigration, and the serene peace of this world later shattered by despair. He had also fully inherited the memories of the original Ichinoyo Sakagami, vivid, visceral, as if lived firsthand. Shuffled between welfare institutions and foster families, bearing witness to the harshest battlefields and fanatical cannibal cults, traversing continents, moved to tears by stardust skies, amber sunsets, and rose-gold dawns. He had also stood vigil beside cherished friends and benefactors in their final hours. Grief, gratitude, and quiet reverence, all woven into his soul. Yes, his life was undeniably rich. So rich, in fact, that he scarcely knew where to begin. Actually, if you'd rather not speak of it, that's perfectly fine. Seeing Ichinoyo's hesitation, Ain quickly interjected, eager not to risk even a flicker of disfavor. Nothing serious, just that my experiences are so vast I'm momentarily at a loss for where to start. In an instant his expression brightened once more, effortlessly optimistic, effortlessly himself. But then, boom, boom, sudden cannon fire jolted everyone from their thoughts. We're under attack. Ain sprang upright from her bed and bolted outside without pause. An enemy assault, must be Whitebeard too. No one else would dare strike Admiral Zefa's vessel at this hour. Ichinoyo's gaze sharpened, alight with fierce anticipation. His memory remained sharp enough to recall precisely what was unfolding. In the original chronicle, Admiral Zefa had led the elite cadet program on its maiden voyage, only to be ambushed by Whitebeard too. Of the entire crew, only Benz and Ain survived. Even Zefa lost his right arm that day, an event that propelled him from his role as a second-line instructor to founding the nascent framework of the new Navy, the Pirate Hunter Squad. At 70 years of age, when most men lie frail in hospital beds, Zefa charged headlong into the new world's front lines, hunting pirates with unbroken resolve. That courage, defying age, defying odds, standing defiant against pirates in their prime, was beyond reproach, beyond measure. Unbidden, a memory flashed before Ichinoyo's eyes, a younger Zefa brimming with hope during the elite program's inception, declaring firmly, I wish to cultivate heroes. And yet I find myself utterly powerless against men like him. Ichinoyo shrugged lightly, as if speaking to himself, then declared with quiet conviction, then I shall become a hero, for once. Whoosh. His figure vanished into the night, his presence dissolving as if erased from existence. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. Within mere seconds, thunderous explosions erupted in rapid succession. Facing waves of invading pirates, Ichinoyo unleashed a merciless, relentless slaughter. Whether famed pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, or colossal figures commanding over $1 billion, he struck without mercy, a single punch obliterating dozens. No wonder Zefa fell to such a young adversary. This sheer number of pirates is no trivial matter. Only after expanding his Kinbunshika Haki did Ichinoyo grasp the true scale of the assault. Roughly 1,000 pirates, 5 times the naval contingent. Though he couldn't precisely gauge how many carried bounties exceeding 1 billion, he sensed at least 20. What did a billion bounty pirate signify? Aside from Zefa and Ichinoyo himself, not a single naval cadet present could stand against one in single combat. Not Benz, not Ain. Zefa alone would face some 20 such monsters, and Whitebeard too himself. Truly a formidable predicament. Ain, organize the troops. Rally them to favorable terrain. They number nearly 1,000. Ichinoyo roared across the deck, urging disciplined positioning, not reckless charge. Perhaps lulled by recent victories, or driven by eagerness to prove themselves, many cadets had already surged forward blindly. Such haste was tantamount to suicide. With intelligent terrain selection, even numerical inferiority could be rendered irrelevant through skill, strategy, and cohesion. 1,000. The figure stunned the assembled sailors. Those poised to charge froze mid-stride, sobered instantly. Remain calm. Fight from narrow, defensible ground. Do not falter before superior numbers. Such disparity can be overcome through strength and tactics. Admiral Zefa's voice rang out, steady, commanding, unmistakable. Hearing him, the naval cadets steadied noticeably. After all, this was the former fleet admiral, the man who had forged them in the crucible of the elite program, whose discipline left no room for defiance. Yet while others regained composure, Zefa remained vigilant, tense, unrelenting. A pirate assault on his ship, this many pirates, could mean only one thing. If they were not fools, they surely possessed at least one warrior capable of matching him blow for blow. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy rhythmic sound echoed from the darkness. Following its source, Zefa glimpsed, amidst the gloom, a towering, grotesquely massive silhouette. From that figure radiated an oppressive aura, raw, undeniable, terrifying. Zefa knew instinctively this foe was extraordinary. Soon the figure emerged fully into view, white whiskers curled upward like a crescent moon, identical to Whitebeard's, yet finer, longer. His frame was broad and obese, upper body thick with muscle and fat, legs unervingly slender. The dissonance was jarring. How could such delicate limbs possibly bear that colossal weight? But Zefa barely registered the anomaly. Clutched in the giant's fist hung a blood-soaked head. Green, you damn pirate. Recognizing that familiar face, Zefa's pulse spiked violently. Green had been among the elite cadets, destined without doubt to rise as a distinguished admiral. Now his severed head dangled lifelessly in Whitebeard II's grip. I will kill you. Zefa lunged forward in blind fury, his arm wreathed in dense black armament Haki. the mark of the Black Arm Admiral. His fist jet black and blazing with frictional heat shot forth like a meteor, aimed squarely at Whitebeard 2's face. Raw power, searing energy, absolute destructive force. Yet at the very moment of impact, Whitebeard 2 coated his Naginata in Haki and met the blow heat-in with a thunderous cleaving strike. Peak reflexes, and that mastery of Haki is unmistakable. This man's strength exceeds 10 billion. At the very first clash, Zefa instantly gauged his opponent's true caliber. No longer mere billions. This was a shark swimming in waters far deeper, a force surpassing 10 billion. In his prime, Zefa could have effortlessly handled Whitebeard 2, but now facing such overwhelming power, he found himself straining at the very limits of his endurance. Worse still, beyond Whitebeard 2, he had no idea how many more pirates lay in wait. Mama, didn't you say Zefa had long since stepped back from frontline duty? That his strength had waned? Whitebeard 2, gripping his massive blade, turned abruptly toward Miss Bikini behind him, his voice laced with genuine shock. Now strike. Seizing the split-second distraction as Whitebeard 2 turned away, Zefa instantly withdrew his Haki and launched a devastating punch, aimed precisely at the gaping wound on Whitebeard 2's left arm. Foolish Burwell, watch your enemy before you. Miss Bikini cried out in alarm, her voice sharp with panic. But it was already too late. Zefa channeled every ounce of his armament Haki into his fist and struck with full, unrelenting force upon Burwell's wounded limb. Zefa's armament Haki had long surpassed mere surface reinforcement. It could shatter from within. The blow sent Burwell staggering backwards several paces. Yet even then, ignoring the searing agony in his arm, Burwell whirled and slashed sideways with his blade, aiming straight for Zefa's forearm. Impossible. Can he still strike under such extreme posture and overwhelming Haki pressure? Zefa had not anticipated it. Even in that compromised stance, Burwell could unleash a full power swing. The razor-edged Naginata cleaved downward, wreathed in terrifying armament Haki, aimed to sever Zefa's arm where it stood. A single hit would be catastrophic. At that razor-thin instant, between breath and impact, a figure materialized beneath the descending blade. Short pale gold hair framed by sleek headphones, one hand rested casually in his pocket, the other raised, not to block, but to intercept the trajectory of Whitebeard 2's Naginata. Boom. The blade struck 16 Knight's forearm with crushing force, yet no gory cleavage followed. No blood, no split flesh, only silence. Instead, with effortless precision, he caught the blade barehanded. The sheer concussive force rippled outward, lifting the hem of Zefa's coat like wind off a storm front. Miss Bikini's eyes widened in disbelief, her jaw slack, utterly uncomprehending. What manner of monster could catch Burwell's full-strength slash, unarmed? And astonishingly, no trace of armament Haki had yet been deployed. Even Zefa, who had just traded blows with Burwell, knew intimately the raw power behind that blade, the terrifying sharpness, the bone-shattering weight. Yet here it was, deflected, arrested, nullified, by nothing more than an open palm. Master Zefa, 16 Knight winked. Elders ought to retire to the ship and sip tea in peace. Let us handle the pirates. You've earned your rest. With a subtle flex of his arm, he sent Burwell reeling backward, 7-8 steps, staggering like a puppet whose strings had snapped. He gazed at Zefa with feigned concern, until Zefa grunted, arms crossed, voice edged with indignation. Brat, I'm still hale enough to discipline insolent pups like you. Though stunned by 16 Knight's feat, Zefa bristled instantly at the suggestion he retire, especially when delivered so lightly. He was a former fleet admiral of the Marines. When had he ever become expendable? To be told to go drink tea, such audacity. All right, I understand. Elderly men always insist they're still young, still fierce. But Master Zefa, this foe is mine now. 16 Knight nodded sagely, clapped Zefa's shoulder once, and added with quiet finality. Leave this battle to me. Hey, you brat, step aside. Our quarry is Zefa alone. You're nobody, unworthy even to draw steel against us. Before Zefa could reply, a new voice cut through the night, crisp, shrill, and unmistakably ancient. A diminutive old woman stood there, so short she seemed older than Zefa himself, her frame bent by time and will alike. None other than Miss Bikini, Whitebeard 2's mother. Of course, a fool like Burwell could never orchestrate such a coordinated assault on a former fleet admiral. Someone had to be pulling the strings. And if 16 Knight's intuition held true, that mastermind was Miss Bikini herself. TCH, disgusting crone. So arrogant. Let's see if your tongue matches your strength. 16 Knight redirected his focus instantly, then exploded forward, launching himself like a comet toward Miss Bikini. Whitebeard 2 lunged to intercept, just as 16 Knight closed in. Crash. Tum. Burwell, massive, indomitable, a living titan, was hurled backward as though struck by a supersonic jet. His colossal body rocketed straight toward Miss Bikini. He slammed into her with cataclysmic force, crushing her beneath him before careening through the hull of a nearby pirate vessel, smashing through deck after deck until momentum finally ceased. The impact was utterly fatal for Miss Bikini, Her frail form disintegrated on contact, reduced to pulp beneath Burwell's crushing weight. Flattened into lifeless mangled meat, her grotesque end sent shivers down the spines of even hardened pirates. "Mama!" Whitebeard too shrieked, a sound raw with grief and horror. She had died directly behind him, crushed not by an enemy, but by him. To watch your closest kin perish beneath your own body, few could fathom such unbearable irony. Imagine a mother leaping from a tower, only for her falling body to strike and kill her child below. Such tragic symmetry unravels the mind. Whitebeard too now stood in that very abyss, teeth bared, eyes wild. "I'll kill you. I'll bury you for her." His roar tore across the midnight sky, his entire frame now sheathed in pitch-black armament, Haki monstrous and inhuman. "Oh, full-body armament Haki. You look less like a man, and more like a walking abyss." This was 16 Knight's first encounter with such total Haki coverage. Even Zefa in his prime armored only his limbs. Still, Miss Bikini was pulverized into paste, yet you stand unbroken. Your vitality defies reason. 16 Knight studied Burwell with genuine curiosity. After absorbing that blow, most men would lie broken or dead. Yet Burwell, moved, breathed, raged. 16 Knight, don't underestimate him. His strength rivals Whitebeard's in his youth. Zefa sighed, watching his student charge headlong into battle. No deference, no protocol. Had it been his old comrades, Garp, Sengoku, or Tsuru, they'd have granted him face, let him fight Burwell unknown while they stood guard. But 16 Knight seized the foe outright and ordered his master to sip tea in the rear. Had Garp been present, Zefa might have roared in protest, but this was his disciple, a youth, and thus pride yielded, reluctantly, to patience. Is that so? Then young Whitebeard must have been remarkably weak. 16 Knight dismissed Zefa's warning without a second thought, though he had not yet fully awakened that primordial power he knew. Within this world of pirates and empires, no being, not even the ancient weapons, could stand against him. "I'll not forgive you." Whitebeard too charged, his immense heavy frame moving with shocking speed and lethal grace. In an instant he closed the distance, blades flashing. "Your speed is sluggish." In the eyes of Shili, every attack from Whitebeard too appeared to follow a predictable trajectory, as if he could foresee the path of his assault. With a gentle twist he dodged the attack, and his right fist struck directly at Whitebeard too's abdomen. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash, Whitebeard too's abdomen caved in, and he involuntarily opened his mouth, a large spurt of blood erupting forth. His entire internal organs seemed to shift. It was truly unbelievable that such immense power could come from just one punch. With that single blow, Whitebeard too staggered backward, nearly falling off the ship, fortunately grabbing the railing in time. I won't spare you. I will kill you. I must kill you." Although he had just taken such a heavy punch, Whitebeard too remained undeterred, driven solely by the desire to avenge his mother. Bang! Discarding the naginata in his hand, he launched a fist toward Shili, his body enveloped in the armor of Haki, appearing incredibly fierce as his punch created a shockwave. "Kill me. Are you joking?" Shili shrugged. Whitebeard too's strength was far from enough to make him take the situation seriously. If he truly possessed such power, perhaps Shili would find it more interesting. "They'll give you a little more of a lesson then." Crack! Crack! Casually manipulating his knuckles, he paid no heed to the approaching Whitebeard too. Saying this, Shili braced his right hand, unleashing his power just as their fists were about to collide. Whitebeard too had never doubted his own strength, inheriting the power of the young Whitebeard. He ranked among the top 3 strongest in the entire Pirate King world, perhaps even the strongest. However, now that Shili had arrived in this world, everything was different. Whitebeard too's punch caused no harm to Shili. Instead, his own arm felt like paper, easily pushed back by a single blow. Without any doubt or suspense, he was effortlessly defeated. How can this be? What kind of power is this? His fist was pushed back without resistance, leaving Whitebeard too utterly bewildered. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Wasn't he supposed to crush his opponent? Is this all there is? Whitebeard too. Boom. A heavy punch smashed down the air, exploded with a roar. The force of this punch was tremendous, bending Whitebeard too's hand and dislocating it, sending him flying away. His massive body flew backward, crashing heavily into the sea. Though the impact didn't cause harm, Shili's punch alone was enough for him to endure. Gulyalu. Thrown into the ocean, Whitebeard too barely had time to adjust his breath before water flooded into his mouth. The intense pain in his body left him unable to adjust himself any further. Seeing his opponent, who he couldn't even handle in an unknown fight, being toyed with like a puppet in front of Shili, Zefa couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems the era of the younger generation has finally arrived. Back when I was an admiral. As he aged, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own youthful vigor. Yet now, facing Whitebeard too, he felt overwhelmed. But this was only natural. Zefa was now over 60, having been in a secondary position as an instructor for so long, and on top of that he suffered from asthma, making it difficult for him to keep up. Yet even so, having lost an arm, Zefa could still easily take down the entire Straw Hat Pirates in 10 years' time when he was over 70. After dealing with Whitebeard too, the group didn't slack off as they still had nearly 1,000 pirates to handle. However, the subsequent battle became much simpler, with Zefa and Shili joining the fray. The remaining pirates were like a flock of sheep being beaten. In less than half an hour, the nighttime raid came to an end, though the scene was quite bloody. On the pirate side, nearly all were dead, with only 20 or so captured alive, including Whitebeard too. However, the cost on the Navy side was not small either. Over 100 had died, and the remaining 40 were all injured without exception. Even Zefa was cut in the chest while protecting his students, though fortunately the wound wasn't severe and there wasn't much blood. The only one unscathed was Shili himself. Ain and Binzi were also injured. While not serious, they would definitely need to lie down for 10 days to half a month after returning. Shili, your strength is terrifying. Even Teacher Zefa got injured in the chaos, yet you came out unscathed. Seeing Shili relaxed, wearing headphones, and leaning against the railing to enjoy the breeze, Ain walked over with a hint of admiration. The other surviving Navy soldiers also gathered around. Shili's performance in the massacre far exceeded everyone's expectations, even surpassing Zefa. It felt as if Shili was the real Admiral. Even Binzi had to admit defeat at this point. He could only rely on the terrain advantage to hold out and await reinforcements, while Shili plunged alone into the pirate crowd, wreaking havoc, sending even the most wanted pirates to their doom. Those guys aren't anything special. However, Shili felt rather uninterested. Their combat power simply couldn't excite him, with only Whitebeard too being somewhat noteworthy. Yet even he couldn't last against a few of Shili's punches. I wonder how many punches that old Whitebeard can take. After all, that guy had half his face smashed in by Sakazuki and 2 large holes blasted in his chest, yet could still unleash destructive power at Marineford. If it were that guy, it would definitely be more interesting. Also, since you can move, help clean up the battlefield. He glanced at the injured crowd and then at the pile of bodies on the deck that had yet to be identified. Shili also felt a bit heavy-hearted. He wasn't superhuman, and facing the deaths of so many teammates, he couldn't remain indifferent. Yet usually he kept such heavy feelings bottled up. Once these words were spoken, everyone's spirits fell to the bottom. The joy of surviving and winning the final battle vanished in an instant. 150 against 1,000, they paid the price of over 100 lives to almost completely annihilate the enemy. Such a feat would be something to be proud of for anyone, yet those 100 or so dead were living, breathing lives. They were the good brothers who had suffered and grown together in the training camp throughout the year. Just an hour ago, everyone was boasting about how many pirates they had killed that day, discussing whether they could become the backbone of the Navy or even an admiral. In the blink of an eye, the brothers who had just shared their dreams lay in a pool of blood. All right, let's stop talking about cleaning up the battlefield. I've already contacted headquarters. A naval ship will be coming soon. Everyone is injured. Let's return to our rooms to rest for a bit. Suddenly, Zefa stepped into the crowd, patting Ain on the shoulder. Don't be so downcast. I started as a Navy at 14 and now at 65. This is the first time I've seen such a magnificent battle like today. Everyone should cheer up. Zefa forced a faint smile, trying to comfort everyone. Despite being a strict and meticulous person during training, Zefa was actually quite gentle. He understood how everyone felt right now. Yet if he himself showed a disheartened expression, how could he reassure the others? Yet in reality, Zefa bore the heaviest heart among them all. Each soldier in the training camp had invested countless efforts, and although casualties were common with each voyage, such a day as this was unprecedented. Out of 200, only about 40 remained, all of whom were injured. Those who could still move were less than half, the others lay helpless. After returning to the hospital, some would die due to delayed rescue, while others would be left with lifelong disabilities, never able to serve as a Marine again. If it weren't for the knowledge that this battle, though extremely brutal, had been fought beautifully, Zefa might have broken down and cried on the spot. The situation arose because of me, who I was too confident and unwilling to accept my age, which led everyone into danger. If it weren't for Shili, it was my overconfidence that led me to choose such a perilous place for training, and it was my hubris that allowed so many pirates to launch surprise attacks, which we hadn't detected. Had it not been for Shili, Zefa knew that the blow he exchanged with Whitebeard too would have undoubtedly crippled his arm. The subsequent outcome would have been even graver. Perhaps total annihilation of the forces was not impossible, and he himself could have perished in this battle. It can only be said that luck was on their side. This time, they had the monster Shili, whose prowess alone surpassed that of all the elites he had trained in his first class. Zefa's assessment was quite high. After all, what did the first elite camp represent? 2 decades later, the 2 admirals, countless rear admirals from the Navy headquarters, and most base commanders from the series bases were all graduates of that class. Even the future Marine Admiral Sakazuki came from this cohort. To Zefa, the worth of Shili was akin to that of the entire class combined. Soon after, the reinforcements from the Navy arrived. For Zefa to encounter difficulties, the opponent was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, the elite camp was a reserve pool for Navy talents, so upon hearing the news, Garp led his team here to provide support. Upon seeing the encirclement, Garp sensed something was amiss. Being surrounded by so many pirate ships, even Zefa must be in a precarious situation, right? As they drew closer, seeing the sea stained red with blood and the scattered bodies of pirates and marines, Garp could only describe it as overwhelming. The brutality of the battle was astonishing. Such fierce combat was rare in the history of encounters between the Navy and pirates. After docking alongside the warship and witnessing the situation on board, Garp finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the battle was brutal, the Navy ultimately achieved victory. To be honest, when seeing so many pirate ships outside, Garp had already prepared himself for the worst. Zefa, you old rascal, you still got it. You managed to take down so many pirates with just the new recruits. Garp approached and cheerfully patted Zefa on the shoulder. Garp was aware of Zefa's asthma. At such an advanced age, enduring illness while maintaining such strength, leading the annihilation of so many pirates was indeed impressive. Suddenly receiving praise from Garp made Zefa feel somewhat awkward. He wasn't that extraordinary. Essentially, the victory in this battle was primarily due to Shili. It really wasn't much about me, mainly Shili defeated those pirates. Zefa brushed off Garp's hand, focusing his gaze on Shili, standing nearby. At that moment, Garp finally noticed Shili, the remarkable individual who stood out from the rest. Having endured such a cruel battle with fewer against many, everyone was injured, including Zefa, a strong individual who also bore wounds while facing so many pirates. Among the other trainees, those who could still move were already considered quite strong. Yet Shili was the only one who appeared completely unscathed. Moreover, after such a great battle, Shili looked remarkably relaxed, as if he had not felt any fatigue at all. This astonished Garp greatly. Over 1,000 pirates, many of whom had bounties exceeding 100 million, with others also bearing bounties, and he faced them alone. Even if he defeated so many in the chaos, it was impossible not to be out of breath, right? After all, those he killed were living beings, not just waiting to be slaughtered chicks. Just killing 1,000 chicks would likely leave one quite exhausted, right? The key point is that this kid Shili even defeated Whitebeard too. If it weren't for him, I might have been defeated by Whitebeard too myself. Upon hearing this, Garp was completely stunned. Whitebeard too. Although he wasn't particularly famous at this time, he was already familiar to the admirals of the Navy. With the monstrous strength of young Whitebeard in a world where pure power was compared, it would be hard to find many who could match him. Is that for real? That guy may be a bit foolish, but his strength is quite extraordinary. Garp asked, skeptically, suspecting that Zefa might be fabricating a story to pave the way for Shili. Could a new recruit from a Navy training camp defeat Whitebeard too? What a joke. Even the finest natural-type monsters from the elite camp over the years were merely at the level of Navy lieutenant or major during their rookie periods. To effortlessly defeat Whitebeard, one would need at least the caliber of a current admiral. It's likely that even someone like Sengoku would find it somewhat challenging. Having spent so much time in the office, he would surely become somewhat out of practice in combat. In the entire Navy, probably only Garp could achieve this. While Sakazuki and the others could also win, their strength hadn't reached their peak, yet they would likely need a couple more years to catch up to Garp's level. Of course it's true, everyone present can testify to that, Zefa replied somewhat irately. Garp's earlier words clearly carried a hint of distrust. He was a person of great integrity. How could Garp, having been teammates for so long, not know that? He would never lie about such matters. If Shili didn't have this strength, he would be exposed within 10 days, perhaps even immediately. Seeing that Zefa was a bit angry, Garp realized his previous words were somewhat inappropriate and could only awkwardly say, there's no choice. That guy Whitebeard too does indeed possess the strength of the young Whitebeard. Shili is just a new recruit. A new recruit. Shili shrugged and said, how about a match with the new recruit you mentioned? I didn't get to have enough fun earlier. Even when facing Garp, who held a much higher rank and whose status and reputation far exceeded his own, Shili displayed no sign of respect. Since his strength was doubted, he might as well put it to the test himself. Exactly, since you don't believe it, let's have a match with Shili. Let's compare something simple. Garp, you like to launch cannonballs barehanded, right? You two can compete in that. Thinking of the power of the stones Shili had thrown barehanded and recalling Garp's usual style of tossing cannonballs, Zefa immediately had an idea. Not comparing anything else, just the power of barehandedly throwing cannonballs. Good, I also want to see your fist of the bone, Garp. Alright. Seeing Shili's confidence, Garp chose to engage despite his inner doubts. Moreover, in a field where he excelled, Garp certainly did not wish to admit defeat. Then I shall. Shili did not hold back, directly picking up a shell from the ground and stretching his arm out. Let me first throw a brick to attract jade. The shell thrown by Shili was completely untraceable, flying directly towards the sea at the speed of the third universe. Boom. A terrifying sound of impact immediately erupted, creating a towering water column hundreds of meters high, about 100 meters from the warship. The entire sea began to shake, and everyone on the ship could clearly feel the shockwave caused by the explosion. A single shell was casually thrown, yet its power was enough to shake the sea, even causing the warship to become somewhat unstable. Was this still the power of a shell? Even Garp widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the towering water column before him. Shiliui's strike directly reminded him of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, but Whitebeard triggered tsunamis using that special power, while Shiliui achieved this purely through strength and wrist power. What do you think, Admiral Garp? My masterpiece, Shiliui said with a proud smile revealing his neat and white teeth as he asked Garp happily. Such destructive power must have shocked Garp, right? The reason he took the first shot was to force out Garp's full power, otherwise with that old man's personality, if Garp were the first to throw a shell, he would definitely hold back. Now that his strength was clearly displayed, Garp surely couldn't hold back, right? Is this for real? The strength of a giant could not possibly be so formidable, could it? Garp carefully rubbed his eyes. Even though this scene was happening right before him, he still couldn't believe it. How could a human achieve such feats? A devil fruit user. This was Garp's first reaction. If it were a type of fruit like Whitebeard's tremor fruit, which had extremely destructive power, achieving this level would still be within the realm of understanding. Garp, why are you still in a daze? Were you scared by my disciple? Zefa stared at Garp with a fashionable demeanor. At this age, he didn't want to compare himself with Garp. However, with a disciple as outstanding as this, he still wanted to show off a bit in front of Garp. This world has never lacked geniuses. Before Shiliui, the most abnormal individual they had encountered was merely that intern boy on Roger's ship. Douglas Barrett. At a young age, he possessed battle strength that could rival that of the Pirate King's first mate. Even the peak period Rayleigh could only draw with Barrett. The only one able to defeat Barrett was the Pirate King Roger himself within the entire Roger Pirates. Shiliui was even younger than Barrett, but in Zefa's eyes he already possessed the strength to compete for, and even surpassed the title of the strongest in the world. In an unknown situation, if someone asked Zefa whether Whitebeard or Shiliui would win, he would unhesitatingly choose Shiliui. Alright, I concede. Although he was displeased with Zefa's arrogant demeanor, he had no choice but to admit defeat in the face of such a gifted Shiliui. Admitting defeat directly was far better than competing and revealing a significant gap between the two. By not making a move, he still retained a bit of suspense. Because of this, Garp began to regard Shiliui with newfound respect. Considering Shiliui's age, he had only just reached adulthood, yet he already possessed the strength to easily take down Whitebeard too. A new star of the Navy was clearly rising. Before long, once Shiliui had enough experience, he would probably be promoted directly to an admiral. TCH old fox. Seeing Garp concede, Shiliui let out a dissatisfied TCH. Even though Garp as a naval hero had an extremely high reputation, Shiliui didn't care about that much. Displeasure was displeasure, and he would express it directly. The contest between Shiliui and Garp was merely a minor episode. Soon everyone gathered to sort out the bodies and properly bury their comrades. Though this battle was an excellent example of a small force defeating a larger one, it was hardly a cause for celebration for those involved. Everyone's expression was quite heavy. Even Zefa was the same, though he did not show it in front of the students. Ultimately, the news returned to the naval headquarters, and Sengoku and Steel Bone Kong were particularly enraged upon hearing the news directly, sending Whitebeard securely bound to the 6th level of Impel Down. The practical training at sea also came to an end. Originally, there was to be a battle to determine rankings and military ranks, but since many were dead or injured and the majority were wounded, the final confrontation was naturally cancelled. Sengoku was also particularly concerned and went to the hospital to visit this batch of new recruits, arranging active duty ranks for everyone. Basically, everyone was a second lieutenant, while the members of the elite battalion were all first lieutenants. As for Shiliui, through various comprehensive evaluations, his strength was undoubtedly sufficient to serve as a naval admiral. However, just recently there was news of promoting the 3 natural-type vice admirals to admirals, so it wasn't quite appropriate to suddenly insert someone else. Moreover, his record was too simple. After comprehensive consideration by Sengoku, it was decided to appoint Shiliui as a rear admiral in the naval headquarters to serve as the base commander in the North Sea. In other words, he was to go below to build up his record, making future promotions less troublesome. Honestly, I would really prefer to go to the New World and have some fun. And what is this base commander? Can't the tasks be handled by others? In Sengoku's office, Shiliui casually sat with his legs crossed, completely unconcerned about Sengoku's higher rank. Seeing Shiliui looking like a delinquent, Sengoku felt quite a headache. In terms of strength, there was naturally no need to say he was indeed very satisfactory. But the key problem was that Shiliui's attitude seemed even more outrageous than Garp's. When Sengoku asked Shiliui why he wanted to go to the New World, how did Shiliui answer? What would he do in the New World? Of course it would be for fun. Such an interesting place, not exploring it would be such a pity. This carefree demeanor was just like those pirates who clamored for freedom. Sengoku tried to reason with him, and after much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Shiliui to abandon the idea of going directly to the New World and to obediently serve as a base commander in the North Sea. If other naval leaders heard this, they would probably be overjoyed. A base commander, hey. It was basically equivalent to being a local emperor. Apart from paying attention to commands from the naval headquarters, he wouldn't have to care about anyone else. Generally, those who could be base commanders were at least of rear admiral or higher rank, but Sengoku set a precedent by appointing Shili a rear admiral. This clearly showed how much the Navy valued Shili's potential. Of course not. As a base commander, one must do the work of a base commander. That old bastard Garp had piled up a mountain of documents in his entire room, and in the end it was still I who had to clean up after him. Sengoku couldn't help but roar out, mainly because what Shili had just said was quite similar to what Garp had done. As a base commander, he didn't handle any documents, and after several months his aide finally had no choice but to call Sengoku to report the situation. In the end, Sengoku had to process all the documents bit by bit. The pile of documents that had been accumulating for several months suddenly landed in front of him, and along with his usual work tasks, he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Really? So it can be piled up and wait for others to handle it? Sengoku's words did not stop Shili. Instead, they seemed to suggest a good method to him. Idiot. I'm telling you not to learn from that bastard Garp. What do you mean with that look of I understand? Seeing Shili like this, he was even angrier. He had tried to get Shili to honestly do his job as a base commander, yet Shili was preparing to emulate Garp's lazy attitude. Those capable should do more work, Shili muttered to himself. This made Zefa even more furious. Was that how the phrase was supposed to be used? In order to express his gratitude to Sengoku, 16 Knight decided to delegate all the tasks to his aides, sparing himself from exhaustion. Well, whatever you say. Initially wanting to say something more, Sengoku decided to give up upon seeing 16 Knight's demeanor. He realized that 16 Knight was just like Kapu, a problem child who would never behave obediently. Fortunately, 16 Knight did not plan to shift the problem onto him, but rather onto his poor aide. In that case, Sengoku decided to turn a blind eye. However, congratulations are still in order. You have gone directly from the elite camp to becoming a rear admiral and commanding a navy branch, which is quite an achievement. Sengoku spoke slowly. He truly had high hopes for 16 Knight. In fact, within the Navy, they had deliberately postponed the promotion of 3 natural-type rear admirals to admiral just to see if 16 Knight could surpass them. However, Sengoku then became serious and said, while your achievements are indeed rare, it does not mean you can relax. The North Sea may not compare to the New World, but it is quite complex and not easily manageable. The current situation in the North Sea is indeed quite precarious, especially with the Vinsmoke family being there. After all, they hold a seat in the world government, making it difficult for the Navy to act openly against them. Yet those guys are involved in all sorts of shady business, such as mercenaries and human experiments, which is a real hassle. Besides the Vinsmoke family, the underworld there is also quite unstable with the involvement of Don Quixote Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon lurking in the shadows. Just these 2 points are enough to give 16 Knight a headache. Isn't it supposed to be easily manageable? Now I'm a bit excited. Upon hearing Zefa's words, 16 Knight not only felt troubled, but instead displayed an unusually excited expression. If it were too simple, he would have no interest. It is precisely these challenging matters that pique his interest. You really are something. Seeing the excitement in 16 Knight's eyes, Sengoku began to grasp his character traits. I must say, such a personality can indeed be somewhat troublesome. What Sengoku did not realize was that even he himself had started to look forward to what kind of display 16 Knight would showcase on the grand stage of the New World. Of course, for the sake of caution, Sengoku was not in a hurry to send 16 Knight to the New World. Although Whitebeard had never publicly acknowledged that fool Buell as his son, he had never commented on the title of Whitebeard too either. Especially since both Miss Bakken and Whitebeard had once been members of the Rocks Pirates, which has largely confirmed Buell's identity. Anyone daring to touch Whitebeard's son must prepare to face the world's strongest retaliation in the New World, especially since Buell is Whitebeard's biological son. Not sending 16 Knight directly to the Navy branch in the New World was also Sengoku's consideration for his protection. Fortunately, I didn't mention Whitebeard to 16 Knight, otherwise he would probably rush over to confront him before Whitebeard even got the chance to look for him. Sengoku thought silently as he watched 16 Knight. A few days later, 16 Knight set off directly towards the North Sea. By the way, coincidentally, Sengoku had sent Ein to be his aide in the North Sea as well. Unlike the stable East Sea, the situation in the North Sea was indeed quite troublesome. Wars between countries, gang conflicts, mafia killings, and all sorts of criminals exist. It was simply a world rife with crime. Although the North Sea is quite nice, it's a pity that we didn't make it to the New World. Ein stood beside 16 Knight, looking quite regretful. She was well aware of 16 Knight's strength. Being in the North Sea was indeed a waste, as very few pirates here had bounties exceeding 100 million, which she could handle herself. Who knows? That old man Sengoku seems to be hiding something from me. 16 Knight replied nonchalantly. He naturally noticed that Sengoku had a special reason for not letting him go to the New World, but he did not ask too many questions. After all, even if he asked, Sengoku wouldn't answer him. Nonetheless, the North Sea was also a decent place, and 16 Knight found it quite interesting. Upon arriving at the Navy base there, they were greeted by a Rear Admiral, Burning Volcano. He was a senior who had entered the elite camp about 8 or 9 years earlier, and his strength was decent. At this rate, he would probably reach the rank of Vice Admiral in 10 years. A man with a cigar in his mouth wearing a big smile exuded a friendly demeanor. 16 Knight, welcome. I've heard quite a few rumors about you recently. At the port, Burning Volcano greeted everyone with a smile. Although the welcome was simple, with only Burning Volcano and a few other available officers, 16 Knight did not dislike this style and did not feel disrespected. On the contrary, a new leader coming here, while allowing everyone to do their jobs, was the true model of the Navy. In this respect, Zefa had indeed taught them well. Thank you for the compliment. Your style has a strong resemblance to that of teacher Zefa. 16 Knight was quite friendly towards someone like Burning Volcano. He could tell at a glance that this man was gentle, likely forced to become stronger to protect something. Haha, after all, I am a disciple of the teacher. Burning Volcano appeared somewhat shy, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Although both held the rank of Rear Admiral, he was well aware of the significant gap between himself and 16 Knight. For others, the starting point was Rear Admiral, while he had worked hard for many years to finally become one. As they chatted, the group returned to the Navy branch. Of course, a welcome banquet was still necessary, as 16 Knight did not refuse, and that night they enjoyed a banquet and got to know each other. Naturally, drinking was strictly prohibited in the military camp. They merely had some food and then rested. After a tiring journey on the ship, they quickly fell asleep. As soon as the next day arrived, they began gathering intelligence from the vicinity, especially regarding pirate activity. Truly deserving of the North Sea. Ein's expression turned somewhat grim because the news they just received today was all quite bad, with pirates wreaking havoc everywhere. This situation was simply two extremes compared to the East Sea. But that's what makes it interesting. 16 Knight was not surprised, as Sengoku had already mentioned this matter beforehand. Such a level was entirely within expectations. However, dealing with so many pirates will also be a troublesome matter. Isn't that obvious? A glimmer of light flashed in 16 Knight's dark eyes as he raised his fist in front of Ein, smiling, as he said, of course, it's violence to counter violence. Thus, the entire Navy in the North Sea began to get busy. Ever since 16 Knight arrived, they had to deal with aftermath issues almost every day, with no day of leisure. 16 Knight remained as unconventional as ever, only preparing basic navigational personnel and some supplementary members, and went hunting for those pirates everywhere. Just as he had told Ein before, violence to counter violence, killing to stop killing. After several months, 16 Knight hardly ever paused battling across the land. He stirred the entire underground world of the North Sea into chaos. Hey, Doflamingo, the Navy's actions in the North Sea have been too crazy lately. Our business here has been thoroughly affected. Our income for these past few months hasn't even reached 1/10 of what it used to be. Tory Pole expressed his dissatisfaction to Doflamingo, reporting the recent conditions. He had stayed in the North Sea during this period to stabilize the business here, preparing to lay a foundation for Doflamingo in the New World. Suddenly, a problem child appeared among the Navy, disregarding the situation and wreaking havoc on the seas, causing turmoil everywhere. The Navy? What's going on? We have already obtained the status of the 7 warlords, and the world government has recognized our legitimate plunder. Hearing Terebel's words, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked puzzled. They had just gained the status of the 7 warlords and were planning to march into the New World, so why was there suddenly chaos in the North Sea? It's a newly appointed Navy major. That guy completely disregards the rules, killing any pirate he sees. There were several times when our men encountered him, and before they could even negotiate, their ships were destroyed. Tory Bull replied with some helplessness. In his view, if they had the chance to announce their identities, it would indicate that the 7 warlords had a cooperative relationship with the world government, and the other party would not dare to act recklessly. However, every time they had no chance to engage with the other party and were directly attacked. Does that guy not see my flag? Doflamingo said somewhat irritably. The pirate flag represents one's identity. Generally, as long as the flag of the 7 warlords is displayed, nothing unexpected should happen. Not clear. We haven't had the chance to communicate with that newly appointed Navy major. Alright, I understand. I will be responsible for communicating with the Navy from now on. After listening to Terebel's explanation, Doflamingo also realized that this matter had little to do with them, and it was entirely caused by that Navy major. He didn't know where this guy suddenly came from, but he was so unruly. However, it was just a mere Navy major, and Doflamingo didn't take it too seriously. His subordinates arranged in the Navy were all commodores, and a major was indeed not much. After all, he was also one corner of the so-called 3 major forces, and as one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo had this confidence. Meanwhile, in a certain mafia group in the North Sea. Damn that newly appointed Navy major, just a mere major, yet so arrogant. We have already lost several batches of goods, and more importantly, that guy has taken out many of our clients, making it difficult for us to conduct business from here on. Boss, let's show them a thing or two. Do they really think that a mere major can control the North Sea? The room was filled with mafia members angrily discussing various matters, but all eyes were on the elderly man resting with his eyes closed above. This old man had only been here for a few months and had effortlessly taken control of the entire mafia. However, he did not seem to have the intention of becoming their boss or developing a power. He merely treated this group as tools and satisfied some daily needs. If this old man wanted to be their leader, this group would probably jump for joy. Everyone knew how terrifying his strength was, and once they could hold on to this powerful leg, their future would be boundless. Reed did not pay attention to the noisy voices below. He was well aware of what these people were thinking. After all, he was once a super pirate who stood alongside the three major pirates, known as the Solitary Red, the Red Count. Just by himself, he could discuss matters alongside the three major pirate crews, which proved how much respect the world had for him. Everyone shut up. Suddenly, Reed, who had been silent, shouted, his voice carrying a hint of Conqueror's Haki, instantly silencing the entire room. Despite their current noisy discussions, once Reed spoke, everyone lowered their heads in fear. Some genuinely lowered their heads while others feigned submission. Under Reed's extraordinary observation, Haki, everyone's thoughts were laid bare. However, he did not care. As the Solitary Red, he had never intended to team up with others or develop his own power. He came to the North Sea purely for entertainment and enjoyment. This group of people was merely his tools. The Navy Major is the one who killed Whitebeard too, right? It's just right. I also want to meet him. He had naturally heard about 16 Knights' deed of taking down Whitebeard too. Of course, while Whitebeard 2's overall strength was not enough to make Reed particularly wary, he found it very curious that a Navy rookie could achieve such a feat. Upon hearing Reed say this, many people suddenly brightened up. If Reed could take down the Navy in the North Sea, wouldn't they be able to act freely? Some were even already fantasizing about how to develop new powers in the future. However, all of this seemed like incredibly foolish ideas to Reed. After all, they were the Navy. If he took out one Navy branch, stronger Navy forces would definitely appear until Navy admirals and extermination orders came into play. In places where the Navy already had branches openly initiating attacks, while also wanting to establish a foothold, was simply seeking death. Why have those series branches in the New World existed for so long? Is it truly because those branches possess the capability to confront the four emperors? Not at all. It's simply that the four emperors understand that once they provoke those branches, they will only attract stronger Navy forces, potentially igniting a full-scale war. No one wants to provoke the strongest violent organization of this sea. Similarly, the four emperors use their flags to protect certain islands for the same reason. Unfortunately, it seems that these fools here do not understand. If we take down the Navy in the North Sea, and that 16-Knight Steelbone Kong will probably go crazy. Thinking of how Steelbone Kong would roar in his office after he took down 16-Knight, Reed found it quite amusing. After all, he was alone. Once he stirred up chaos in the North Sea, he could simply withdraw. He had always done so during the era of the three major pirates. 16-Knight, all Navy branches near the ice country lost contact consecutively within half an hour. Early in the morning, 16-Knight had just prepared to set sail, but before he could step onto the ship, the burning volcano rushed over in a hurry. Lost contact. Who did it? 16-Knight frowned slightly. In fact, this situation was within his expectations. Over the past few months, he had been rampaging in the North Sea, and those local snakes had obediently bowed their heads. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Everyone could understand why 16-Knight was so excessive. However, after several months of large-scale purges, these guys were slowly unable to sit still and began to react. 16-Knight's actions were not merely a show of force from a new official, but rather an intention to completely uproot them all, turning the North Sea into another East Sea. Now those local snakes would definitely not be willing. However, after the thunderous strikes from 16-Knight, most of those powers had already lost the strength to confront the Navy branches. To suddenly launch attacks on so many Navy branches simultaneously, it had to be the biggest snake in the North Sea. Not clear it wasn't a sudden attack with explosives, without branches calling for help. It shouldn't be a direct confrontation. The face of the burning volcano was slightly grave. If it's not these two situations, then there is only one possibility left. One person or a few people destroyed the entire Navy branch with absolute crushing strength and quickly dealt with the other branches using the same method. Anyone capable of doing this must be a top-tier powerhouse in this world. According to the Navy's intelligence, there had absolutely not been such a level of powerhouse here before. Oh, it seems an unexpected character has appeared. Which Navy base was the last to be destroyed? 16-Knight was not foolish and immediately understood the implication behind Burning Volcano's words. However, he felt not an ounce of fear. Instead, he became quite interested. Hey, Shiryu, are you really planning to go meet the challenge Heiden? The strength of the opponent is still an unknown. If one person could destroy so many Navy branches in such a short time, their strength is likely above that of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. When considering someone capable of such feats, Xiao Huashan immediately thought of the legendary pirate Whitebeard from the New World. Other pirates could destroy Navy branches, but certainly not that quickly. In other words, if Shirlu goes, he is likely to face someone who rivals the strongest man in the world today. Isn't that obvious? The opponent has already provoked us, so responding to the challenge is only natural. Shirlu replied nonchalantly. What do you mean it's natural? Xiao Huashan felt defeated by Shili's casual tone, feeling a wave of helplessness. Why is it so exhausting to communicate with Shirlu? This guy must be a troublesome child. The opponent has provoked us, and it's clearly directed at me. Should I hide instead? Shirlu shrugged. It's clear this is revenge for the grievances he has accumulated over the past few months in the North Sea. The enmity he has forged must be resolved by himself. All right, there's no need to worry so much. Even Vice Admiral Garp is no match for me. I can easily handle these small fries. Shirlu patted Xiao Huashan on the shoulder, appearing quite at ease. You guy? Xiao Huashan was utterly speechless. Although Shirlu usually has a playful character, he did not expect him to say such a joking remark. Garp is no match for him. Who is Garp? A genuine hero of the Navy with various brilliant achievements and numerous respected legends. Shirlu is just a newly graduated recruit. How could he possibly compare to Vice Admiral Garp? All right, but I still want to go with you. Otherwise, this warship will never leave today. In the end, Xiao Huashan still compromised with Shirlu. After spending time together, he understood that he could not stop Shirlu. This guy will not listen to anyone once he sets his mind on something. However, in terms of strength, Shirlu is indeed a monster. Although he currently holds the rank of Rear Admiral, his strength is at the level of a Vice Admiral plus Shirlio, who is even stronger than him. Thus, there should be no unexpected events in the North Sea. If worse comes to worse, they can always escape, right? Meanwhile, at the last destroyed Navy base. In the ruins, an elder in red stands there, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. His hair is completely white, dressed in red clothes and pants with a red cape, a blue rose on his chest, and wielding a blood-stained blue umbrella sword. His entire aura and demeanor evoke a concept: vampire. He exudes a chilling presence that commands respect without anger. The proud Ryder. He is now gradually aging, yet has not consumed a devil fruit, maintaining his power at its peak, capable of defeating Marine Admiral Sengoku in unknown combat. Boss, the Navy has sent people over. Should we hide for now? A cautious leader of a mafia gang scrutinized Ryder. Initially, they suggested that Ryder take revenge for them and show that Navy a lesson, making it clear that this North Sea is not something he alone can dominate. However, the next day, Ryder single-handedly cleared out the Navy base. The crucial point is that Ryder still intends to wait for the Navy to come, which makes them uneasy. Sneak attacks are one thing, but challenging the Navy heated. What if the Demon Slayer order comes? Even if it's not the Demon Slayer order, they wouldn't fare well in a real fight. People from the underground world should behave like people from the underground world, hiding in the shadows to threaten others rather than charging in for a direct confrontation. But Ryder remains completely unmoved. A confrontation? He wouldn't care less about how many of these guys die. After all, it's just a mere Rear Admiral, in Ryder's eyes merely an interesting new generation of Navy power, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 4 to 5 hours passed. The Navy quickly arrived at their destination, reaching this island. However, when they arrived at the Navy base and saw the man amidst the ruins, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, from nowhere, a bounty notice floated out, landing in front of a Navy soldier. Upon realizing that this elder matched the person in the bounty notice, the curious soldier began to examine the bounty. 10 million. Billion. 10 billion. The soldier, who was initially just curious about the bounty, suddenly felt cold sweat running down his back. A bounty of 3,860 million. Although he was somewhat unfamiliar with the elder, the amount on the bounty could not be mistaken. A bounty of 3 billion, which was more than what Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the 100 Beasts had even 10 years before the events of the plot. Among the active pirates in the New World, only the strongest man in the world today, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, surpasses this amount. What the hell is going on? Why would a pirate with a bounty over 30 billion suddenly appear in this broken place of the North Sea? The proud Ryder, I didn't expect to run into you here. Xiao Huashan was also sweating coldly. The moment he recognized the elder, he already knew his identity. Before the era of great pirates, he was a legend on par with Whitebeard Roger and the Golden Lion, standing at the peak of that era with nothing but his sword, without relying on devil fruit abilities or companions. Though lacking a pirate crew, his influence was slightly lower than those three. But to say that anyone could defeat him in an unknown fight, there likely wasn't anyone. Ryder turned his gaze to Shirlu and Xiao Huashan, the two rear admirals of the Navy. The age difference between the two was quite evident. Reverse Flow Shirlu suddenly appeared in the World Economic News Agency's newspaper recently, slaying Whitebeard 2 by himself. Ryder supported the blue umbrella sword with his hands, showing no change in expression. Even though Shirlu had slain Whitebeard 2, it was nothing in Ryder's eyes. This is the capital of his legend. As a lone wolf, one person is equivalent to a pirate crew reaching the pinnacle of the seas with his strength. However, upon carefully examining Shili's youthful face, a trace of envy flashed through Ryder's eyes, a feeling he wasn't even aware of. He merely touched his hair near his neck, gazing at the wrinkles on his face, and sighed. It seems I have aged a bit again. Has the legend of the era of great pirates now fallen to the point of only daring to run rampant in a place like the North Sea? With that, Shirlu suddenly lifted his right leg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The trembling force landed heavily on this island. The ground began to crack, rapidly spreading towards Ryder's direction, making a crack sound. The immense fissures continued to open, swallowing everything like an abyss, causing the entire island to shake from Shili's stomp. What is happening? An earthquake! An earthquake! Of all times, why now? Those mafia members and the big shots of the North Sea underground world had never witnessed such unimaginable power and thought it was an earthquake or something. Oh, a power similar to Whitebeard's. Seeing Shirlu nearly split the island in half with one kick, Ryder suddenly became interested. This level of destruction vividly reminded him of that brute Whitebeard who, combined with the powers of the tremor fruit, could easily sink an island. A power similar to Whitebeard. Haha, even if it is similar, it is Whitebeard who resembles me. Don't get the main and secondary points confused. Shirlu stood with his hands tucked casually into his trouser pockets, bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, the devastating power of his blessing that shatters heaven and earth bore a striking resemblance to Whitebeard's. Yet if one were to speak of resemblance, it was Whitebeard's ability, not his, that echoed his own. Let no one confuse the originator with the imitator. In truth, were he to unleash this power to its absolute limit, a single kick would sink the entire island. After all, it was but a tiny speck upon the sea. He had refrained solely for the sake of amusement. Is that so? Since the dawn of the great age of pirates, not only have pirates birthed a host of fascinating newcomers, but the Marines too have refused to yield an inch. Lade gently swirled his umbrella sword, murmuring in quiet admiration. It had been ages since he'd encountered a rookie so vibrantly audacious, barely risen to fame, yet already daring to speak of Whitebeard so brazenly. The unspoken implication behind Shirlu's words was unmistakable. Whitebeard fell short of him. Years ago, I was defeated by Shiki and retreated to the North Blue to recover. Before I could even cross blades with Roger, the man was captured. How swiftly this era shifts. Long ago, Lade and the Golden Lion Shiki had clashed in a legendary duel, one that ended with Lade standing alone in defeat. Just as he began his convalescence, Roger was seized. Ever since, he had remained in silent seclusion across the North Blue, haunted by the mischance to face the Pirate King himself, destined only to dwell within the very golden age Roger forged. As for the Mafia lords and underworld figures now under Lade's dominion, they were merely incidental conquests. Yes, the era shifts swiftly, and so, old man, it is time for you to fade. Shirlu taunted, eyes fixed intently on Lade's expression. As expected, the elder's face darkened instantly, murderous intent surging like a rising tide. You insolent whelp, though my years weigh heavy upon me, crushing brats like you remains effortless. Indeed, Lade was older than both Whitebeard and Zefa by nearly a decade. He was now well past 70. Yet for over half a century, he had reigned supreme upon the Grand Line, surviving the era of rocks, the triumvirate of legendary pirates, and now this great age of pirates. None dared claim victory over him. Not even Shiki, who had bested him once. Their contest had hung by a razor's edge, where a single misstep would have reversed fate entirely. Consider this: even grievously wounded by Shiki, Lade still possessed enough strength to defeat Kong, the future fleet admiral of the world government. That alone spoke volumes. Flustered already? True enough. Your years mount while your strength wanes. For a pirate, retirement is near impossible, especially for the famed Red Baron. Countless young Marines and ambitious upstart pirates will surely set their sights on you in the years ahead. And in such a moment, what can a lone man truly do? Shirlu's words struck deep into Lade's soul. Solitude, glorious and absolute, was also profound loneliness. To be a legend was to invite challenge without cease, especially when that legend has grown old. Then you become not just a target, but a trophy, a shortcut to fame. A mere Marine Rear Admiral. Don't get carried away. Lade's voice now dripped with lethal intent. If I am destined to serve as stepping stone for others, then let me first become the foundation upon which the next fleet admiral rises. Shirlu half closed his eyes, a sardonic glint dancing in their depths. Lade stared back, fury burning in his gaze. He had seen through Shirlu at last. This wretch wasn't fighting for honor or victory. He sought only delight, deliberately plucking at the one string Lade guarded most fiercely: his pride. An undisciplined youth indeed, deserving of stern correction. The moment the words left his lips, before any bystander could react, a crimson slash of sword energy lanced toward Shirlu. Shirlu met it head in with a bare-fisted counterblow. Impact detonating outward, ripping turf dust and stone from the earth in a violent vortex. The shockwave recoiled violently, slamming straight back toward Lade. Hundreds of meters away, the watching Mafia enforcers and underworld scum were hurled skyward, flung headlong into the distant sea. Scatter! What in blazes just happened? We're hundreds of meters away, and they're still monsters. Panicked, the onlookers fled deeper inland. Don't let them escape. Seize every last one. Seeing the criminals scatter, Ain and Burn Mountain barked orders to their marine subordinates. Clearly the battle between Shili and the Red Baron lay far beyond their reach. Even Burn Mountain knew better than to intervene. In the next instant, the two figures blurred, vanishing and reappearing in lightning-fast exchanges. Their speed was such that even Burn Mountain struggled to track them. So Shili is this formidable. No wonder Fleet Admiral Sengoku declared him worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with a Marine Admiral. Burn Mountain held back. Intervening rashly might only burden Shili. Their duty now was clear: apprehend every criminal present, then return once both warriors were spent, ready to lend aid if needed. Shili and Lade traded blow after blow. Each opening seized by Lade met with swift, contemptuous evasion. Crimson sword slashes filled the air, yet none ever found their mark. Truly the Red Baron. Not only does your attire blaze crimson, but your very strikes bleed scarlet. Shili remained nonchalant, hands still buried deep in his pockets, offering praise as if reviewing a performance. He treated the Red Baron with utter indifference. In the brief pause between words, Lade seized his chance, halting mid-stride, lunging forward with a thrust aimed straight at Shili's heart. Yet Shili moved as though he'd foreseen it, an effortless twist sidestepping the blade. Lade's strike veered wildly off course. The crimson energy sheared past Shili's ear and slammed into a nearby vessel. Boom. The slash cleaved the ship cleanly in two, sending its shattered halves roaring across the open sea, vanishing into the horizon before finally coming to rest. Impressive cutting power, far surpassing Dracula Mihawk's. So the title of world's strongest swordsman still rests upon your shoulders. Even Shili conceded the feat. Such mastery of Haki and swordsmanship placed Lade on equal footing with the three legendary pirates. Clearly Mihawk had yet to ascend to that tier. Only after Lade's imprisonment did Mihawk gradually rise to his zenith, claiming the mantle that had long belonged to the Red Baron. You evaded that strike. Remarkable. Lade's brow furrowed deeply. His Kinbunchika Haki was peerless across the world, innate, rare beyond measure, far more extraordinary than even Haushika Haki. Of all he had ever encountered, only the Pirate King Roger possessed the same natural gift. Even Whitebeard and Shiki fell far short in its refinement. Brat, do you too possess innate Kinbunchika Haki? Lade asked, voice edged with wary respect. From start to finish, Shili's hands had remained lazily in his pockets, utterly unconcerned. Yet even his unparalleled Kinbunchika Haki failed to glimpse the youth's intent. There remained only one possible explanation: Shili's own Kinbunchiku Haki surpassed his. Oh, you've noticed. But if such a trivial revelation already astonishes you, you may as well surrender now. Shili shrugged, smirking with unshaken confidence. A reckless child relying solely on raw talent. With a sharp exhale, Lade erupted with overwhelming force, blasting Shili backward, then slashed again, a thin crimson filament flashing through the air. Oh, losing your temper. Just moments ago you posed as the venerable elder, yet now your mask shatters so easily. How utterly ungraceful. Shili barely dodged the blade's edge, realizing at last that Lade had shed all restraint and committed himself fully to the fight. After all, as a senior, a long-established legend, Ryder initially approached the fight with the intention of offering guidance. However, upon realizing that he was becoming quite serious, he still couldn't force Shili to act, and he even noticed that Shili possessed a Haki of observation that was not inferior to his own, prompting him to become truly serious. Sharp-tongued, Ryder remained unfazed, as pirates inherently followed no rules. Since that is the case, I won't hold back. Shili casually picked up a handful of small stones from the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the air bursting was like a machine gun firing as countless small stones flew towards Ryder at the speed of the third cosmic velocity. At the moment Shili was about to throw those stones, Ryder's sixth sense detected something ominously wrong, and he immediately dodged. A few kilometers away, a human trafficker suddenly had his head blown off, and his companion, who had just been talking to him, remained oblivious, only to be splattered with blood. Boom. In the next moment, the entire pirate ship was blown apart, completely destroyed. At the speed of the third cosmic velocity, a distance of over 10 kilometers could be covered in just 1 second. Of course, given the size of the stones thrown by Shili, they wouldn't be able to fly that far before being incinerated by air resistance, nor could they continue flying indefinitely. The true culprit behind all this, Shili, paid no attention to those people and simply focused on Ryder in front of him. Good battle instincts, decades of roaming the seas aren't for nothing, as you managed to dodge my earlier strike. Suddenly, a red figure flashed like a ghost, appearing directly beside Shili, swinging a sword umbrella towards Shili's neck. Planning to engage in close combat. Unfortunately, every move you make is clearly observed by me. Shili gently raised his arm and caught Ryder's terrifying strike with bare hands. The red sword energy abruptly halted. Ryder's other arm swiftly pulled back, transforming from white to pure black. Armament Haki enveloped him. The reason I can be compared to Whitebeard and Gold Lion is simple. It's not just my Haki of observation, but my armament Haki far exceeds those two. Suddenly, the frail body of the elderly exploded with immense strength, delivering a heavy punch towards Shili's chin, while the blue sword umbrella transformed into complete black. But the next second, Ryder's expression changed drastically. He saw Shili smilingly grasping his fist. That powerful force held him like an iron hoop, rendering him completely immobile. His full-force blow did not budge Shili in the slightest. How is this possible? Ryder stared blankly, shock filling his narrow eyes, unable to calm down. His attack had zero effect. No one knew the power of that punch better than himself, not to mention a person. Even a small hill would be obliterated. In terms of Haki training, the only person capable of impressing him would likely be Garp, the pure martial arts master. But now such a terrifying blow was effortlessly caught by someone showing no signs of being affected. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ryder would never believe there existed such a person in this world. No, it should be said that there absolutely shouldn't exist someone like this in the world. The devil fruit, it must be the ability of a devil fruit. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Ryder couldn't help but ask, even though asking about an opponent's abilities on the battlefield was a foolish act. Seriously, Ryder is actually at a disadvantage. Xiao Hushan glanced at the situation, here his eyes flashing with surprise. Shili was strong, he understood that. But Ryder was a top pirate in this world. How could someone under 20 manage to defeat such a guy? But the fact was right before his eyes. Devil fruit. That kind of thing doesn't interest me at all. Shili shrugged, looking disdainful. Though he was human, even ordinary gods and demons from the realm could not match him. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a mere devil. Moreover, even if Shili consumed a devil fruit, it likely wouldn't have any effect. Just like armament Haki, such illogical things that act directly on him would be rendered ineffective. Not a user. Pure strength. How could a human possess such monstrous power? Ryder was taken aback, completely unprepared for this outcome. It was a bit too exaggerated. How could I possibly accept this? Returning to his senses, Ryder suddenly kicked out. The sonic boom generated by breaking the sound barrier resounded as he aimed for Shili's side body. Such a sneak attack is unbefitting of a senior. Shili immediately seized Ryder's hand, effortlessly lifting him up. Get away from me. After tossing out this statement, Shili slammed Ryder into the ground. Of course, he didn't dare to throw Ryder into the sky, otherwise he would launch him out of the solar system. Of course, even if he controlled his strength, Ryder still smashed through the lower half of the island, the immense force penetrating downward. This kind of impact, even giants might not withstand. The area of impact exploded as if hit by an intercontinental missile, the shockwaves continuously spreading outward. The entire island began to tremble, waves of shock following one after another without any intention of stopping. It wasn't until nearly a minute later that the aftershocks slowly subsided. That kid Shili is being a bit too reckless, isn't he? Such a mess nearly got our men caught up in it too. After stabilizing, Xiao Hushan looked at the cracks on the island, still feeling apprehensive. If this level of earthquake increased even slightly, many of their navy soldiers would have been buried underground by Shili's attack. However, the end of the aftershocks did not mean the battle was completely over. Through his Haki of observation, Shili clearly sensed that Ryder still had vital signs below. To withstand such impact, truly worthy of being one of the top pirates of the seas, not so easy to die. To be honest, with this level of confrontation, it was quite difficult to completely kill the opponent. To truly eliminate Ryder, this island would definitely have to be obliterated. However, with other navy soldiers present, Shili still had some reservations and did not unleash all his power. Just from the previous blow, Shili heard countless people around him screaming in agony, wailing and fleeing. With someone in command on the navy side, it was slightly better. Those mobsters from the underworld had no organizational discipline, and amidst the chaos, many had died while fleeing. Xiao Hushan, Ain, hurry and capture the targets. I can't deal with Ryder fully while you are here. Shili shouted towards Ain and the others. Such troublesome guys, he had already told them to stay on the ship as he could handle it himself. But instead a group had followed him over, and now they had become a hindrance. We'll do our best. Xiao Hushan was also encountering such a situation for the first time. His strength had already reached the level of a rear admiral, and he had never been looked down upon when helping. Moi. Suddenly, countless sword energies flew out from the deep pit created by Shili. Ryder, like Rayleigh and Mihawk, had no fixed techniques. He was too lazy to name his swordsmanship, simply executing fast, precise, and ruthless slashes. Countless slashes flew out from below, easily slicing those giant rocks several meters long into tofu cubes, and the area below was a blood-soaked hell. Don't get too arrogant. Sure, Lu Yi hurled another devastating fist downward, the immense force whipping his robes into a furious frenzy. In a single blow, the ferocious crimson sword aura, moments ago unstoppable, shattered entirely. His combat style, like Garp's, was brutally direct. Two fists alone sufficed to obliterate all opposition. Having now grasped the sheer magnitude of Shiluye's monstrous strength, Raid showed no surprise. He simply leapt from the deep crater, one hand pressed firmly against his chest. His ribs were likely shattered, his internal organs undoubtedly battered. Even with full-body armament Haki shielding him, that strike had been overwhelmingly excessive. He spoke not a word. Only absolute focus etched across his face. In an instant, Raid vanished, reappearing instantly beside Shiluye. His umbrella's word had disappeared. Not vanished precisely, but rendered invisible by its blinding speed of motion. Raid harbored no desire for idle words. His mind held but a single imperative: eliminate his opponent. And so an intense lightning-fast close-quarters duel erupted once more. Though young Shiluye far surpassed Raid in both physical prowess and sensory acuity, in his eyes Raid's attacks moved with agonizing slowness. Yet Raid, drawing upon decades of battle mastery across the Grand Line, held his ground without faltering. Each time Shiluye threw a punch, Raid evaded instinctively, guided by experienced posture and ingrained reflex. Crimson sword auras raged unchecked, sweeping numerous black market pirates into their path, and even some marines. Yet under Yakiyama's volcanic protection, marine casualties remained minimal. A contingent of sailors stationed aboard the warship watched the spectacle through telescopes from afar. Even at safe distance, they couldn't suppress the involuntary swallow of dry throats. The despair-inducing velocity of their exchange left no opening, not even for observers to intervene, let alone influence the tide of battle. Is this what top-tier combat truly looks like? Unconsciously, they had already accepted Shiluye as one of the world's absolute apex fighters. Yet he was merely a Navy Rear Admiral, a freshly commissioned rookie, a youth not yet 20, possibly younger than every onlooker present. Such a confrontation lay utterly beyond the reach of any officer below Fleet Admiral rank. To step between them would be certain death. A senior staff officer lowered his telescope and turned to his messenger. When will headquarters reinforcements arrive? The Crimson Count was a legend, far beyond the capacity of any North Blue branch to handle. Though Shiluye appeared to hold a subtle advantage over Raid, no one could predict how the battle might shift. Upon confirming the Crimson Count's identity, emergency aid had been summoned immediately. According to headquarters intelligence, Admiral Sakazuki, the nearest Fleet Admiral candidate, should arrive within 1 hour. 1 hour, hardly long at all. For elite fighters locked in singular combat, 10 days or half a month would hardly be extraordinary. Boom. Shiluye's fist collided once more with Raid's blade, wrapped completely in armament and Conqueror's Haki. Even an unenhanced fist, devoid of armament Haki, could effortlessly overpower Raid's strikes. The result was inevitable. Raid was blasted backward dozens of meters, crashing through several colossal trees, each over 2 meters thick, before finally halting. How strange. From the moment this fight began, the boy hasn't deployed armament Haki at all. He must not know how to use it. Treading along twin furrows gouged deep into the earth, Raid bore the assault stoically. Though non-lethal, such repeated impacts took a heavy toll. Above all, Shiluye's condition struck Raid as profoundly unnatural. He wielded no armament Haki, yet his observation Haki dwarfed Raid's own. Worse still, bare-fisted, he deflected Raid's umbrella's word outright, without any Haki defense. Though still recovering from grave injuries, Raid remained unwavering in his conviction his power ranked among the world's absolute finest, no less formidable than Shiki Whitebeard or Roger. I must uncover his weakness first. Such prodigious strength, impenetrable defense, and blinding speed are utterly incongruous with his slender frame. There must be a source, an origin, to this power. Raid clenched his lips tightly, musing inwardly. This defied the very law of energy conservation. How then could Shiluye unleash such overwhelming force? It was illogical. There had to be a hidden principle at work. Once he uncovered the secret behind Shiluye's abilities, Raid believed victory would be assured. Decades of dominance across the New World had taught him as much. In past encounters with bizarre devil fruit users, Raid had always swiftly identified the mechanics of their powers and countered them with overwhelming foundational strength. To him, Shiluye was no different, another anomaly, another impossible phenomenon. I've seen countless brash youths relying solely on raw talent, recklessly flinging themselves about. But besting me, that won't be so simple. With a sharp flick of his umbrella sword, Raid unleashed another torrent of crimson sword aura. That's exactly how it should be. If you surrender so easily, what fun would remain? Shiluye lifted his head and laughed heartily. Yes, this was precisely how it ought to be. What meaning would there be in yielding instantly before a mighty foe? With renewed vigor, Shiluye clenched his fist, and the two figures clashed once more upon the shattered island. Countless onlookers surely cursed both monsters inwardly, but all they could truly do was flee, retreating as far as possible from the cataclysmic battlefield. Huh! Shiluye roared, and collided headlong with the crimson figure, unleashing shockwaves that tore the earth apart anew. Close-quarters combat at its most brutal. No space between them, only relentless exchanges of technique, and unadorned bone-shattering blows. In Raid's vision, nothing existed but Shili. Within mere minutes, not a single patch of intact ground remained. Blinding crimson light detonated again and again, only to be pulverized instantly by thunderous fists. Yet with each collision, Raid found himself forced gradually backward. In just 15 minutes, Shili had drained nearly 1/3 of his stamina, and his wounds only worsened. Unless something unforeseen occurred, the battle would conclude decisively within the hour. What's wrong? Already flagging so soon? You really have grown old, Raid. Shili's taunt carried unmistakable provocation, yet Raid predictably rose to it. Crack, crack. Raid rotated his wrist joints, snapping sharply. At Shili's barb, he let out a cold, disdainful snort. Though seething inwardly, he retained full composure. Only the victor earned the right to mock, and now was not the time for reckless pride. Physically and in stamina, Shili utterly dominated him. He needed greater agility, and above all he needed to expose the fundamental flaw in Shili's power. Oh, your expression has turned serious indeed. Shili rested his hands behind his head, stretching languidly as he teased with a grin. Shili, we've secured the island. All pirates have been apprehended. Yakiyama's voice rang out from the periphery. At last the Marines had completed battlefield consolidation, meaning Shili could now fight with greater freedom. Don't think you'll slip away so easily. Raid understood perfectly Shili had held back during the fight. With Marines still on the island, they became de facto hostages. Krokra, krokra. Just as Raid prepared to move, the ground ahead fractured without warning, as if violently torn apart by unimaginable strength. An abyssal chasm yawned open, blocking Raid's path. Your opponent is me. Don't go wandering off. 16 Knights naturally would not allow Ryder to attack the volcano. Ryder swung his umbrella sword towards 16 Knights, the red sword energy soaring higher, forming a wall. Boom. In an instant, his fist struck out, sending all the red sword energy flying, accompanied by a powerful pressure rushing towards Ryder. Ryder's aged body was also blown back repeatedly. Has his power increased again? Is he starting to disregard the Navy's side? Just how far can this kid's power reach? Ryder was blown by the force of the punch, unable to open his eyes, genuinely astonished by 16 Knights' strength. How can anyone possess such unreasonable strength? This dangerous kid seems to require a retreat. At this moment, Ryder already had the intention to retreat. Continuing to fight 16 Knights, he could clearly see the outcome. Even though he had gone all out, 16 Knights had yet to use his full strength, effortlessly protecting the Navy. Even so, the consumption of his stamina was immense. Each attack had to be reinforced with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki to barely contend. Thinking of this, Ryder suddenly swung his sword at the ground. Boom. The ground was instantly pierced, and large clouds of dust rose, blocking the path between 16 Knights and Ryder. Planning to escape. There's no way I would let you move freely in my territory. 16 Knights thought irritably upon sensing Ryder's intent to flee. Suddenly stepping forward, the island beneath his feet split apart at an astonishing speed, and with just a few more steps he could sink this island into the sea. Boom. The sonic boom surpassed the speed of sound, and 16 Knights shot forth like a sword at an incredible speed, catching up to Ryder, who had just attempted to escape in less than a second. How is this possible? Such speed. Ryder stared at 16 Knights in disbelief, feeling that the world had gone mad. Was this guy truly human? With that kind of speed, even the friction with the air should be unbearable for the flesh, yet 16 Knights moved as if nothing happened. The crux of the matter is, how on earth is this guy able to move at such high speed? Just lie down and follow me to impel down. 16 Knights' eyes shining like stars in the night sky reflected Ryder's figure as his small fist struck directly at Ryder's back. That small body contained an astonishingly powerful force. Buzz the air cried out, and every inch the fist approached was accompanied by an impactful wave of air spreading out in layers, instilling an extremely terrifying sensation. It even seemed like the next moment this space would be shattered directly by 16 Knights. Completely astonished by 16 Knights' speed and power, Ryder had no chance to react. His body plummeted under 16 Knights' monstrous strength, piercing through the island beneath him and plunging Ryder into the depths of the sea. With this, the island could no longer withstand the successive torment and completely shattered, permanently disappearing from the map of this world. Only the remnants of floating fragments spoke of the island's past existence. Is this for real, eh? The Navy personnel who had just boarded the warship along with the volcano and Ein stared blankly bewildered at the vanished island, exchanging glances as they failed to regain their wits. Is it really that simple for an entire island to disappear, without relying on devil fruit abilities or Haki, just pure punching? They felt as if their worldview had been greatly shaken. Whitebeard was already an exceptional case, and 16 Knights was even above Whitebeard. Moreover, did 16 Knights really win just now? Could he actually defeat a monster of that level? That was the red count. Even though he was old, he was still recognized as a top pirate. Is he still alive? Truly tenacious vitality. Through his observation Haki, he sensed that the Red Count who had been plunged into the depths still had signs of life. For an ordinary person, that kind of impact would raise questions about survival, let alone leaving a complete corpse. However, 16 Knights could somewhat understand Whitebeard had half his face smashed by Akainu and 2 large holes in his chest, yet he could still unleash world-destroying combat power, directly defeating Blackbeard. He almost destroyed Marineford as well. As a pirate renowned alongside Whitebeard, it's understandable that Ryder would have strong vitality. Retrieve Ryder from the sea and throw him into the deep-sea prison. Back on the warship 16 Knights, said lying beside him. With that punch, just now Ryder must have broken numerous bones. Although he was still alive, he could no longer move in the sea. Even a regular Navy recruit could handle him. Before long, the Navy managed to capture Ryder. Meanwhile, Akainu, who had hurried over to assist, had already arrived. Looking at the sunken island with blood still permeating the surrounding waters, a closer inspection revealed corpses everywhere. Is it already over? I hope that kid is not dead. Seeing the scene, Akainu couldn't help but worry. He had also heard about the emergence of another monster in this year's elite camp. In fact, because of this person, the promotions of the 3 admirals and the position adjustments of Sengoku and Steelbone Kong had been temporarily halted. Many high-ranking officials in the Navy believed that 16 Knights would replace one of the current admirals in a year, becoming one of the 3 admirals. However, Akainu had never worried about such matters. He had complete confidence in his strength. What he cared more about was 16 Knights as a person. In these months, 16 Knights' simple strategy of using violence to counter violence had surprised even the Navy. To counter violence with violence is not a simple matter. There are too many factors to consider. With various forces interwoven, it is difficult to achieve this without absolute power. Yet the result was that 16 Knights accomplished it, and it seemed to be quite easy. This strong-handed approach greatly impressed Akainu. In Akainu's view, the current Navy was simply soft and lacked any sense of oppression. The conservative tactics led by Sengoku maintained the stability of the sea, while Borsalino was indifferent to such matters, and Kazan was also a conservative. In the entire Navy, there was only one person who could influence the overall situation with strong and radical methods. However, the emergence of 16 Knights gave Akainu a glimmer of hope. If 16 Knights were like him, a person who is ruthless against pirates. And if 16 Knights and he both became Navy admirals, the situation of the sea might develop in the direction he anticipated. Don't be fooled by Akainu's outward appearance of not being involved in politics. How else could he gain the support of most officials from the world government? Is it really possible for someone of this caliber to be captured alive? That would require a level of skill akin to that of Garp. The pirate king Roger surrendered voluntarily, a fact known only to a select few high-ranking Navy officials. Many Navy vice admirals even believe that the pirate king Roger was captured by Garp. Now, with Ryder being captured by Shizui, it has fallen to a rookie who has just graduated from training camp less than a year ago. Once this news spreads, the entire world will likely be shaken. After all this is Ryder. Figures like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beast grew up hearing legends about Ryder. In the era when Ryder contended with the 3 major pirates, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were merely slightly stronger pirate crews within the New World. Especially in the North Sea, a chaotic place, if news of Ryder's death spreads, and they learn how strong the Navy stationed here is, it will undoubtedly intimidate a significant portion of the lowly rascals. Moreover, what is even more important for Sakazuki is that he can be 100% certain that Shizui possesses the strength of a Navy admiral. Hey Sakazuki, what brings you here? Just as Sakazuki was in shock, Shizui, wearing headphones and with his hands in his pockets, approached him without even donning the Navy uniform. However, the overly casual tone made Sakazuki frown involuntarily. Looking at Shizui's attire, he appeared even more casual than Kazan. Regardless of his rank as a Navy vice admiral, while Shizui is merely a rear admiral, even though their positions may not differ much in the future, basic courtesy should still be observed, shouldn't it? Isn't it reasonable to pay a salute to a superior? There isn't even a respectful title. Vice Admiral Shizui, what's up with your outfit? Sakazuki stared at Shizui with a serious expression. There was no room for error in his eyes. This? Sakazuki, do you also want to customize a similar outfit? It's simple, just have the logistics personnel make one for you. Shizui smiled at Sakazuki, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Just now, Sakazuki's expression seemed to imply that he considered himself one of Shizui's kind. Quite amusing. As a member of the Navy not wearing the Navy uniform. What kind of frivolous attitude is that? Is this even considered as being part of the Navy? It's simply like being a rogue. Sakazuki began to reprimand him angrily. He was quite displeased with Shizui's attitude. He looked quite handsome on the outside, but with headphones on and hands in his pockets, his stance resembled that of a delinquent. Clearly a type that's hard to discipline. Shizui chuckled disdainfully. He didn't need Sakazuki to lecture him about how he should behave, as he had completely seen through Sakazuki's intentions. You? Shut up, Red Dog. Just as Sakazuki was about to speak, Shizui directly interrupted him. Red Dog. Hearing Shizuai's address, Sakazuki felt 1,000 expletives racing through his mind. The surrounding Navy personnel were also taken aback by Shizuai's bluntness. What did you say? Sakazuki's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Shizui. Unfortunately, Shizui showed no signs of fear. His dark eyes locked onto Sakazuki's, a hint of a pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What? Don't you like this nickname? I think it suits you quite well. Besides, Akainu and Red Dog aren't really all that different, are they? Hearing that, the surrounding Navy personnel looked at each other in disbelief. Oh, Shizui had actually uttered that word, Red Dog. How should one put it? As expected of Shizui, he remains as carefree as ever. There wasn't a hint of fear in his demeanor. This guy is simply a pure troublemaker. As long as he thinks so, he will express it directly. He is not someone that can be understood through common sense. He will definitely get physical. Absolutely. Given Sakazuki's character, how could he tolerate Shizui mocking him like this? This troublesome child, far beyond normal understanding, is now clashing with the currently hot candidate for Navy Admiral. Many smart Navy soldiers are already distancing themselves from the two, fearing that the aftermath of their fight will affect them. No matter how favored you are by Teacher Zefa, the act of disrespecting your superior will not be easily overlooked. I will make sure you understand how to respect your superior. Sakazuki's patience has been thoroughly worn down by this troublesome child, as he had originally thought Shizui would be of a similar faction to him, someone who treats pirates mercilessly, methods that are definitely not lacking. But after actually encountering him, he realized just how badly Shizuai's character has deteriorated. Teach me. Haha. Hearing what seemed like the funniest joke in the world, Shizui burst into laughter. Is it that funny? You merely dealt with an old man who could hardly move. Do you think that makes you the strongest in the world? As Sakazuki spoke, his arm began to uncontrollably transform into magma. Weakling, stop posturing in front of me. Shizui slightly reined in his laughter and stared at Sakazuki's magma fist, yet remained completely unfazed. How to describe it? Right, it was as if he completely disregarded Sakazuki. He was merely observing an interesting toy. Great eruption. In that instant, Sakazuki's entire arm transformed into magma, with bubbling magma fists striking directly towards Shizuai's chest at close range. The intense heat felt from dozens of meters away forced one to retreat involuntarily. Bang! A sudden sound of impact echoed. Shizui merely raised his right hand, slightly effortlessly intercepting Sakazuki's magma fist with the palm of his hand. What? Seeing his fist being blocked by Shizuai's ordinary palm, Sakazuki's eyes filled with astonishment. But immediately after, an even more incomprehensible event unfolded. Shizui swiftly launched a counterattack, grabbing Sakazuki's Logia-style fist with a reverse grip. His entire arm seemed to lose control, inexplicably caught by Shizui. Bang! The red figure was sent flying and landed directly in the sea. Shizui twisted his neck and stretched his muscles casually, saying, "No way, Sakazuki isn't as resilient as Ryder." Just like that, he was taken down in one hit. Sakazuki, the candidate for Admiral, was actually knocked out by Shizui with a single punch. Burning Mountain was left dumbfounded because he was a member of the first elite camp, a classmate of Sakazuki's. As a part of the elite camp, he knew all too well just how strong Sakazuki was. A genuine monster-level strength. Among that elite camp known for being the strongest, only Borsalino could match Sakazuki, everyone else was simply not on the same level. In the years that followed, Sakazuki's strength increased rapidly, gradually becoming the universally recognized candidate for Navy Admiral. If it weren't for the unexpected emergence of Shizui, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan would have already become admirals by now, as they truly possess admiral-level strength. As for Ain, she was utterly bewildered. She and Shizui were from the same class, and previously discussions revolved around who was stronger between Shizui and Bins or Ain. However, ever since they went to the New World for their internship, no one has discussed such a foolish topic again. But there was one thing they continued to discuss. Shizui does not know how to use armament Haki. If one cannot use armament Haki, they will be quite passive when facing Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Even someone as strong as Shizui, they believed, would be defeated. When Sakazuki sought trouble with Shizui, Ain was actually quite anxious. If it had been Garp, it wouldn't have been as alarming, but it was a Logia-type admiral. As a result, facing Sakazuki's fist, Shizui directly blocked it with his palm and landed a punch on Sakazuki, the magma fruit user. Is this a joke? Isn't 16 Knight incapable of using armament Haki? How could he hit him? Ain's delicate and beautiful face was filled with shock, yet she felt a hint of happiness in her heart. And go find a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and capture that guy Sakazuki. Yes, wait. Capture Admiral Sakazuki. And instinctively replied, but quickly realized. What does 16 Knight intend to do? To handcuff Sakazuki. This is going against the heavens. Isn't this a matter of course? Attempting to attack the overall commander of the North Sea Navy base, I could even execute him directly. You wouldn't forget the Navy's regulations, would you? 16 Knight shrugged, appearing as if he was merely handling official business. During his idle time, he had read through all the Navy's regulations. Sakazuki's behavior could indeed be handled by 16 Knight according to the regulations. Of course, after all, this guy is a Navy Vice Admiral. I still gave him some privileges and will take him to the Navy headquarters for Sengoku and Steel Bone Kong to deal with. 16 Knight, you don't have to treat Sakazuki like a criminal and handcuff him with Sea Prism Stone, do you? Fire Mountain also came over to plead for leniency. After all, Sakazuki was his classmate. Although he had a bit of a temper, he was a qualified Navy member and a future Navy Admiral. To be escorted back to the Navy headquarters while wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs was rather disrespectful. Publicly attacking the commander of the North Sea base, even as a Navy Vice Admiral, can be directly defined as a traitor and dealt with on the spot. Escorting him back to the Navy headquarters is already quite respectful. As for the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, until it is confirmed whether Sakazuki is indeed a traitor, how can we ensure the safety of Navy soldiers on the ship without handcuffing such a dangerous individual? 16 Knight appeared to be handling official business, showing no signs of retaliation. Everything he said was reasonable, without any intent to target anyone. But what is there to but? Once we return to the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Steel Bone Kong will know how to handle it. Seeing Fire Mountain still babbling and wanting to argue, 16 Knight directly brought up Sengoku and Steel Bone Kong's names. At this, Fire Mountain completely shut his mouth. A week later, 16 Knight escorted both the Red Count and Sakazuki back to the Navy headquarters. Upon seeing Sakazuki and the Red Count being sent to Sengoku's office, both wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, it caused a huge stir among the headquarters soldiers. What is going on? Isn't Sakazuki the future Navy Admiral? Why is he being escorted back in handcuffs? And with that Red Count no less. Could it be? Sakazuki's appearance was already enough to provoke speculation, but now with 16 Knight bringing the Red Count to Sengoku's office, many assumptions about Sakazuki colluding with the Red Count emerged. Sakazuki, who was handcuffed, wore a face full of anger. Sakazuki, you little brat, being captured like this is quite embarrassing. Watching the Navy soldiers gossiping around Sakazuki, the Red Count burst into laughter. Although captured, seeing the future Navy Admiral in such an embarrassing situation was very amusing. Sakazuki could only glare angrily at 16 Knight. He had previously mentioned not wanting so many Navy officers to see him being escorted, as it would create a bad impression. However, this guy completely ignored him. Unable to contain his anger, Sakazuki, still wearing the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, attempted to fight 16 Knight, only to end up with a bruised face. Once we get to Admiral Sengoku and Marshal Kong, he'll make this brat pay. Sakazuki no longer spoke much. After spending time together, he realized that 16 Knight was completely self-centered and wouldn't consider others' feelings. Engaging in conflict now would only lead to his own disadvantage. Once they reached Sengoku's office, he would have a lot to say. Although this incident had its reasons and appeared to be Sakazuki's fault, he was still a Navy Vice Admiral, a rank higher than 16 Knight, and was basically predetermined to be a Navy Admiral. 16 Knight actually dismissed him by suspecting him of being a traitor. Sakazuki truly couldn't tolerate it. They arrived at Sengoku's office. 16 Knight. Sakazuki. What is going on? Seeing 16 Knight walk in, suddenly Sengoku was stunned for a second, but then he noticed Sakazuki handcuffed next to 16 Knight. What is this, the latest trend? Are young people playing such games now? Wait, do these two guys? Tisk, I've heard that there are occasionally individuals with such orientations in military camps. I didn't expect 16 Knight and Sakazuki to be involved in some bondage play. Hey old man, what kind of strange look is that? Under Sengoku's peculiar gaze, 16 Knight felt a chill down his spine. Although he couldn't read minds like Lade, who could directly see into thoughts with observation Haki. However, it was obvious that Sengoku had some unsavory thoughts. By the way, I brought you a surprise. This guy is your old acquaintance, right? Saying this, 16 Knight pulled Lade in from outside the door. Upon seeing Lade, Sengoku could no longer maintain his composure and immediately got up from his chair. Lade, you captured this guy. The Red Count, the solitary pride, the Red Count Lade. A super pirate with a bounty of 3 billion. In this world, very few bounties exceed 1 billion. In later years, they are mostly the 4 emperors and the strongest subordinates of the 4 emperors. After all, Lade was a match for the 3 legendary pirates. Even alone, he didn't fall short compared to the others. I just captured an outdated old man. Is there really a need to be so excited? 16 Knight shrugged, showing no respect for the aging pirate. Even Sengoku felt a little awkward upon hearing this, because he and Lade belonged to the same era. The term outdated old man that 16 Knight said seemed to apply to him as well. Admiral Sengoku, the main issue isn't here. This guy 16 Knight actually overstepped his authority and tied me up. Seeing Sengoku's attention shift entirely to Lade, Sakazuki exploded in fury. During this time, being escorted on 16 Knight's warship, he had suffered immensely. Since becoming a Navy member, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Treated like a traitor by the Navy. 16 Knight tied you up. What is going on? Hearing Sakazuki's words, Sengoku finally realized that the situation in front of him seemed a bit complicated. Here we have 16 Knight, a super promising newcomer and problem child, the radical Navy Admiral candidate Sakazuki, and a legendary pirate from the era of the 3 great pirates, the solitary pride. This trio's combination seemed utterly bizarre. In short, I discovered laid this old man in the North Sea and conveniently captured him. Then this guy Sakazuki came over and had a fight with me. Oh, when he lost, I brought him back tied up. 16 Knight explained the events clearly and concisely. However, Sengoku remained perplexed after hearing it. Although being concise is good, 16 Knight's explanation was too brief. What about the cause and effect? He should at least clarify the context so that Sengoku would know how to handle it right. Before Sengoku could speak, Sakazuki began to recount in detail what had happened. After hearing Sakazuki's account of the cause and effect, Sengoku finally understood what had transpired and what led to the current situation. Admiral Sengoku, I demand an explanation from you regarding this matter. How can I manage my soldiers after being inexplicably tied up and paraded through the streets after passing by the Navy headquarters? Just thinking about the discussions along the way from the Navy headquarters made Sakazuki feel furious. And that guy 16 Knight. I clearly said that a simple call through a den mushi would suffice, yet he insisted on escorting me this way. It's clearly deliberate revenge. Mind your tone. Do you think I am the one who caused this situation? I am the one being provoked here. 16 Knight glared at Sakazuki with an unfriendly look. After all, it was Sakazuki who stirred up trouble from the beginning. If he hadn't acted, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. But was it really necessary to not even allow a call through a den mushi? You could have just called me directly in the North Sea and this could have been resolved. Seeing 16 Knight and Sakazuki at odds, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Both of these men were his top choices for admirals in his heart. Although one was too erratic and the other too aggressive, strength was the most crucial aspect in this era of great pirates. Without a doubt, both had the power to suppress the seas. Thus, Sengoku's strategy was quite simple: maintain stability. Keep these two from developing any conflict. If something disastrous were to occur, it would likely just be Sakazuki losing face in front of the Navy soldiers. This matter could be resolved simply by having 16 Knight apologize and allowing Sakazuki to save face. As for right or wrong, the adult world only cares about results, not the process. The current outcome was that Sakazuki had suffered a loss, so to balance things out, Sengoku would definitely need 16 Knight to apologize. Why must I use a den mushi to make a call? Isn't it much more interesting to escort me back like this? 16 Knight stroked his chin, looking at Sakazuki with a mischievous grin. If he had done it the way Sengoku suggested, he wouldn't have gotten to see Sakazuki's humiliation. You bastard. Sakazuki's face darkened like the bottom of a frying pan. Oh, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Moreover, 16 Knight's words also indicated an attitude. The reason he didn't make a call was simple: because it was more entertaining this way. What a joke. That bastard 16 Knight actually escorted him back for such a reason. You really are. Upon hearing 16 Knight's response, Sengoku covered his face, looking utterly exasperated. He truly was a problem child. Although Sengoku had already known about 16 Knight's character, he never expected him to make such a joke out of it. Now Sakazuki could be said to have truly lost face. After all, being escorted back alongside a pirate like Ryder inevitably led to some unpleasant associations. For instance, did Sakazuki team up with the pirates? Sakazuki is a Navy Vice Admiral. How could he possibly collude with pirates? Surely there must be a limit to such absurdity. Sengoku couldn't help but grumble. After all, what 16 Knight did this time was indeed a bit too much. Every Navy Vice Admiral is a pillar of the Navy, a high-ranking officer. How could someone like that possibly collude with pirates? That's right, Admiral Sengoku. Your Navy indeed has gone a bit too far this time. Suddenly a voice echoed from outside Sengoku's office. Turning to look, he saw a man about 3 meters tall wearing sunglasses and a rather flamboyant pink coat walking in. Don Quixote Doflamingo. I am a legal pirate cooperating with the government, recognized by the world government as one who possesses legitimate plundering rights. This Navy Rear Admiral's recent antics in the North Sea have been utterly outrageous, haven't they? As soon as he stepped into Sengoku's office, the warlord Doflamingo immediately exploded with rage. The North Sea trade was something he valued highly. Recently, 16 Knight had been on a killing spree there, directly affecting Doflamingo's business. In fact, many of Doflamingo's subordinates had also suffered grievous losses at the hands of 16 Knight. For such a mere Rear Admiral, Doflamingo certainly couldn't swallow his anger. Sengoku, you must give me an explanation regarding this matter. Mind your tone, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Who allowed you to come here directly? This is the Navy headquarters, my office. Sengoku glared at Doflamingo with a displeased expression, his face extremely dark. Although Doflamingo was one of the warlords, he still needed to go through their approval to enter the Navy headquarters. How did this guy manage to come in without making a sound? However, Sengoku then remembered Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon, which indeed allowed him certain privileges to enter. Does it really matter? The crux of the issue is that your Navy killed my men. Are you planning to ignore the regulations of the warlords? Doflamingo wasn't intimidated at all, loudly confronting Sengoku. This incident involved casualties on Doflamingo's side, and given his status as a warlord, Sengoku found it somewhat difficult to retort. But seeing a mere pirate daring to be arrogant in his office, Sengoku's fists clenched tightly. TCH a bunch of trash died, so what? Isn't it the Navy's duty to kill pirates? Just when Sengoku was about to hold back 16 Knight suddenly found a seat, kicked his legs up, and with his hands behind his neck confronted Doflamingo. The world government is the world government, and the Navy is the Navy. I don't care whether others abide by those regulations or not. In front of me, all warlord regulations are null and void. Whether you are a warlord pirate or an ordinary pirate is irrelevant to me. I can kill you directly. 16 Knight's words shocked everyone present. For Sengoku and the others, what 16 Knight said was precisely what they had longed to express. However, none dared to voice it, as they were all on the verge of promotion. Sakazuki was about to be promoted to Admiral Sengoku, to Fleet Admiral, and Steelbone Kong, to Supreme Commander of the entire army, just as the world government proposed the warlord system, leaving them no opportunity to speak out. Needless to say, 16 Knight's words resonated deeply with their pure Navy justice ideals. Acknowledging the pirates' legal plundering rights was tantamount to slapping their faces. Moreover, Doflamingo never expected that a Navy Rear Admiral would publicly say such things. Wasn't that slapping the world government in the face? Sengoku, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to unilaterally deny the existence of the warlords? After regaining his composure, Doflamingo's breathing quickened slightly as he stared intently at Sengoku. If any other warlord had heard 16 Knight's words, they would have been utterly panicked. A single person daring to stand in the Navy headquarters and hear that the other party wanted to deny the existence of the warlords. Once Sengoku acknowledged this fact, there would be no escape for him. Did they think the warlords were like the legendary pirate Golden Lion? One person broke into the Navy headquarters and fought alongside Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp for 3 days and nights before being captured. Marineford was half sunk. Fortunately, aside from being a warlord, Doflamingo also had another special identity, and it was precisely because of this unique identity that he felt a bit more at ease. He was not only a warlord, but also a former celestial dragon. The worst outcome would probably be being expelled from the Navy headquarters. Moreover, these words were merely spoken by a Navy Rear Admiral and were hardly substantial. 16 Knight, you should say less. Seeing Doflamingo, who had just been arrogant, now being put in his place, Sengoku's face nearly couldn't help but smile, subtly trembling. They were quite dissatisfied with the warlord system, yet had to watch those few pirates be arrogant before them. 16 Knight's rebuttal truly provided Sengoku with great relief. This problem child, who is occasionally free-spirited, can sometimes not irritate me. Sengoku silently thought to himself. Of course, he could never say such words aloud. However, in the next moment, what 16 Knight said shocked everyone, especially Doflamingo. By the way, didn't you just say that a Marine Vice Admiral would never align with pirates? I happen to know someone. That glance immediately froze Don Quixote Doflamingo in place. A Marine Vice Admiral joining forces with pirates, coupled with Shili's seemingly meaningful gaze, made it easy to imagine he must know something. Could it be that Virgo? No way, absolutely impossible. Virgo was undercover in the Marines, and he had never even met Shili. There was no way Shili could know that Virgo was an undercover agent. Who is it? Shili, you can't just say things like that. Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly, clearly skeptical of Shili's statement. After all, Shili had just had a conflict with Akainu over this issue. Furthermore, Shili's personality only added to his headaches. Virgo, the base commander of the G5 branch, is colluding with pirates. By the way, Corazon was killed by this guy. Shili observed Sengoku's expression with great interest. Virgo, a highly trusted Marine Rear Admiral, and the base commander of the G5 branch, was in charge of one of their most important bases in the New World. Especially since Corazon was Sengoku's adopted son, and he ended up being killed by this trusted Marine Virgo. What did you say? Sure enough, upon hearing that Corazon was killed by Virgo, Sengoku's emotions became agitated. After all, he was his adopted son. He even temporarily forgot to clarify how Shili knew this information and whether the source was reliable. Corazon. Hearing Shili mention this name, Doflamingo's expression darkened. For him, this was undoubtedly a taboo name. What made him feel even worse was that Shili actually knew Virgo's identity. Why was it exposed? Logically, such a situation shouldn't occur. Possessing the ability of observation, Haki Raid directly sensed that something was off with Doflamingo and instantly understood what he was thinking. Evidence? What is the evidence? Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, and the table in front of him began to crack, his demeanor terrifying like a man-eating tiger. He was no pushover, despite Sengoku being known as a strategist and the last of the 3 admirals. This man before him was carrying the Marine's banner. None. If you want evidence, old man, you can check it yourself to find out. Shili was completely unfazed by Sengoku's furious demeanor, but he indeed had no evidence. He couldn't say he had watched the anime One Piece, could he? You? Just as Sengoku was about to explode, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly erupted. Huh? Sengoku, I clearly heard, with my observation, Haki, whether this guy named Virgo is colluding with pirates, and who he is colluding with. Raid teased while staring at Sengoku. Although he was captured, being able to see Sengoku like this was worth it. For some reason, Sengoku felt like his office had turned into a marketplace where anyone could just stroll in. Especially today's incident left him speechless. The conflict between Shili and Akainu had led to suspicions of a traitor within the Marines. It even implicated his adopted son Corazon. Tell me who did this. Sengoku's eyes burned with anger as he roared at Raid. I'm already caught. Do you think you can still threaten me, eh? Raid shot Sengoku a disdainful glance, not believing Sengoku could do anything to him. The final result would still be him thrown into the infinite hell, and he wouldn't even dare to be placed with other ordinary prisoners. Since he already knew the outcome, he naturally wouldn't be threatened by Sengoku, doing whatever he could to make things difficult for him, unless Sengoku was willing to let him out. But was that possible? Clearly not. At this point, Sengoku also calmed down a bit and turned his gaze to Shili. Raid possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of others, and as his old rival Sengoku naturally understood this. Since Raid could hear from Shili who Virgo was colluding with, why not just ask Shili himself? However, Sengoku misunderstood one thing. Although Shili knew what was happening, Raid's observation Haki couldn't hear Shili's thoughts. He learned what was happening from Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo was even more on edge, as Shili and Raid's suggestive glances had fully indicated that they knew about his dealings with Virgo. Now, as long as Shili revealed it, Sengoku would undoubtedly detain him here. Just thinking about this made his fingers tremble. Should he resist? To act in the Marine headquarters in the office of a Marine Admiral. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he would need more than a few lives. Forget him out. Shili shrugged and directly walked toward the door of Sengoku's office. Although he could expose Doflamingo directly, it seemed more interesting to let Sengoku figure it out himself. The issue with the warlords of the sea system couldn't be resolved in a short time. Hey, wait, Shili, you still haven't said who. Bang. Before he could finish, Shili's heavy door slam sounded, leaving Sengoku, who still wanted to clarify, with a dark expression. Why did this guy's actions seem so familiar, as if it were that bastard Garp doing this to Steelbone Kong? I remember I used to laugh about it on the side. Unexpectedly today, Shili played the role of Garp while he played Steelbone Kong. But thankfully, after Raid had just mocked him, Sengoku's mind cleared up a bit. The Marine Intelligence Department was no joke regarding Virgo's matters. As long as he issued the order, they could quickly investigate everything clearly. It was only because Virgo was highly trusted by the Marines that he had managed to slip through the cracks. After all, no one would have thought that the Rear Admiral of the G5 branch was actually colluding with pirates. That was the front line against the New World pirates. However, the most confused one at this moment was still Doflamingo. That earlier glance from Shili clearly indicated he knew he had problems. Why didn't Shili expose him directly? Could it be that Shili was also uncertain, so he didn't dare to say it out loud? Admiral Sengoku, I shall take my leave. No matter what, Doflamingo hurriedly bid farewell to Sengoku. He did not want to stay here any longer, especially since he needed to contact Virgo immediately to explain the situation here thoroughly. He had to leave before the Marine headquarters could uncover this matter. After all, Virgo was the base commander of the G5 base, equivalent to a local emperor, and even Sengoku could not capture Virgo immediately. Moreover, since Sengoku still lacked substantial evidence, as long as he acted quickly enough, Virgo would definitely be able to escape. Hastily exiting, just as he stepped out, Doflamingo spotted Shili. So how was it? I didn't directly say that Virgo is your subordinate. I did you a favor, right? Without caring whether there were others around, Shili teased Doflamingo. Not saying anything was fine, but once he did, Doflamingo was completely stunned. Just now, he had held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that Shili didn't know Virgo's specific situation. But as soon as this was said, all his notions were extinguished. Sure enough, Shili knew about the relationship between him and Virgo, but for some reason, he didn't directly say it in Sengoku's office. Doflamingo looked at 16 Knight with a somewhat sullen expression, contemplating whether to strike at him directly. A mere Rear Admiral of the Navy should be able to instantly eliminate 16 Knight with his abilities, ensuring that 16 Knight would be completely silenced. However, if a Rear Admiral were to be suddenly killed within the Navy headquarters, not even the identity of a warlord or celestial dragon could guarantee his safety. This would involve the Navy's reputation. Sengoku would never allow him to leave here alive. Curious why I didn't just say that directly to Sengoku. 16 Knight walked up to Doflamingo, casually draping his arm over Doflamingo's shoulder as if they were familiar brothers. You. Doflamingo turned in shock, realizing he hadn't even noticed when 16 Knight had made his move. Moreover, the irresistible force coming from 16 Knight's arms suddenly made Doflamingo understand that he had underestimated this Navy officer. Though he seemed as frail as an ordinary person, his strength was more terrifying than that of the giants, leaving Doflamingo completely unable to resist being pulled. He tried to break free from 16 Knight's grip, but it felt as though he were caught in the jaws of a massive tiger, completely immobilized. What do you really want to do? Doflamingo could no longer maintain his composure, his voice trembling, knowing that he had kept his undercover secret from Sengoku. Haven't I answered that question many times already? It's simply to make things more interesting. 16 Knight's half-closed eyes sparkled with amusement, not feeling that his actions were outrageous in the slightest. If Akainu were to learn of this information, he would undoubtedly be furious, and without hesitation would engage Doflamingo in a fight in Sengoku's office. While his style in the North Sea somewhat resembled Akainu's, their philosophies were quite different. This guy seems to be doing this just to make things more interesting. Doflamingo glanced sideways at 16 Knight, forming a rough judgment in his mind. This guy is undoubtedly a troublesome child who in his quest for amusement wouldn't even inform Sengoku of his collusion with Virgo. An annoying fellow, he toyed with both Admiral Sengoku and himself for his own pleasure, causing them to race against time over Virgo's matters. Baboons. I never expected such an interesting character to exist within the Navy. Doflamingo's signature laugh echoed, realizing he had fallen into 16 Knight's hands. However, the situation wasn't particularly dire, at least he still held some initiative compared to Sengoku. Nonetheless, 16 Knight's name had undeniably entered Doflamingo's line of sight. This guy was definitely not an ordinary Rear Admiral, or even a typical Vice Admiral. In terms of both personality and strength, the trouble this guy posed likely surpassed that of his old adversary Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru was the woman who had pursued him long before he became a warlord. Though her rank was Vice Admiral, her strength and influence in the Navy were not inferior to that of an admiral. For Doflamingo, Vice Admiral Tsuru was the person who cast the deepest shadow over him, someone he feared the most. After only one encounter with 16 Knight, his evaluation of him was already on par with that of Vice Admiral Tsuru. In that case, figure out a way to put on a show for me and make things more interesting. With a slight twitch of his mouth, 16 Knight released Doflamingo, having set the stage, now awaiting Doflamingo's performance. Having annoyed Akainu and orchestrated such an entertaining affair, 16 Knight felt quite pleased. It was certainly more interesting than the recent pirate purges. At first, simply using violence to counter violence was indeed exhilarating, but after killing many it became just that, nothing special. After wrapping up matters here, 16 Knight took the time to check on Zefa. Upon hearing about his antics in Sengoku's office, Zefa couldn't help but laugh. After spending a long night drinking with Zefa the next day, 16 Knight left the Navy headquarters and headed back towards the North Sea. Sengoku would likely not have time to attend to his own matters during this period, probably devoting all his energy to dealing with Virgo. Standing on the deck of the warship, he looked out into the distance, only seeing a vast expanse of white, where the sea and sky merged indistinguishably. After standing on the deck for a while, 16 Knight found a place to sit down and enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. At the same time, the Navy's commendation for 16 Knight also came through. After all, capturing Ryder was a significant achievement, and news of it was released the next day. The Navy had to make some sort of statement, though it was merely a verbal acknowledgement with little substance. However, this was quite important for 16 Knight's record. With Ryder's achievement, his promotion to Admiral could be expedited by at least half. Why is Garp not an Admiral, yet still feared across the seas? It is precisely because of the countless miracles he has achieved. With just one more suitable opportunity, 16 Knight would immediately be appointed as a Vice Admiral, leaving only the Admiral threshold to cross. The position of Admiral wields immense influence, potentially affecting the entire world's balance, prompting the Navy to deliberate carefully before making a decision. However, at this moment, Ein suddenly approached 16 Knight. Seeing 16 Knight's leisurely demeanor, she was filled with rage. Rear Admiral 16 Knight, you seem to be taking it too easy right now. Ein pouted, looking quite resentful. What's wrong? I've already subdued the North Sea, even capturing the Red Count. Is there anyone who still dares to act recklessly? Seeing Ein's distressed expression, 16 Knight asked lightly. No one dares to act recklessly. The four emperors have already extended their reach. Do you still think everything is fine? Ein sighed, her expression somewhat grave. The four emperors. Super pirates who dominate the latter half of the Grand Line, each controlling vast territories, forming formidable pirate crews through their immense individual strength. Even the Navy could not claim to completely resolve the situations posed by these four pirate crews. The world government had even proposed the warlord system to create a balance among the three major powers of warlords, the Navy and the four emperors. The four emperors. 16 Knight's eyes widened, and for a moment his expression froze. If there was anything on the pirate side that made him concerned, it was undoubtedly the four emperors. But why would the four emperors suddenly extend their reach to the distant North Sea? There was still a long stretch of the Grand Line separating the New World's latter half from the North Sea. Even the four emperors should not be able to completely influence the situation in the North Sea. Wait, could it be the Germa Science Force? The next moment, 16 Knight immediately thought of something that might pique the interest of the four emperors, which had also been mentioned in the plot of One Piece. The Vinsmoke family, the technological prowess of the Germa 66 army. These were things that even a great pirate like Charlotte Linlin coveted, leading her to actively seek a marriage alliance with the Vinsmoke family. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin has taken a liking to the Vinsmoke family's technology and wants to marry them. It is said that she has sent powerful monsters like Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven this time. The identities of the two are not simple. They are the third and fourth children of Charlotte Linlin. The eldest son Perispero and the second son Katakuri are both formidable in the New World, and few dare to underestimate their influence. Following them are these two equally strong, both notorious pirates with a bounty of 300 million berries. In a small place like the North Sea, having a bounty over 100 million is no small feat. Sending such a display is probably to invite the Vinsmoke family to Charlotte Linlin's tea party. They are certainly being given due respect. 16 Knight could guess with a mere flick of his toe the style of that woman Charlotte Linlin. It's tea party after tea party, and with her ruthless demeanor, no one dares to disrespect her. Even those emperors controlling the underground forces of the New World would certainly attend after receiving an invitation from Charlotte Linlin. Interesting events are piling up. Perhaps we should just return and eliminate the Vinsmoke family altogether. 16 Knight scratched his chin, displaying an expression of great interest followed by a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Ein's expression turned peculiar. 16 Knight's decisiveness was truly remarkable. Just having heard that the Vinsmoke family was in talks with the Big Mom pirates, he immediately decided to eliminate them. His usual straightforward and brutal method: if it doesn't solve the problem, then eliminate the one who created it. Don't act so recklessly. The Vinsmoke family hasn't even agreed to the Big Mom pirates, yet taking action directly would be inappropriate. Moreover, the Vinsmoke family is a noble with a seat at the World Government's conference. Ein quickly negated 16 Knight's proposal to prevent him from causing chaos. TCH, those spineless fellows will definitely cling to the Big Mom pirates. 16 Knight was slightly displeased, realizing he indeed lacked a proper reason to act, even though he knew the Vinsmoke family would surely ally with the Big Mom pirates. Vice Admiral Crane also suggested we find a way to eliminate the people sent by Big Mom, while giving the Vinsmoke family a slight warning. Remember, just a slight warning, no fatalities. Ein emphasized the orders from the Navy headquarters once more to 16 Knight. During this time in the North Sea, he had witnessed 16 Knight's rampages. If things went wrong, it could end up very awkward. Alright, I understand. 16 Knight waved his hand, indicating he got it, and wanted to stop the chatter. Of course, who knows what he would ultimately decide. In the North Sea, just a few days after leaving, 16 Knight felt a significant change in the atmosphere upon returning. After several months of his own frantic cleansing and the news of his defeat of the Red Earl Leda spreading, even the most sensible individuals had chosen to leave the North Sea, setting their sights on places like the West Sea. Thus, the entire North Sea had become much more peaceful. Of course, there were exceptions such as the Vinsmoke family and the forces under Don Quixote Doflamingo, which were recognized by the world government, hence they had no need to leave. Facing the four emperors of the New World as opponents makes things all the more interesting. Several hours later, 16 Knight finally arrived at the sea area where the Vinsmoke family resided. This time, 16 Knight's name had truly made waves across the seas. Previously, after defeating Whitebeard, two people might have still viewed him as a promising new rear admiral. However, after single-handedly capturing the Red Earl, 16 Knight's reputation rapidly began to rise, now comparable to the three legendary Logia admirals. Many have even begun to compare him to the legendary Admiral Garp. Such a prominent figure returned to the North Sea without even stepping into the Navy base, heading straight towards the Vinsmoke family's territory, which alerted Vinsmoke, Judge, to a peculiar aura. Any fool could guess that 16 Knight was coming for the Big Mom pirates. Rear Admiral 16 Knight, what an honor to meet you. Upon seeing 16 Knight, Judge greeted him with a few pleasantries. Judge wasn't foolish. He understood that he was still aligned with the world government, and 16 Knight wouldn't casually harm him. Judge, your place is quite impressive. No wonder it has caught Big Mom's attention. 16 Knight showed no signs of politeness, directly steering the conversation towards the Big Mom pirates while clearly stating his stance. Hearing this, Judge was momentarily taken aback, but he was already prepared and did not panic at 16 Knight's words. Rear Admiral 16 Knight is indeed swift and decisive, not mentioning any other matters. Judge said with a wry smile. On one side was the Navy and the world government, while on the other was the Big Mom pirates, both of which he found troublesome. Especially with Big Mom. If he refused, he might face retaliation from the Big Mom pirates. Those who dare to refuse Charlotte Linlin's demands have faced dire consequences, as countless pirates in the New World have proven. I have no goodwill towards those pirates. If you plan to collude with them, be ready for the consequences. 16 Knight looked at Judge with utmost candor. Although the Navy currently forbade him from taking action, if they truly sided with the Big Mom pirates, he wouldn't be stopped if he decided to destroy them. To be honest, he harbored no goodwill towards pirates at all. Before he had this power, his peaceful life was destroyed by those pirates, and he almost lost his life in their hands. His homeland in this world had been utterly ruined by pirates. Unless in exceptional cases, 16 Knight would certainly eliminate all pirates with a thunderous hand. Especially pure pirates like Charlotte Linlin, whom he despised deeply. Is this a threat? Judge asked in a low voice. Of course, this is my final ultimatum to you. 16 Knight acknowledged matter-of-factly. Siding with them meant death. That was what he intended to convey to Judge. Of course, the Big Mom pirates who dared to extend their hands into his territory would face the same fate. As for that waste Charlotte Lean who can only give birth, I will make her realize that she is a waste, and the offspring she produces are equally worthless. A cold glint flashed in 16 Knights' eyes, not to mention Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku, even the sweet commanders, and the eldest son Charlotte Perispero were nothing in his eyes. Seeing the cold light in 16 Knights' eyes, Judge involuntarily trembled. The current 16 Knight was no longer the obscure Rear Admiral he once was. The entire sea knew he had captured the Red Earl later. Such a person could even tip the scales in a confrontation with Charlotte Linlin herself. Wait, Rear Admiral 16 Knight, if you kill Charlotte Linlin's 2 sons you may not fear retaliation, but our Vinsmoke family cannot bear the consequences of opposing them. At that moment a melodious voice came from behind Judge. It was a pink-haired girl, the princess of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Reiju. Unlike Judge's other children, Reiju still retained her emotions as a human. As for his other children, calling them robots wouldn't be an exaggeration. If the Navy eliminates the 2 children sent by Charlotte Lean, they can simply walk away, no matter how strong the Big Mom pirates or they want provoke the Navy. However, our Vinsmoke family lacks the ability to contend against such powerful pirates. In time, Charlotte Linlin might make our Vinsmoke family completely vanish. The terrifying aspect of the 4 emperors is that their intimidation is no joke. Their strength has forced the world government to establish the warlord system to combat these great pirates, which speaks volumes about how formidable they are. Stop with your alarming rhetoric. Your Germa 66 technology isn't weak enough to be easily defeated by a few lackeys. As for Charlotte Linlin herself, I can assure you she won't leave the New World. 16 Knight scoffed. Outrageous words held no logical basis. Do not be deceived by the flashy appearance of that combat suit. Its quality is truly top-notch, even withstanding the full force of the first of the 3 disasters under Kaido. Unless Big Mom personally leads her army, here the Vinsmoke family will not fall. But can the Navy really stand by and watch as Big Mom leaves the New World and the land of Wano? Clearly that is impossible. The New World is a paradise for powerful pirates, but in a sense it is also a massive prison designated by the world government and the Navy for the 4 emperors. On the surface, they can leave this prison at will, but once they depart from the New World, it won't be long before the other 4 emperors engulf their territory completely. Moreover, if you truly fear that woman, you should know she merely desires the technology in your hands, not to form a marriage alliance with you. Once she gets what she wants, she will likely not hesitate to eliminate all of you. This is painfully obvious, yet that idiot Gaji remains utterly oblivious due to his blind confidence. As for a marriage alliance, to be honest, even politically it is unreliable, let alone when facing real pirates. Surely the Big Mom pirate crew isn't that ruthless. Gaji shrank his neck, his tone uncertain. Ruthless? Was he really discussing emotions with pirates, particularly with someone like Charlotte Linlin? That woman would kill her own flesh and blood in a fit of rage, let alone a mere marriage alliance with the Vinsmoke family. A marriage alliance is merely a tactic to deceive them for now. I hope you can remain that naive forever. Shizuki smiled, her snow-white teeth gleaming proudly. All I need to do is lay out the simple stakes and let Gaji decide for himself. Nonetheless, the Vinsmoke family is still aligned with the world government for now. As a member of the Navy, I naturally cannot allow the pirates to run amok. A terrifying glint appeared in Shizuki's eyes, who facing the Big Mom pirate crew seemed far more interesting than clashing with a lone wolf like Ryder. Then I'll stay here for the time being, is that all right? Shizuki asked. Of course, we would be more than happy to have you. Gaji replied with a forced smile. To be honest, after hearing Shizuki's words, he felt somewhat uneasy about the Big Mom pirate crew. Shizuki's willingness to stay here was a good thing for him. And so 3 or 4 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Shizuki had been resting at the Vinsmoke family, while also using the Navy's intelligence network to ascertain Big Mom's whereabouts. In the meantime, Zefa also found some time to call and inquire about the situation here. Of course, since it was not Charlotte Linlin herself coming, there was no need to make a grand show, as Shizuki alone had the strength to resolve the issue. About a month later, during breakfast, a sudden urgent call from a snail phone startled Gaji at the dining table. Gaji, our ship has arrived in your vicinity. Hurry and prepare to attend Mama's tea party. If you're not back in time, we cannot bear the responsibility. Gaji received a call from Charlotte Daifuku, who did not express any particularly arrogant demeanor. Mainly because Gaji was not only invited to the tea party, but also had to enter a marriage alliance with the Big Mom pirate crew. Even if it was merely an engagement, they had to show a bit of respect. Alright, I'll be right down. Gaji feigned delight and immediately hung up the snail phone. Shizuki was listening clearly from the side. Charlotte Daifuku, the 3rd son of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Oven, the 4th son of the Charlotte family. Both had a bounty of 300 million berries, which could barely qualify them as monstrous figures, at least not completely nameless. Those guys are coming, to prepare yourselves. Gaji appeared particularly anxious. Even if only 2 sweet commanders were arriving, opposing the 4 emperors was a significant psychological challenge for any faction. There's nothing to be nervous about. They're just 2 small-time thieves with a 300 million bounty. They aren't even a tenth of Ryder's strength. Shizuki remained calm. To him, anyone outside of the four commanders could be regarded as mere fodder. To engage him in a bit of fun, they at least had to be at the level of the four emperors. It's better to be a bit cautious. These two are triplets with Katakuri, and their strength should not be underestimated. That guy Katakuri is even called the vice-captain of the Big Mom pirate crew. Gaji said reluctantly, warning Shizuki upon seeing his expression. Although Shizuki's accomplishments were already evident, he still appeared to be a kid who looked barely 20. That's his brother. What does it have to do with them? Shizuki frowned. Were these guys really so terrified of the four emperors? Just because they were triplets with Katakuri, they would be strong. Then everyone is still the son or daughter of Charlotte Linlin. Why is there such a huge disparity in strength? Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and take me to the ship to deal with them. Don't let them escape. Shizuki commanded, impatiently, wondering how Gaji had gained his reputation in the North Sea. Fine. Although Gaji wanted to say more, seeing Shizuki's impatient demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. Soon the Vinsmoke family's ship appeared before the Big Mom pirate crew's vessel, whose weaponry and equipment looked far more terrifying than those of the Vinsmoke family. It's no wonder they are a super pirate capable of dominating the New World. Even minor criminals would likely be intimidated upon seeing such weaponry. Of course, the most daunting aspect was the flag representing Charlotte Linlin on their ship. On the opposite ship, Oven and Daifuku were lounging comfortably on the deck, their legs draped over a table, humming a nonsensical tune. To them, coming to a small place like the North Sea was almost like a vacation. Even the first half of the Grand Line was referred to as a paradise by the pirates of the New World, let alone the Four Seas. How leisurely to come to my territory and still be so carefree. Suddenly Shizuki's voice rang out behind Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku. The sudden appearance of this silent figure startled them both, but after years of experience in the New World, they reacted simultaneously. One dodged to the side and looked back, but there was still no one behind. Fool, what are you looking at? With one hand wrapping around one person's head, Shizuki forcefully slammed their heads together. With a loud crash, the sound of their heads colliding was crisp and clear. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Daifuku and Oven had never anticipated that someone would dare to make a move against them in the North Sea. However, upon seeing their heads about to collide, both instinctively defended themselves. Armament. Boom. The armament Haki covered both their heads simultaneously, barely allowing them to protect themselves. However, the pain from the collision was certainly no joke. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Oven's face twisted in rage, flames igniting from his body as he activated his devil fruit ability. His entire body turned bright red, resembling molten iron under high temperature. The overwhelming heat made Shizuki instinctively step back several paces. What an uncomfortable guy. Is it really alright with such high temperatures? Although this temperature wasn't enough to burn him, it certainly was bothersome. Die. Scorching fist. With a fierce glare, Oven unleashed his devil fruit power to the fullest, releasing a fierce wave of heat as he stomped down on the deck, burning a large hole through it. With a single punch, even the air was scorched to the point of distortion, demonstrating just how high the temperature was. Humph. Shili chuckled lightly. Although the temperature made him somewhat uncomfortable, it was merely the typical discomfort one feels when walking under the summer sun. He raised his hand, directly placing it in the path of Owen's punch. Boom. The air exploded, but Owen's strike seemed to sink into the sea like a stone, merely stirring up a slight ripple of heat waves. The scorching fist was firmly grasped. He couldn't even move a fraction. His proud fruit ability was utterly powerless against Shili. How is this possible? Owen's eyes widened. His heat fruit could instantly heat a large area of the sea, boiling the water. With his fist directly held, logically, he should have burned his hand due to the excessive heat. Crack. Shili exerted a slight force. A scream erupted. The cry was piercing, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, extremely tragic. Turning back to look, Owen's entire arm was bent in a disturbingly irregular shape. If he guessed correctly, the bones in that arm must have been shattered. Hearing Owen's agonizing scream, Dafu immediately turned his gaze. Hiss. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Just looking at the injury on that arm was horrifying. He couldn't believe how painful it must be to have an arm twisted like that. Owen was utterly broken. Gritting his teeth, he tried to pull his hand back from Shili, but the broken bones within his arm pierced through the muscle as he exerted force. Oh! Owen screamed again in agony, and the originally twisted arm began to bleed profusely. Perhaps due to the overwhelming pain, he could no longer maintain the devil fruit ability, and his face turned a sickly pale. Not bad. You didn't faint from the pain. That's pretty good. Shili felt a chill at the sight of such an injury, and no wonder he was called a monster among pirates. The bounty of 300 million wasn't just a casual figure. Wait, is this guy? Could he be the naval captain who captured Red Earl? At that moment, Dafu suddenly realized something. Shili resembled the naval officer who had recently gained notoriety in the newspapers. However, since the newspaper did not publish a photo of Shili, he could only make a rough judgment. But in the North Sea, the only one capable of easily defeating Owen and completely manipulating him was Shili. Especially just now, Shili had effortlessly caught Owen's punch. Even Katakuri wouldn't dare to take such a scorching fist heat in. But what? Shili not only caught it, but also directly twisted Owen's hand off. Navy. Why would the Vinsmoke family have a Navy presence nearby? Damn it. They are actually collaborating with the Navy. Do they want our lives? Daph's expression darkened at this possibility. He had originally thought their trip to the North Sea would be a breeze without any pressure. But not only did the Vinsmoke family refuse to ally with the Big Mom pirates, they even intended to join forces with the Navy to eliminate them. Someone actually dared to provoke the Big Mom pirates. Even Whitebeard's subordinates wouldn't dare to set a trap for Big Mom's crew. What's there to cooperate with your Big Mom pirates? A bunch of trash in the sea. Once they've used the Vinsmoke family's value, they'll probably turn on you immediately. Shili shrugged, pulling back his hand and brushing off non-existent dust, interjecting. Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Linlin. When it comes to strength, it's hard to rank, but when it comes to ruthlessness, Charlotte Linlin can definitely take the top spot. She could kill her own children without a second thought, purely a madwoman if one goes against her wishes. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, but it seems you've already guessed who I am, so it's unnecessary. Shiliuya's words made Daph's expression turn worse. Not yet 20 years old, he first slayed Whitebeard II during his internship after graduating from the elite camp, then came to the North Sea and soon took down the long-hidden Red Earl Reed. Though only these 2 feats, Shiliu's opponents were all notorious pirates, especially Red Earl Reed. He was a terrifying figure who clashed head-on with Gold Lion 10 years ago. Such legendary figures, even in old age, do not lose much strength. Whitebeard is one example and Garp is another. 10 years ago, although Gold Lion was captured, he fought fiercely against Garp and Sengoku for 3 days and nights, leaving half of Marineford in ruins. No one would think that Shili was merely a cheap, worthless major. I didn't expect it to really be this guy. Dafu and Owen wore extremely serious expressions. They understood that they might very well meet their end here today. If Shili represented the Vinsmoke family, they might still have the chance to threaten him. But once the Big Mom pirates came after them, things could get serious. Shili was a Navy officer and had every reason not to let them off the hook. With the Navy backing him, even the Big Mom pirates would have to step back and suffer losses. Owen and Dafu exchanged glances, both understanding that if they didn't fight with all their might now, they would never have another chance. Gliulu. A large amount of heat was released from Owen, quickly transforming him into a fiery figure, igniting the deck beneath him. The temperature seemed unusually high. On the other side, Dafu summoned a lamp demon. Demon Hunter. The speed is quite good, but unfortunately your opponent is me. Shili slightly praised him, but unfortunately aside from speed, there was nothing else to commend. Even the prideful speed was nothing in front of Shili. The disparity between their strengths was like heaven and earth. Although he was called a monster, in the end it was merely an exaggerated compliment from ordinary people. Shili, though a pure human, possessed a strength comparable to that of gods and Buddhas. Even the demon lords of the Box Garden were mostly no match for him. With great ease he grabbed the demon's arm and flung it away. The speed broke through the third cosmic speed, mercilessly aiming at Charlotte Dafu. The demon's body crashed through his own, exploding him into a pile of meat chunks in an instant. Not only that, the shockwave from the impact shattered a large portion of the ship's hull. Dafu, don't worry, you'll be the same soon. Suddenly Owen felt a gust of wind beside him, and in the next moment, he was launched upwards into the sky. The incredible speed broke the sound barrier, shooting towards space at third cosmic speed, likely to exit the planet in no time. Or perhaps before even exiting the planet, he would be reduced to ashes by the friction's heat. After a while, Gaji also arrived near Big Mom's ship with his men. Seeing the ship's hull shattered to a large extent, he felt both shocked and somewhat relieved. Regardless, the immediate crisis had been dealt with. Don't celebrate too early. After all, it's just a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. That woman Charlotte Linlin absolutely won't let this go. Perhaps the next time she comes it will be the Sweet Commander. Shili's eyes sparkled. He wasn't particularly interested in the other members of the Sweet Commanders, but Katakuri was different. With Conqueror's Haki and one of the few special observation Haki users in this world, such a person was far more interesting than these 300 million bounty pirates. To be honest, Owen and Dafu, despite bearing the Charlotte surname, had left Shili with a slight expectation before the fight. But the outcome of their strength disappointed him. It was a one-sided trouncing, lacking any sense of challenge. Even if the opponent is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million for Shili, it is simply a matter of capturing them and then throwing them away to kill them instantly. Resolving 2 pirates with a bounty of 300 million so easily, it's hard to say that even Sweet General or Charlotte Linlin herself would be a match for you, Major Shili. Gaji said with great flattery. All previous worries vanished along with the display of Shili's power. No wonder he could capture the Red Earl. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Shili becomes a rear admiral in the Navy, or even an admiral. An admiral is the strongest force in the Navy headquarters. If Shili could become the backing of the Vinsmoke family, it would be far more reliable than that woman Charlotte Linlin. On one side is the Navy, on the other side are the pirates. Which side is more trustworthy? Reiju is already 14 years old. The age for engagement has arrived. I wonder if these two can make it. Gaji thought silently, also recalling how well Reiju and Shili had been getting along lately. It seems marrying Reiju to Shili is a good decision, at least much more reliable than having his son marry Charlotte Linlin's daughter. Honestly, among Charlotte Linlin's daughters, many look quite odd, with very few being good-looking. At least Shili is a handsome young man, which is somewhat pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, at Katakuri's place, as his own brother Katakuri naturally has the life cards of Owen and Daifuku. The moment both cards burned out, the news quickly spread throughout the Big Mom pirates. Now the entire Big Mom pirates were in an uproar. Owen and Daifuku had actually died. Although these two were not sweet general, they were still among the particularly noteworthy levels of strength within the Big Mom pirates. How could such individuals die in the North Blue? Even in the New World, as long as they didn't provoke Whitebeard Kaido or Red-haired, they shouldn't have any issues. Let alone in the North Blue, which is even less dangerous than Paradise. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the Vinsmoke family. In the North Blue, it seemed that only the Vinsmoke family had the ability to kill these two. Moreover, they had gone out this time to arrange a marriage alliance with the Vinsmoke family, and no matter how you looked at it, they couldn't detach themselves from this relationship. However, all calls to the Vinsmoke family went unanswered. This was understandable. Gaji did not have the courage to face Charlotte Linlin's interrogation directly. This only made Charlotte Linlin, already in a rage, even angrier, ordering a thorough investigation into the matter. But before the Big Mom's intelligence could infiltrate, the Navy released news that Shili had consecutively slain Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Owen. In an instant, Shili's reputation reached the center of public discourse in this world. Having just captured a legendary pirate, he then went on to slay ministers under the Big Mom pirates, directly provoking the 4 emperors of the New World. Very well, the Vinsmoke family and that little brat from the Navy dare to directly provoke me. I will make you understand the terror of the Big Mom pirates. With the news released by the Navy, Linlin was filled with blood rage, vowing to completely wipe out the Vinsmoke family and to enact equal revenge on the Navy. She even mobilized personnel to prepare for revenge. However, unfortunately for her, not long after the Big Mom pirates released this news, the Navy immediately took action. Navy hero Garp personally came to the G5 branch in the New World, along with a natural-type monster Rear Admiral, who could also be considered a candidate for Admiral, the ice fruit user Kazan. As for Virgo, who originally guarded the G5 branch, he fled after receiving information from Doflamingo. Perhaps it was too shameful, so the Navy released no information about Virgo. Thus, before the Big Mom's ship had sailed far, it was directly frozen by Kazan. Want revenge? First ask if the Navy is willing to cooperate. TCH, they actually let Kazan stop them. I thought there would be some fun in it. When Shili saw this news, he scoffed disdainfully, his mood not looking too good. This time the one leading the Big Mom fleet is the Sweet General's top Lieutenant Kakuri, who is almost universally regarded as the vice-captain of the Big Mom pirates. As a result, this fleet had barely left when they were stopped by Kazan, and many of Linlin's children died in this battle. Of course, for that woman Charlotte Linlin, losing a few children is hardly a big deal. But this also made her realize one thing: the Navy is still the unshakable overlord of these seas, even if the 4 emperors in the New World can merely carve out their own territory. After losing face twice in a row, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Of course, Charlotte Linlin is not a good person. As soon as an appropriate opportunity arises, she will unreservedly strike against the Vinsmoke family and Shili. Shili, you are being too complacent. Hearing Shili say such a thing, Ein beside him said unhappily, that is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. This problem child Shili is actually thinking of bringing Big Mom to the North Blue and then playing a hunting game. But no matter how you look at it, the Big Mom pirates should be more subdued lately. Having lost so many subordinates, their strength must have weakened significantly. Besides us, there are plenty of monsters in the New World eyeing her territory. The Fire Mountain was completely unperturbed. Indeed, in the eyes of ordinary people, once they provoke a 4 emperor, they will inevitably invite furious retaliation from the other party. But as longtime rivals of the 4 emperors, the Navy leadership knows one thing very well: these emperors of the sea value their territories greatly. They may retaliate recklessly against others, but when truly facing an opponent capable of inflicting serious damage, they must consider the pros and cons. Forget it, let's wait for an opportunity to move to the New World and then trouble those guys. Shili tossed the newspaper in his hand into the trash bin with a bored expression. He wasn't in a hurry, staying here to build his credentials, and soon he would be transferred to the New World. I don't know if he'll be transferred to the New World, but you're about to be transferred to the East Blue. Ein suddenly handed over a Navy intelligence report saying, this is an appointment from headquarters. Shili took a look and quickly understood Sengoku's intentions. On the surface, it seemed to say that he was too young and should go to the East Blue, a relatively stable place, to temper his character. In reality, it was because Shili had gone too far in the North Blue recently, with Doflamingo secretly applying pressure through the world government to prevent the Navy from affecting his underground business in the North Blue. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as legitimate pirates. If Shili continues like this so-called legitimate plundering will soon become a joke. Moreover, although Big Mom couldn't take action personally, she would definitely send many experts and offer bounties on his head in the underground world. The North Blue was ultimately too chaotic. In contrast, the East Blue is much safer. Sengoku's meaning is that Shili is still under 20 years old. Ordinary people of this age have not even graduated from the elite camp, yet he has already reached the rank of Rear Admiral. He is likely to become a Vice Admiral within a year, and there's no need to rush to clash with those seasoned pirates. A bunch of nonsense. What legitimate plunder rights? How can they shamelessly write it down like that? Shameless politicians. Shili cursed directly. The surrounding Navy personnel understood exactly what Shili meant. A legitimate plunder rights. Aside from the 7 warlords, there were no others. As Navy members, they cannot obstruct the decisions from above, but they still agree with Shili's words. They just lack the courage to say it out loud. Forget it, let's just consider it a vacation. In my view, there is no difference between the East Blue and the North Blue. After pondering for a while, Shili chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, it was just a break and the opponents were all as weak as stones, so it didn't matter. Thus, Shili soon left the North Sea and arrived at the East Sea. His first stop was the 16th Division of the Navy. Perhaps some might not be familiar with the number, but once they mentioned the evil dragon paradise and the collusion with Captain Rat, everyone would understand. Indeed, the 16th Division is where Captain Rat is stationed. Major Shili, welcome, welcome. As soon as he arrived at the shore, Captain Rat approached with a fawning expression. Behind him, a group of Navy personnel with varying qualities held up banners and signs to welcome Shili, whom it felt somewhat reminiscent of that inspection scene he had witnessed in his past life. Just the atmosphere alone was a stark contrast to the earlier experience he had at the volcanic site in the North Sea. No wonder it's the peaceful East Sea. When I went to the North Sea, everyone was too busy and not many had the time to welcome me. Shili remarked indifferently, his tone betraying no emotions. Captain Rat immediately understood that Shili was not someone to be trifled with. It was even difficult to gauge whether he liked or disliked these actions. However, Shili was a major in the Navy and a high-ranking officer, while Captain Rat was merely a lowly branch captain. There was no comparison between them. When it came to fawning, one had to do it properly. Drawing upon years of experience, Captain Rat forced a smile and said, "Of course, the East Sea is a symbol of peace, all thanks to the efforts of us Navy personnel stationed on the front lines." Efforts? Is this what you call efforts? Pack away all these flashy things, Shili retorted directly at Captain Rat. From just this guy's self-righteous performance, one might think he was a diligent Navy officer. In reality, he was a shameless Navy scoundrel colluding with Arlong to oppress the common people. Frequently accepting bribes from the evil dragon, he turned a blind eye to Arlong's rampant behavior across more than 20 villages in the East Sea. Engaging in despicable acts under the guise of the Navy, the most infuriating was when he led a group to steal the enormous wealth that Nami had worked hard to earn over 8 years, even shooting her sister Nojiko, and later splitting the money with Arlong, rendering Nami's 8 years of effort futile. I understand now. Captain Rat's face stiffened, surprised that Shili confronted him directly. Nevertheless, he obediently waved to signal his subordinates to collect everything. After all, rank had its privileges and Shili was from the headquarters while he was just a branch captain. The disparity in their status was too great. On the way back to the division, Ein looked at Shili curiously and said, "Shili, aren't you usually easy to get along with? Why have you suddenly become so?" It was hard to articulate, but Ein felt that today's Shili was somewhat unfamiliar. Although Captain Rat's welcome was indeed somewhat over the top, it shouldn't have been enough to provoke such anger, right? When high-ranking officials visit regardless of the circumstances, a show of hospitality is expected. Every base in the Navy has a welcome ceremony, though some are simple, while others are a bit more extravagant. You'll understand soon enough. Shili did not elaborate to Ein. Once he gathered evidence to ruin this scoundrel's reputation, he would properly reorganize the base here. After returning to the base, Captain Rat was still planning an evening banquet to welcome Shili. However, just seeing this guy was enough to disgust Shili. With no interest in dining, he directly declined and went back to his room to rest. Ein, on the other hand, found it hard to refuse and attended the evening banquet in place of Shili. The next day, Shili arrived at his office, but to his surprise, before he could explode his aide, Ein had already blown up. "Bastard! What's going on with this branch? How dare they report such military intelligence recklessly?" Ein, sitting in Shili's office chair, slammed her palm down angrily on the table. The reason was simple. When she prepared to gather information on the pirates near the 16th Division, she found that the documents stated there were no pirates in the area. It was entirely a facade of peace. The East Sea is indeed regarded as a symbol of peace by the Navy, but that does not mean the East Sea is devoid of pirates. In this era of great pirates, every sea region suffers from pirate troubles. There are no exceptions. Captain Rat, is this how you manage your division? Without hesitation, Ain, who had been chatting with Captain Rat at last night's welcome banquet, turned hostile. She had never liked Captain Rat much. His rat-like appearance and last night's behavior towards Shili clearly showed him to be a petty man. If it weren't for feeling that Shili's attitude was excessively harsh yesterday, she wouldn't have voluntarily attended the banquet to mingle with everyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken to someone like Captain Rat at all. What do you mean by this, Captain Ain? Captain Rat's face darkened as he was directly questioned by Ain. He was willing to accept his loss from yesterday with Shili. After all, he was her superior and a major from the headquarters. However, Ain was merely a Navy captain like him, and she was much younger, making him her senior. Being reprimanded by a young girl was quite embarrassing for someone of his age. I traveled here from the North Sea with Major Shili, and we've already taken down 3 or 4 pirate crews along the way. How can your branch claim there are no pirates? Are you lying about military intelligence? Do you think we're all blind? Ain was genuinely infuriated. They had encountered 3 or 4 pirate crews on their way. Normally, it was quite common for a branch to oversee 30 pirate crews of varying sizes. Yet here there was not a single mention of any. What's so strange about that? It's merely a facade of peace. Secretly, they collude with pirates and offer them protection while receiving some rewards. While it's known that there are plenty of such scoundrels within the Navy, since one has conveniently appeared before me, I can only say that you deserve to die. With that, Shili signaled to Ain with a glance. Without a word, Ain rushed forward, landing a punch on Captain Rat's stomach, and then pinned him down. Captain Rat was completely panicked. This was the situation he feared most, and he quickly defended himself, saying, Major Shili, the East Sea is inherently peaceful. Everyone tends to underreport or lie about situations. We just went a bit overboard. There's no need to be so harsh. Take your words to Magellan and impel down. Shili waved his hand and walked out, signaling for the soldiers outside to escort Captain Rat to prison. This sudden thunderous action shocked many in the 16th Division. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. In a place managed by someone like Captain Rat, one could only imagine how many pests were hidden beneath. For a moment, many felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, fearing that their past deeds would be uncovered. Of course, Shili had no time to investigate each case. He left most of the troublesome matters to Ain. I must say, having such a reliable aide is truly wonderful. Any task can be directly entrusted to her. After about a month, the situation in the East Sea branch significantly improved. At least no one dared to collude recklessly with pirates anymore. As for Captain Rat, he was probably already thrown into impel down. Shili wasn't clear on the details of how he was dealt with. In order to restore the Navy's credibility, special personnel were sent to explain the situation here and encourage those who had previously been oppressed by Captain Rat and the pirates to come forward and report. In this month, Shili had already taken down more than 10 pirate crews. 16 nights. This is a distress letter from a place called Kexia Village. The content is similar to before, where Colonel Mouse collaborates with local pirates to oppress ordinary people. We hope that we can send people to eliminate the pirates on the island. A voice came from the other end of the office, and 16 Nights, who was drinking tea, finally put down the cup. Kexia Village, isn't that where Nami is from? The evil dragon is indeed in this place. Is it the evil dragon pirates, right? All of them are fishmen, 16 Nights inquired. Aang nodded. 16 Nights was correct. The pirates here were not ordinary pirates, but a group of fishmen. Do you know that group of pirates? Aang asked. Well, their leader should be Arlong. 16 Nights' gaze turned cold as he walked out, shouting to Aang, prepare a warship at the port, target Kexia Village. Kexia Village has been occupied by the evil dragon pirates for some time now, but due to Colonel Mouse's indifference, everyone has been suffering from oppression and many lives have been lost in the process. Even if someone wanted to report it, they would be stopped by Colonel Mouse's side and handed over to the evil dragon. It was probably because the news of Colonel Mouse's downfall had spread around this month that the people of Kexia Village were willing to give it a try. The warship moved steadily toward the location of the evil dragon, and most of the soldiers from the Navy were quite excited. The evil dragon pirates were not unfamiliar to them. With a bounty of 20 million berries, they were quite formidable pirates in this peaceful East Sea. To be honest, with someone like Colonel Mouse, even without cooperating with the evil dragon, he would still be unable to match the evil dragon pirates. Gradually, the Navy below had tacitly allowed the evil dragon to act with impunity. However, the appearance of 16 Nights filled everyone with confidence. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the powerful always attract more attention and followers. It is precisely for this reason that the 4 emperors can easily establish their pirate forces. Even if a pirate crew is destroyed, as long as those few people are not dead, they can quickly rebuild a crew comparable to the previous one. The warship was fast, and within half a day 16 Nights led the team to the location of the Arlong pirates. 16 Nights, we have arrived at the location where the Arlong pirates are stationed. What should we do next? You all disembark and be careful not to let those fishmen escape. I will take care of their base alone. Remember, kill on sight if you see fishmen. 16 Knights was quite merciless. He could not have even the slightest compassion for these fellows with blood on their hands. After saying that, 16 Knights walked alone toward the direction of Arlong Park. Just as he had not gone far, a few voices suddenly came from ahead. Who is it? Who allowed you to wander around here? Wait, this guy doesn't seem to be from the village. In front of 16 Knights, several fishmen swaggered over, their gazes filled with mockery, while beneath that mockery lay deep murderous intent. Most of these fishmen harbored great hostility toward humans, wishing to kill all humans. However, 16 Knights completely ignored their words and squatted down to randomly pick up a few small stones from the ground. Right in front is Arlong's base. It seems a little chaos is acceptable here. In fact, 16 Knights could have ordered the Navy to first bombard this area with artillery, but he chose not to. He was not Sakazuki, who would go to any lengths to eliminate pirates. As long as he had the ability, he would do his best to protect the innocent. The fishmen laughed when they saw 16 Knights picking up small stones from the ground. How old are you, kid? You actually think you can kill us by throwing stones? What an idiot. Our fishman's physical strength is 10 times that of you fragile humans. But the next second, a small stone in 16 Knights' hand flew out. Boom. A fishman's body was instantly blown in half, with the flesh in his abdomen completely rotten, the bloody sight extremely terrifying. The divided corpse fell apart along with blood and flesh, a shocking sight. Damn it. What just happened? The other two fishmen were so scared that their legs trembled. Their companion had just exploded in an instant. The bloody and mangled scene was quite stimulating to their hearts. So weak. 16 Knights commented indifferently, followed by two lightning-fast small stones flying out. The other two fishmen didn't even have the chance to react before they met the same fate. With a series of thuds, several heads fell to the ground, their eyes wide open, still reflecting the terror they had just experienced. Meanwhile, inside Arlong Park, bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions erupted in his base, instantly turning Arlong's territory into a wasteland. Many fishmen had no chance to react and were buried in the ruins, while some unfortunate ones were killed on the spot. Damn it, what's going on? Who installed explosives here? Arlong, who had been comfortably basking in the sun, was startled by the sudden explosions, thinking that someone had set explosives here in advance. Boss, it seems they weren't pre-installed bombs. I just saw they were fired from outside. It should be artillery fire, a fishman said to Arlong. Artillery fire. Call the brothers to go out and see which fool dared to do this. I want to kill him myself. Hearing this, Arlong immediately became furious. How dare someone bombard him? Was it that newly arrived navy? Colonel Mouse had been dealt with a month ago, and even if the news was closed off, Arlong should understand that a new leader had come. But he was not someone to be trifled with. It was a fact that Colonel Mouse cooperated with him, but the premise was that the Navy's 16 branches could not match the evil dragon pirates. With the advantage of the fishmen and being in the ocean, those Navy soldiers had no way to deal with them. Thus, Arlong planned to bring people to teach this new Navy a lesson. You want to kill me? 16 Knights, who had just arrived at the entrance of Arlong Park, happened to hear the others boast. Who are you? Arlong looked back at 16 Knights, his bloodshot eyes looking quite intimidating. Huh? Are you an idiot? You were just shouting about wanting to kill me, and now you don't recognize me. Dead fish. 16 Knights had his hands in his pockets, looking at the evil dragon with disdain. It stinks, you reek of fish. It's disgusting. Upon smelling the odor inside, 16 Knights' expression visibly twisted. How could this place still be called a paradise? A strong, fishy smell filled the air, extremely nauseating. That feeling was simply worse than the mixed odor of some boys' stinky socks and sweat at home in summer. It's a wonder that Nami could endure being in such a place for so long. It must have been quite tough for her. Crack. Hearing 16 Knights' words, Arlong's expression turned extremely angry, and the chair he had just been holding was crushed to pieces. 16 Knights' words were nothing short of extreme ridicule, especially injuring their fishmen, who harbored hatred toward humans. Why do fishmen hate humans so much? The reason is simple. Humans despise them for being dirty, for their strange smells, and some even regard them and other fish as the same beings, treating them as food. 16 Knights' words just now were often spoken by such types of people. Having been accustomed to dominating in this East Sea, they had long taken themselves as a superior race, and no one dared to speak to them like that. No matter who you are, I will definitely tear you to pieces today. Arlong roared furiously at Shili, originally intending to show off his muscles to the newly arrived naval commander before continuing his collaboration with the old rat colonel. However, after hearing Shili's words, he had completely lost his sanity. Even though he knew that taking down this naval commander would raise his bounty again, and that the Navy would send stronger officers to capture him, he would never experience such comfortable days again. How arrogant. They are just a bunch of stinky fish. Shili strolled towards Arlong at a leisurely pace. Arlong, a worthless individual, could only bully ordinary people in a place like the East Sea, yet he considered himself a member of a superior race. Such a guy wouldn't even survive in the New World, let alone in the first half of the Grand Line. He could only be regarded as the lowest tier of ordinary pirates. Especially given this guy's actions, fishmen were already looked down upon, and if he were in the New World, stronger beings would surely not spare him. In the fishmen tribe, the only one with commendable strength was Jinbei. Aside from him, there was Princess Shirahoshi, an ancient weapon. Moreover, Shirahoshi is not even a fishman, but a mermaid. Arrogant lowly humans, I will make you deeply regret what you just said. With a roar, the evil dragon stomped, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. Then he shot forward like a cold arrow at an astonishing speed, his mouth open, sharp teeth clicking. The other fishmen around, witnessing the evil dragon's move, believed victory was assured. This was his signature technique, one that ordinary individuals could not withstand. They even felt they could see Shili being torn apart. Just trash, relying on physical talent. He isn't worthy of being called a pirate. Shili looked at Arlong with displeasure, feeling no need to show any mercy to such a guy. Arlong, who originally thought he could defeat his opponent with one blow, found himself grabbed by the neck by Shili. In an instant, his grip tightening to the point where Arlong felt his neck might snap. Boom, boom, boom. A series of massive explosions rang out, with dust rising to the sky like small mushroom clouds. Shili attacked Arlong, whom he was holding by the neck, forcefully slamming him into the ground, blood splattering like molten lava as Arlong let out a painful wail. The tremendous force battered his body. Even with a physique 10 times that of ordinary humans, it was utterly useless against Shili's overwhelming power. The body that Arlong prided himself on was ground against the earth, a penetrating pain coursing from his back to his abdomen. Ha ha ha. As Shili swung Arlong's body with force, he laughed heartily, a delighted smile crossing his face as he said, "Not bad, not bad. How does it feel to be trampled by the so-called inferior race?" With a bang, Shili flung Arlong away, crashing him into a nearby building. Teeth shattered, blood everywhere, his skull, sternum, and spinal cord all broken. His entire body, no, the entire fish's body, began to convulse uncontrollably. Is this a joke? That Arlong actually beaten to such a state by a human? The surrounding fishmen widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster Shili was. To be able to beat Arlong into such a state with no chance of retaliation, they had never seen Arlong in such a shape before. Wasn't he just an ordinary human? So powerful he's nearly killed Arlong. Meanwhile, Nami, hiding in a corner, gasped in shock, her eyes filled with astonishment. It was too insane. Even the most ordinary fishmen were stronger than those trained soldiers. Even with firearms, they couldn't compete with the fishmen tribe, let alone the leader of these fishmen, Arlong. Since witnessing the strength of the evil dragon pirates, Nami had completely lost the thought of resistance. She understood that no matter how hard she tried, she could never defeat these fishmen. Yet the very person she thought she could never overcome was being effortlessly dominated by Shili, leaving her mind in turmoil. One person single-handedly taking down the entire evil dragon pirates. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought someone was playing a joke on her. Truly weak, in a place like the New World, you'd just be the lowest level of fodder. Let me send you on your way instead. Shili looked disappointedly at Arlong, then turned his gaze to the group of fishmen nearby. Hearing the words New World from Shili, all the fishmen present panicked. Although they were in the East Sea, they were not fools, and their homeland, Fishman Island, was a necessary passage for pirates heading to the New World. Run! Run away! This guy is a monster from the New World. Suddenly someone shouted in the crowd, and all the fishmen scattered in fear. Understanding the terror of the New World, they had come to the East Sea, the weakest sea, to bully others. Even here their bounty was still less than that of the so-called Krieg pirates. Realizing that Shili belonged to the New World, everyone present lost the courage to resist. Don't think you can escape. Seeing the fishmen fleeing, Shili paid them no mind, merely toying with a small stone in his hand. In the next moment, Shili decisively threw the small stone, moving at a speed comparable to that of the third cosmic velocity, directly towards the fishmen of the evil dragon pirates. Boom! Those seemingly harmless small stones exploded like the most violent explosives, creating scorching mushroom clouds that lifted off the ground, with over 90 of the fishmen blown to bits. Even those who survived were left with their bodies severely crippled, screaming agonizingly. If left unattended, they would likely bleed to death soon. With one strike, the evil dragon pirates were annihilated. So powerful. Nami swallowed hard, finding herself quite interested in this suddenly appeared powerhouse Shili. When did this world become so crazy? Did such a person really exist? Little girl hiding in the back, come out now. Just as Nami was still immersed in Shili's terrifying strength, his sudden words made her heart skip a beat. She was still considered a member of the evil dragon pirates, and while watching Shili wreak havoc was indeed thrilling, if his target were her, wouldn't that spell certain death? Thinking of this, Nami felt a wave of panic. Please don't kill me, I beg you, I am not one of them. Nami, disregarding everything, rushed out to plead for her life, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. She was only 10 years old, not the clever and resourceful girl she would become. She had only just begun to show some talent in navigation. As for the schemes and cleverness, she would later excel, and those were honed through her experiences as a little thief navigating various places. Suddenly Shili scratched his chin, letting out an inexplicable chuckle, his pitch-black eyes fixated on the little girl named Nami, a playful glint flashing in them. It seemed things were becoming a bit more interesting. He could play a little longer. Shili walked right up to Nami, surveying her with ill intentions. Being stared at by Shili made Nami feel quite unnatural, as if she were being eyed by some ferocious beast. Even without deliberately releasing his aura, he was intimidating to an ordinary person. I really don't know anything. You see, they are fishmen. I am human. I truly am not one of them. Nami put on an innocent expression. If an ordinary person heard such a statement, they would surely believe her. After all, everyone in the evil dragon pirates despised humans, and Nami was the only one in the entire pirate crew with a somewhat special status. But just then Shili suddenly spoke up. You claim you are not a member of the evil dragon pirate crew, yet the tattoo on your shoulder is their emblem, isn't it? Although it was phrased as a question, Shili's assertive tone left Nami feeling quite uneasy. What? Nami exclaimed in shock, quickly glancing at her left shoulder. She had actually forgotten about that tattoo. While everyone in the village knew she was not affiliated with the evil dragons, the forced membership in the pirate crew left her with their distinctive tattoo. Hey! Shili smirked wickedly, suddenly reaching out to grasp both of Nami's hands behind her back, rendering her completely defenseless. Indeed, you are deceiving me. How can you claim to not be part of the evil dragon pirate crew while bearing their tattoo? Nami was taken aback. Before she could even react, Shili had captured both of her hands. Instinctively, she tried to struggle and pull her hands back, but it felt as if they were stuck, unable to move. I despise pirates like Arlong who commit crimes, but I loathe scum like you even more. You are clearly human, yet you collude with pirates to oppress ordinary people. It seems I must deal with you just like I would with Arlong. Shili threatened Nami with a malicious grin. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes widened and her breath caught in her throat. No, wait, I truly am not one of them. You can ask everyone in the village. They will testify that I was forced to join Arlong's pirate crew. Nami's entire body began to struggle frantically. She did not want to die, not even a little. The only ones who could vouch for her were the villagers. She believed that if she could just get to the village, they would surely help her explain that she was coerced into joining the evil dragon pirate crew. Why should I follow your orders and ask others in the village? You already bear the evil dragon pirate crew's mark. It seems only natural for you to go to your doom with them. With a decidedly malicious smile, Shili had no intention of obeying Nami's plea to inquire in the village. You must be lying. Seeing Shili's demeanor, Nami felt a wave of despair wash over her. But if you say you were forced to join them, why did those filthy fish insist on having you? You don't seem special in any way to me. Just as Nami fell into utter despair, Shili's curious question pierced through her heart like a beam of light, as if grasping that light could offer her hope for survival. Because they coveted my ability to draw nautical charts. Don't let my young age fool you. I am quite an accomplished navigator. There are things those fishmen cannot do that only I can accomplish. Nami's face was filled with the last flicker of hope, hoping that her words would resolve Shili's misunderstanding. However, for Shili, who already knew the answer, Nami's response was inconsequential. He had no intention of actually killing her, merely toying with her a bit. I see, you must be quite an excellent navigator then. But I am the Navy, and you are ultimately a pirate. This matter cannot be easily resolved. However, since my ship is in need of a talented navigator, it would be a shame to send someone like you to prison. Why not work on my warship instead? Consider it atonement for your involvement with the evil dragon pirate crew. After hearing Shili's words, Nami felt as if she had risen from the depths of hell back to paradise. She had originally thought she would die here. Even if she didn't, she would likely end up imprisoned. To her surprise, the situation had taken a turn for the better. At least she would be working for the Navy, which could be considered a civil servant of sorts, right? A stable income was certainly appealing. For someone like her, transitioning from a pirate to a Navy officer was a stroke of luck. I agree. I will be your navigator from now on. Not daring to think too much, fearing that Shili might grow impatient and slap her, Nami quickly replied. All right, then you'll be sticking with me from now on. As long as I have a meal, you won't go hungry. After releasing Nami's hands, Shili clapped her shoulder with the air of a seasoned gang leader, entirely resembling a figure from the underworld rather than a Navy officer. Rubbing her sore wrists, Nami looked at Shili with a puzzled expression. It was only now that she noticed Shili wasn't even wearing a Navy uniform, especially lacking the Navy's iconic justice cape. Coupled with his earlier behavior resembling a gang leader recruiting underlings, Nami couldn't help but harbor some doubts about Shili's identity. Could this guy be a pirate from somewhere else taking down Arlong just to engage in black market dealings? Let's go, follow me back to the warship. Perhaps sensing Nami's thoughts, Shili irritably ruffled her hair, messing up her beautiful orange locks. The so-called Arlong paradise had an absolutely dreadful atmosphere with dust and powder mingling with a strong stench of blood compounded by the fishy odor unique to fishmen. Ugh, that smell was even more pungent than the crowded farmer's market in a small town from 20 years ago in the world where Shili had previously resided. All around there were corpses, some of which were in extremely horrific states, like half a head being severed or abdomens punctured, spilling out all sorts of strange contents. The others, who were slightly better off, were drenched in blood with limbs twisted abnormally. Although she had never seen hell, Nami felt that this place was akin to a purgatory. Soon Nami and Shili returned to the warship. Once aboard, she felt a bit more at ease, realizing that Shili was not the type of Blackheart leader she had imagined. Moreover, through the titles used by other Navy soldiers, she learned that the seemingly fierce man before her was actually a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. A Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The highest-ranking officer she had previously encountered was that disgraced Captain Mouse. It felt as if she had previously met a brigade commander from a remote area, while Shili was a military commander from the capital's headquarters and the youngest one in history. Even though Nami was only 10 years old, she understood that this young man who looked to be under 20 was already a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In a few years or a decade, becoming a Navy Admiral would be no problem at all. A Navy Admiral. What does that even mean? The strongest force of the world government. To be labeled as the strongest is indicative of just how terrifying it truly is. For ordinary people, this was an unattainable concept. Not to mention Nami at present, even 10 years later after experiencing the Paramount War and fighting alongside Luffy in the New World, she would still fear the term Navy Admiral. Shili, that's going a bit too far with the jokes. Nami is so young and already threatened by the evil dragon pirate crew, and you still dare to scare her like that. Upon boarding the warship and discovering the presence of the lovely sister, Nami immediately ran to hug Ain's leg. She also embellished her experiences with the evil dragon pirate crew, making them sound even more tragic. This thoroughly won Ain over. Hearing Nami's pitiful background, Ain became her staunchest protector. After hearing about Shiliuya's intimidation of Nami, she immediately rushed over to confront him. Trouble. I was just following the rules. Shiliuya, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed, showing no sign of embarrassment at Ain's words. He hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he be lectured by Ain? Ain rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated by Shiliuya's response. Indeed, Shiliuya's intelligence was far superior to hers. It was utterly impossible to gain the upper hand in a verbal spar with him. However, Ain understood Shiliuya's childish personality well. His earlier threat to Nami was certainly not motivated by a sense of duty as a Navy officer. If Nami were treated as a pirate, she would probably perish in an instant rather than taking the time to explain why she joined that group of pirates. He had seen many such examples. A pirate ship appeared from afar, and before he could discern the situation aboard, Shiliuya had already sunk it with a single stone. What does this feeling resemble? Right, it's like playing a childhood game of shooting birds using stones to hit the little birds in the sky. It was purely for amusement. She was sure that Shiliuya was hunting those pirates with this mindset. And Nami, you little girl, have you learned to complain? Suddenly Shiliuya shifted his gaze directly to Nami. At that moment, Nami was immediately intimidated. She had witnessed Shiliuya's violent tendencies. She dared not resist, and could only obediently leave Ain's side and walk over to Shiliuya, casting a pitiful glance at Ain for help. However, Shiliuya paid no mind to that, and placed his hand on Nami's head, ruffling her hair. Little girl, you were rescued from the evil dragon by me, so be a good maid for me. Indeed, Nami was currently dressed in a maid outfit, serving as Shiliuya's exclusive maid. But I also want to be a Navy officer. Nami pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Suddenly Shiliuya reached out, lifted Nami's chin, and leaned his face close to hers, asking with a mischievous grin, are you saying you want to abandon your duties as a maid and run away? Aye. As Shiliuya suddenly closed the distance between them, Nami froze, feeling the warmth of his breath, her ears turning bright red. Her mind was filled with Shiliuya's face, completely unsure of how to respond. Hey. Ain hurriedly rushed over, pulling Nami back several steps while glaring fiercely at Shiliuya. You should at least hold back a little, targeting such a young girl. At this moment, Nami, realizing what Shiliuya had just done, felt her face flush crimson as though it could bleed, and without a word, she dashed back to her room. Haha. Seeing this, Shiliuya burst into a hearty laugh. Indeed, this guy has a terrible personality. Ain stared at Shiliuya in silence, wondering if it was really okay to like someone who even teased a little girl like Nami. Even knowing that Shiliuya wasn't serious, but merely acting out of amusement, it was still quite troubling. Yo Ain, you've chased away my cute little maid. Suddenly Shiliuya seemed to recall something and narrowed his eyes at Ain. Since that's the case, why don't you take over my cute little maid's unfinished work? You said it's not okay to target such a young girl, so it should be fine to target you, right? Idiot, I'm not dealing with you anymore. After being teased by Shiliuya, Ain's face turned red. You're blushing. Shiliuya wasn't bothered at all and continued to tease Ain. Who was blushing? On the deck of the warship, Ain's delicate angry shout echoed through the sky. However, it seemed that the other Navy soldiers had already grown accustomed to such scenes and showed no signs of surprise. Almost every few days Ain would be driven to this state by Shili. A few days later, in a certain location of the East Sea, in Windmill Town, a unique ship was preparing to set sail. If it were in the New World, everyone would likely recognize whose ship it was at first glance. Red-haired Shanks. Although he wasn't a Yonko at this time, he was already a well-known pirate in the New World. "Oh, do you want to surpass us?" Looking at the sniveling little brat in front of him, Red-haired felt inexplicably calm. In him, Red-haired seemed to see a shadow of his captain. It's quite amusing because his captain is the world-renowned pirate King Roger, yet he saw a semblance of that figure in a sniveling little brat. But Red-haired was not one to hesitate. Upon realizing this, he unhesitatingly took off his hat and placed it on Luffy's head. "All right then, this hat will be under your care. It's my most important hat, so take good care of it. When you become an outstanding pirate in the future, return it to me." With such an agreement, Red-haired prepared to embark on his journey to the New World once again. Although he had lost an arm and given away the important hat that Roger had left him, Red-haired felt he would not regret this decision. "Captain, that hat is quite important, isn't it? Are you really sure it's all right?" Beckman glanced at Luffy, who was crying, and then looked at the smiling Red-haired. "As for Luffy, there's absolutely no problem." Red-haired confidently replied, believing Luffy could become an impressive man even greater than himself. Indeed, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, that guy is the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon, and carries the fate of the D clan. He will definitely become an extraordinary pirate in the future. Shili also nodded in agreement. One must admit Red-haired's eye for people was quite sharp, choosing Luffy from the vast sea of people without even knowing his identity. However, when Shili spoke up, everyone in the red-haired pirates felt something was off. Their pirate crew, much like the future Luffy and the former Roger, was mainly composed of elites, and each person's voice was already very familiar with each other. Where did this suddenly appearing voice come from? Everyone turned around and saw Shili leaning against the railing like them, staring down. Many were drenched in cold sweat. Who was this guy, and when did he come aboard their ship? Not a single person had noticed Shili's presence. Even now that they saw Shili here, using observation Haki yielded no results, as if this person simply did not exist. Strange, extremely strange. "Boss, this guy is not simple." Several combat members approached Red-haired, watching Shili with caution. Having often mingled in the New World, they had never encountered someone like him, a presence completely undetectable, able to slip past everyone's observation Haki and appear boldly on their ship. Of course, Red-haired was not a complete fool. He naturally understood that Shili was extraordinary. However, he cared more about what Shili had just said. Hero of the Navy, Garp, revolutionary dragon, both of whom were renowned figures, and they were actually Luffy's grandfather and father. This was something he had never anticipated. "Do you know Luffy's family?" This was the first question Red-haired asked. After all, I am a Navy officer and have met that old man Garp a few times," Shili calmly replied, showing no intention of concealing his identity as a Navy officer. However, the moment they heard that Shili was a Navy officer, everyone except Red-haired raised their weapons at him. The Navy and pirates inherently stood on two different positions. Even Red-haired fell into a moment of silence upon hearing Shili's blunt words. "This guy is too direct, showing no intention of hiding his identity at all. Navy, what do you want? Are you here to capture us?" Beckman asked while aiming his pistol at Shili's head. He simply could not understand why this Navy officer dared to come alone onto their ship and brazenly revealed his identity. After all, they were the red-haired pirates, a crew that was extremely powerful even in the New World. Except for the current unrivaled overlord of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates, even the likes of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would not instill too much fear in the red-haired pirates. Really a bunch of unfriendly guys. Despite being aimed at by so many weapons, Shili remained indifferent with a faint smile on his face. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are pirates and you are the Navy. It's already quite courteous of us not to shoot directly," Beckman said fiercely. For some reason, Shili's calm demeanor placed immense pressure on him. Completely baffled by what this guy was thinking as the intellectual support of the red-haired pirates, he couldn't grasp Shili's intentions at all. A reckless madman. Or did he think we wouldn't shoot? Or perhaps he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to counterattack in such a situation. These three possibilities suddenly surfaced in Beckman's mind. From Shili's attitude and what he had just said, he should not be that kind of madman. Considering Shili's age, he also couldn't be one with such strength. Wait, this guy's appearance seems familiar. Suddenly, Beckman froze for a moment. About 20 years old, although he was in the Navy, he never wore a Navy uniform. His arrogant demeanor and slightly rough behavior, along with his golden hair and headphones. "You are that recently famous naval major who captured Ryder, right?" Beckman immediately guessed Shili's identity and tightened his grip on the gun. Red Earl Ryder, for those of their generation, was a name they practically grew up hearing. To have captured Ryder, Shili's strength must be incredibly formidable, definitely stronger than their captain. As expected of Beckman, quite clever. Shili turned to Beckman with an appreciative expression. Being able to navigate the new world with the somewhat foolish red-haired Beckman's role must have been substantial. As for the purpose of my visit, I don't mind telling you. Shili gazed meaningfully at the red-haired, then suddenly pulled out a transponder snail from his pocket, ignoring the surrounding weapons as he approached the red-haired. This action made the surrounding pirates even more tense. Just now Beckman had said that this navy was the one who captured the Red Earl Ryder. It's fine, he means no harm. The red-haired timely stopped his crew, urging them to lower their weapons. Then looking at Shili, he hesitated for a moment before taking the transponder snail from Shili's hand. Red-haired, you bastard, how dare you instigate my grandson to become a pirate? As soon as he took the transponder snail, a furious roar from Garp erupted on the other end. At that moment, Garp at the G5 branch in the New World had bloodshot eyes, looking extremely excited, and the desk in front of him had already been shattered. The red-haired actually appeared in Windmill Town and even instigated his grandson to become a pirate. This was like a bolt from the blue for Garp. Garp. Upon hearing this voice, the red-haired started to tremble, almost unable to speak. Garp, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, had chased Roger around the world back when he was just a lowly intern on the Pirate King's ship. As a member of Roger's crew, if anyone left the most shadow over him, it would undoubtedly be facing Garp. Yo, old man Garp, you must have heard Red-haired's conversation with Luffy just now, right? Doesn't it feel exhilarating? Grandpa is the Navy's son, is in the Revolutionary Army, grandson is a pirate. Your family is quite legendary. Suddenly Shili came beside him, teasing Garp. Just dealing with Dragon, who was in the Revolutionary Army, was already giving him a headache, and now his grandson was actually going to become a pirate under the guidance of the red-haired. I absolutely won't let that bastard red-haired go. Shili, you need to help me capture red-haired and the others right now, and when we get back he'll treat you to some rice crackers. No, I refuse. However, Shili directly rejected Garp without a second thought. This blunt attitude surprised the members of the red-haired pirates. Wait, aren't you also a Navy? Is it really okay to say you want capture pirates in front of Vice Admiral Garp? Why, I might not be able to beat you, but dealing with red-haired is more than enough. Garp roared at the other end of the transponder snail. In fact, after that time, he compared strength with Shili. Garp understood that he probably wasn't Shili's opponent, having defeated Whitebeard too and captured Ryder. Just a red-haired should be within Shili's capability to deal with. Of course, it's more interesting this way. Furthermore, guiding kids onto the right path is a grandparent's responsibility. Moreover, red-haired still has a lot of potential for improvement. If he dies now, it would rob us of a lot of future fun. Shili looked at red-haired with an appreciative expression. Although red-haired was already a well-known pirate, he was still not on the level of Whitebeard Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. In 4 years, the overall strength of the red-haired pirates would have significantly improved, and red-haired himself would soar in strength, rising to the throne of the 4 emperors. Interesting, my ass. Shili's response left Garp dumbfounded as a loud roar shattered the office door. Unfortunately, it seemed that Shili had already predicted Garp's sudden outburst, and he had turned off the transponder snail early on, not caring what Garp would say next. After finishing his roar, Garp realized that Shili had already hung up the transponder snail. When he tried to dial back, it was completely unreachable. That damn kid. After calming down a bit, Garp cursed under his breath as Shili, hanging up, had made their stance clear. Moreover, he had heard of Shili's reckless actions, the most outrageous being capturing Sakazuki as a spy and bringing him back to the Navy headquarters when there were obviously simpler solutions, yet Shili had to act so recklessly, completely driven by his own amusement. However, just thinking about his grandson being with a pirate like red-haired made Garp unable to sit still. Without saying a word, he ordered his Vice Admiral to prepare the fastest small boat and immediately head to the East Sea. In the entire first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, the only one who could take on a pirate of red-haired's caliber was Shili, so he had to return personally. Meanwhile, red-haired stared blankly at Shili, astonished that he had just hung up on Garp's call, especially under such an angry situation. After all, this man was a hero of the Navy, universally respected within the Navy from top to bottom. What on earth was this Navy Shili doing? Beckman and the others around him were also astonished, their jaws dropped. Now you understand what I'm here for, right? Work hard, it's not going to be easy being targeted by Garp. Shili looked at red-haired with a sympathetic expression, patting him on the shoulder as if to comfort him. That guy Garp had another nickname in the pirate circles during his youth, Mad Dog. He truly was a mad dog, relentless. Once he locked onto the Roger pirates, he ignored everything else and just bit down on them. The Pirate King Roger was chased all over the world by the Navy hero Garp, wasn't it, because of his mad dog nature? And now it was red-haired's turn to become Garp's target. Unless something unexpected happened, the red-haired pirates would soon enjoy the same treatment as the Pirate King Roger, being hunted all over the world by the Navy hero Garp. Red-haired was completely dumbfounded. Had he suddenly become Garp's target for no reason? This was too unreasonable. Who would have thought that Luffy, the kid he had such high hopes for, just happened to be the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, and that everything he said to Luffy had been broadcasted live to Garp by Shili. At that moment, Red-Haired felt as if he had returned to the days when he was an intern on the ship of the pirate King Roger being chased by Garp. At 18, he stood as a mere lackey. Now at 28, upon hearing that Garp was out to hunt him, he remained just a lackey. Returning to the New World sooner would ensure greater safety, as the first half of the Grand Line is dominated by the Navy. Although it seems I've lost an arm, you may still encounter considerable trouble in the New World. Unknown to him, Shizui had already run to the shore waving goodbye to the red-haired man and kindly analyzed the current situation for him. Aside from the New World, other places are predominantly under the Navy's control. However, returning to the New World, the red-haired man, having lost an arm, will likely attract many enemies and fame-seekers. On one side is Vice Admiral Garp, and on the other the countless pirates of the New World, making it seem impossible to deal with either. Confronting the Navy heat-in is undoubtedly a dead end. Thus, the only way for the red-haired man is to carve out a bloody path in the New World, becoming one of its emperors. What? That bastard Garp ran back to the East Blue from G5. On the other end, Sengoku had just received a call from Kuzan shortly after Garp had left. Hearing that Garp had rushed back to the East Blue without hesitation due to his grandson's situation made Sengoku stand up in anger. Well, there's nothing that can be done, after all, that's Garp, the Vice Admiral's grandson. Kuzan scratched his head, somewhat troubled, as he truly wasn't suited for reporting such matters. Moreover, he held great respect for Garp. It was only natural to worry when his grandson interacted with a notorious pirate like the red-haired man. Although Garp had left the G5 base, he was still stationed here, and he was certainly much stronger than Virgo, capable of holding his ground at a New World base. Yet Sengoku couldn't feel at ease so easily due to Virgo's betrayal and the recent stirrings of the big MOM pirates. For safety, Sake, he had sent Garp and Kazan to guard the G5 base together. The Navy only had two branches in the New World, G1 and G5, and losing either would be a severe blow. This is really troublesome. Now both Sakazuki and Borsalino have places to guard too. I can't possibly send Little Crane to G5 again. That guy Garp has really posed a dilemma for me. Sengoku placed his hand on his forehead in frustration. The Navy was indeed powerful, but the area needing protection was equally vast, and for a moment, he truly couldn't find a suitable candidate to send to G5. Vice Admiral Tsuru was quite suitable in both strength and experience, but also held the position of Chief of Staff at Navy headquarters, making her the brain of the Navy. Exposing his brain directly at the outer edges of the New World was clearly not a wise decision. Then why not let Shizui come to the New World instead? His personality tends to stir up trouble in the Four Seas, Kazan suggested. Anyone could see that Shizui's character was a bit too unconventional, and he acted on whim. During his time in the Four Seas, he had indeed achieved quite a bit, but the commotion he caused was also considerable. Even in the calm East Blue, he first exposed corruption within the Navy, and now he had created a situation concerning Garp. The Four Seas could definitely use a bit less of that kid's antics, but after all, he is still young. Kazan's suggestion seemed somewhat feasible to Sengoku. Directly placing Shizui in the New World made sense, since it was a pirate's domain where anything could happen. However, Shizui's youth did give Sengoku some hesitation. A freshly graduated young man can't possibly capture a major pirate like Ryder, Kazan reminded Sengoku. On the other end of the call, there was a moment of silence. After a long pause, Sengoku finally said, "All right then. At least that kid is quite resolute when it comes to pirates. But once he arrives at the G5 base, Kazan, you'll need to look after him closely." Sengoku instructed Kazan, ultimately deciding to take advantage of Garp's return and directly assign Shizui to the New World. Who's looking after whom is still uncertain. Kazan scratched his head, non-committal about Sengoku's words. Looking after Shizui. To be honest, facing that red-haired pirate Ryder now, Kazan didn't even have a third of the confidence. In fact, regarding the competition among the three admirals, Kazan had already begun to consider stepping back. Initially, he was a laid-back person, and with Shizui's sudden rise, even if he had managed to become an admiral due to his experience, he would still be the subject of much discussion later on. It might be better to simply give up the admiral position now, which would seem more carefree. Perhaps Borsalino shared the same thoughts. But I heard that guy has a pretty bad temperament, or I hope he won't be too difficult to deal with, Kazan said slowly, not dwelling too much on it, and directly fell asleep in the office that Garp had just partially destroyed. Given his temperament, it was likely he wouldn't have too much trouble getting along with Shizui. Concerning the New World base, Sengoku acted quickly, and the news regarding Shizui's transfer to the New World was almost immediately communicated. Having just been transferred to the East Blue, I haven't even warmed my seat before I'm being sent to the New World again. After hanging up Sengoku's call, Shizui laughed and began to complain. He had guessed the cause and effect merely due to his call with Garp, which resulted in increased defensive pressure at the G5 base. Sengoku, unable to find anyone, had no choice but to drag Shizui out. Moreover, this time, to intimidate the pirates of the New World, Sengoku even exceptionally promoted Shizui to Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters. Records are merely meant to be broken. Shizui's achievements had indeed shattered Navy records, graduating as a captain and in less than a year, he was directly promoted to Rear Admiral. Furthermore, considering the current support from both the Navy and the government, it's highly likely that Izayoi will be promoted to Admiral within a year. However, I'm quite lucky, finally I can go to the New World for some fun. A glint of excitement flashed in Izayoi's eyes. The latter half of the New World, a place where countless powerful pirates gathered, had weather and enemies of a completely different level compared to the Four Seas. To be honest, staying in such a place had become somewhat stale for him. But now it was different. As the saying goes, gold will eventually shine, and for Izayoi, he would sooner or later take the stage in the New World. After briefly preparing at the base, Izayoi set off 2 days later. His first stop was Logetown, where the pirate king Roger was executed. Of course, he held little interest in this place, merely taking a quick look before leaving. Once he entered the Grand Line through the Navy's exclusive passage, Izayoi felt that this place was entirely on a different level compared to the Four Seas. Wars between nations, gang violence, human traffickers, pirates, and various criminals. Murderers were alarmingly common. The entire world seemed filled with a scent of evil, showcasing the law of the jungle in a ruthlessly vivid manner. A paradise for criminals. Of course, for Izayoi, this was also a paradise. Especially when he arrived at the latter half of the New World, the number of individuals who could offer him excitement increased dramatically. Rear Admiral Izayoi, no Vice Admiral Izayoi. We have already entered the territory of the New World. Here are the recent aid requests from several countries, all reporting disturbances caused by pirates, hoping the Navy can send troops to help resolve the situation. Ain hurriedly pulled out a large stack of information. This is the norm in the New World. The Navy essentially has no control over the situation, and even the two branches barely hold their ground. And you should be getting used to calling me Vice Admiral by now. Izayoi seemed unconcerned about these aid requests, instead adopting a mature demeanor as he began to lecture Ain. This can't be helped after all, your position has risen so quickly. Ain pouted, looking at Izayoi enviously. Having just graduated, he had already become a Rear Admiral. She had just gotten used to calling him Captain, and now he was promoted to Vice Admiral. Moreover, Izayoi wasn't even wearing a Navy uniform, which led Ain to mistakenly call him by the wrong title repeatedly in recent days. Is that so? Then you better be prepared. Who knows, I might become an admiral in no time. Izayoi found it quite amusing, and to be honest, Ain looked a bit cute in that moment. Let's discuss those matters later. The pressing issue right now is how you plan to handle these requests. Ain placed the pile of aid letters in front of Izayoi. Before coming to the New World, she could never have imagined that the situation here was so dire. Originally, Ain thought the North Sea was chaotic enough, but it turned out the New World was even worse. Those guys have probably gotten used to it. Whenever a new Navy officer arrives, they send out aid requests. Perhaps some hot-blooded fool will actually rush to their rescue. Izayoi shrugged and explained to Ain. First off, Izayoi glanced through the countries that sent out aid requests, and over 70 of them were not even member states of the world government. Of course, although they weren't member states, their relationships with the world government remained close. In theory, the Navy had no obligation to protect them. Secondly, any country that could survive in the New World had its unique strengths, though otherwise they would have long been overtaken by pirate crews of the Four Emperors caliber. Are we just going to ignore them? Ain was somewhat indecisive. She knew of Izayoi's capabilities. Although he appeared rough and barbaric, surprising everyone, he was quite the strategist, and his deep foresight often impressed her. Of course, we can't completely ignore them. During this time, I happened to notice something interesting. Izayoi slightly curled his lips, suddenly pulling out an aid request from Ain's arms. This is a rescue request from the Kingdom of Augusta. Recently, the 8 Treasure Navy from the West Sea is preparing to launch an attack on their military base. Is there anything special about that? Ain examined the letter and compared it to other aid requests, noticing that there seemed to be no significant difference. The leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Pepper, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. To be honest, that's quite impressive, but there are many other pirates worth noting elsewhere. When looking at things, one must not only view the surface and must not take one side's words at face value. Why would a guy who was already hiding in the West Sea after being defeated by that old man Garp suddenly come to the New World and launch an attack on this country? Shili's question left Ain in a daze. Indeed, why did Qingjiao, who had already gone into seclusion, specially travel all the way from the West Sea to here? Aren't you tired? Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Could there be a special connection between the Augusta Kingdom and the Flower Kingdom? I'd venture to guess. That's right. Rather than saying that Qingjiao had a conflict with the Augusta Kingdom, it would be more accurate to say that the conflict lay between Qingjiao and Doflamingo. Shili recalled that in the original story, Doflamingo had sold arms in the Dark World in large quantities, causing the Flower Kingdom to suffer defeat in the war. The king of the Flower Kingdom ordered the leader of the original 8 Treasures Navy, who had gone into seclusion, Qingjiao, to lead a team to sabotage the underground arms transport lines. The Augusta Kingdom was a major transit point for Doflamingo's arms shipments. I didn't expect that you could be clever sometimes, Ain. Shili praised her. What? You make it sound like I'm just a simple fool. Ain complained uncomfortably. This aspect of Shili was what irritated her the most. He always viewed her as some innocent naive. However, the situation is a bit troublesome now. The Flower Kingdom is a member state of the world government, yet Qingjiao and his crew are pirates. Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea, and the navy cannot directly act against a warlord. Ayn felt somewhat helpless as it seemed that neither side was easy to assist. She had originally thought it was just a simple plea for help, but it turned out to involve so many interests. Just now, among the pile of rescue letters you tossed over, there are many places even more complicated than this. The New World is not like the Four Seas. Every action of the Navy may trigger various chain reactions. Shili yawned and stretched. The entire New World was interconnected by various forces, and sometimes once you attempted to take action, it could attract the convergence of multiple powers. Even the world government had many vested interests, and this complicated structure was one of the reasons the Navy felt powerless. But no matter what, we should go take a look first. After a night's rest, the time soon arrived at the next day. Just after dawn, Shili set out with a warship. Most of the pirates encountered along the way were rather well behaved and did not attempt to cause trouble. Of course, there were exceptions. A few foolish ones were directly buried in the sea by Shili. Around noon, Shili and his crew arrived at the Augusta Kingdom, but as soon as they approached, fierce cannon fire began. Needless to say, the port must have been occupied by certain pirates. Everyone be on guard. I will take out the ones at the port. Shili glanced at the port location and issued the command directly. Boom, boom, boom. After a few seconds, dozens of cannonballs exploded simultaneously, a massive quantity of explosives detonating at the port. The port that had just looked decent was instantly engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, countless screams echoed in the inferno. Shili didn't care much. Anyone daring to fire at them was definitely no good. Just do it. Regardless, he was the leader of this warship, and he had to be responsible for his crew. After a barrage of relentless attacks, the port had completely turned into ruins with numerous severed limbs barely visible. However, because Shili had gone too far, it was impossible to tell how many people were lying in ambush. Shili, according to our observations, those who ambushed us just now seemed to be pirates, likely from the Flower Kingdom. A messenger came to report the findings. The Flower Kingdom, as expected. Shili was not surprised. Although the Augusta Kingdom was not a member of the world government, they had lowered their stance to seek assistance from the Navy, so how could they allow the Navy's warships to fire directly? Meanwhile, news of the Navy's landing had also reached Old Kai and Abu on the other side. Around the Augusta Kingdom, they had become intimately familiar with nearly every arms transfer point. Abu, the Navy has landed and is coming towards us. Old Kai, with a cigarette in his mouth, frowned as he looked at the map in front of him. It seems that those guys' plea for help worked on the Navy. Should we continue with our plan? The big guy sitting next to him looked at Old Kai's gaze and felt uncertain, but thinking about all the preparations made earlier and the defeat of the Flower Kingdom, he could only say, I feel we can still give it a try. Clearly, Abu was not willing to give up so easily. Old Kai felt the same. He did not want to abandon the plan. That rascal Doflamingo has been selling arms to the other side. We must give him a taste of his own medicine. Just thinking about Doflamingo made Old Kai feel an urge to hit someone. If it weren't for that guy, the Flower Kingdom wouldn't have suffered such a severe defeat. However, the Navy situation is also quite difficult to handle. The one leading them seems to be the recently famous Shili, who just got promoted to Rear Admiral not long ago. He's quite a tough character. Abu winked at Old Kai, noting that even the infamous Red Count Lade had been defeated by Shili. Coupled with a series of recent achievements, he was indeed someone to be wary of. Qingjiao was quite strong, right? He was also one of the legendary figures of that era, but he couldn't compare to top figures like the Red Count. That guy Red Count was defeated by the Golden Lion and has been recuperating in the North Sea. It's hard to say how much his strength has declined. Old Kai stubbornly retorted, unwilling to concede. Regardless, Shili was ultimately just a newcomer in his 20s. Many believe that Lade lost because he had fought against the Golden Lion and suffered injuries resulting in a significant drop in strength. Having taken down an unknown lone wolf, no one could be sure of Shili's true level. It was probably only those from the same generation like Whitebeard Garp and Steelbone Kong who would believe that the strength of the Red Count Lade had not declined too much. Better safe than sorry. That's not a character we can handle, Abu reminded. He didn't want Old Kai to be too reckless and end up getting taken down by Shili. I'm not that foolish. Hurry and inform the others. Advance the plan. We strike at noon today. Aim to destroy Doflamingo's transit station as quickly as possible. At the same time, Shili had already separated from the main Navy force and had come alone to the location provided in the intel. This place is quite hidden, Shili observed as he looked down into the valley from above. From this angle, he couldn't see where the pirates of the Flower Kingdom were hiding. However, through his observation, Haki Shili could sense that there were about 300 people below. The surroundings were a barren desert, and the naturally formed valley served as their best hiding spot. This situation was quite complex, and since the Navy soldiers he brought from the North Sea were all rookies, after careful consideration Shili decided to let Ayn guard the coast while he instinctively acted alone. But after all, a little mouse is just a little mouse, Shili mocked with a smile, as he slowly walked to the forefront of the mountain, cracked his knuckles, and reflected the ground beneath him in his eyes. Then let's just destroy your little nest first. He raised his right foot high and then brought it down forcefully. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as a massive force transmitted from Shili's foot into the mountain. Indeed, Shili's target was the mountain before him. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by several loud explosions, the ground beneath Shili unexpectedly cracked open, as if it had experienced a magnitude 9 or 10 earthquake. The ground was forcibly split apart, and the mountain began to tremble. Cracks appeared, revealing a bottomless dark abyss, and most of the pirates below had no time to react, caught off guard, and directly swallowed by the fissure. Simultaneously, Old Kai and Abu, who were just about to attack Doflamingo's arms transit station, were left in shock. What happened? Was that an earthquake? Suddenly, everyone inside was stunned, and everyone began to move busily at the same time. Their first reaction was an earthquake, and they hurriedly fled to the safety of the open ground. Shili stuffed his hands in his pockets, smiling as he looked at the masterpiece he had created with a single kick. Having the power to shatter mountains and sever seas, destroying a mountain with one kick was a trivial matter for him. Have the pirates from the Flower Country come out. Standing on a patch of wasteland, Shili stared at the frantic escape of Lau Kai and Abu. This guy is the new Rear Admiral of the Navy. Lau Kai and Abu recognized Shili's identity at a glance, as his fame grew so immense that even the Navy could no longer hide him. His photo had already circulated among the major powers. Did this guy come here alone? Abu glanced around, realizing that in this flat desert there was nowhere to hide a large army. Clearly there was only Shili here. What? Am I not enough alone? You trash from the sea. Shili opened his mouth, mocking Lau Kai and Abu below. Is this guy crazy? He came here alone to taunt hundreds of them. Lau Kai and Abu thought simultaneously. With so many people on their side, they thought that a war of attrition would tire him out eventually. Their plan was as simple as it was naive, relying on their overwhelming numbers to win. If Shili could hear their thoughts, he would probably laugh at that moment. A numerical advantage. Was this the only number that dared to claim it? Did they think that a lone wolf like Ryder stood at the top because of what? Once one's strength reached a certain level, numerical superiority became insignificant. In the future, during the Marineford War, the world government summoned 100,000 elite Marines to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, yet they still did not dare to let their guard down. I will block this guy, you all leave first. Seeing Shili appear, Lau Kai, the future 13th pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, unhesitatingly took on this most arduous task. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Seeing this situation, Shili did not hesitate to stomp his foot again. Boom, the ground trembled, the earth beneath began to crack, and a long fissure extended outwards, centered around Shili, as if the whole world was on the verge of collapsing. What? What joke is this? Was the previous tremor caused by this guy? The members of the 8 Treasures Navy were nearly frozen in shock, their expressions filled with astonishment as they looked at the fissure that suddenly blocked their retreat, and couldn't help but step back. They had just thought it was an earthquake, but now it seemed clear that this was not an earthquake. It was clearly the handiwork of Shili. What? You were surprised at just this level? Shili blinked, feeling as if he hadn't done anything particularly significant. This level? Lau Kai and Abu were jolted awake by Shili's voice, turning to look at him, no longer viewing him as human, but rather as an alien disguised in human skin. To easily split the earth with a kick, how could humanity possibly deal with such strength? This reminded them of Whitebeard, as their 8 Treasures Navy had also clashed with the Whitebeard pirates more than once. Could it be a devil fruit with similar abilities to Whitebeard? To split the ground with a single kick, such monstrous strength should be impossible. Lau Kai pondered in his heart. No wonder Shili's reputation had surged recently. Possessing abilities akin to Whitebeard's was enough reason for the Navy to cultivate him. The previous fissure was caused by his leg. That guy's abilities should primarily focus on his legs. If I can dodge his kicks, I might not necessarily lose. Thinking of this, Lau Kai immediately felt he had a chance. Our 8 Treasures Navy is a martial arts family, especially the 8 punches, which is a powerful technique passed down through generations that ordinary people cannot resist. With that thought, Lau Kai took aim at Shili and charged forward. 8 punches, secret art, spike dragon. Spike nail. The secret art of 8 punches, Lau Kai's strongest move. He would not hesitate with small probes against his opponent, going straight for the big hit, intending to quickly resolve this battle. Armament Haki wrapped around his foot, and then he gathered the shockwave of the 8 punches, concentrating all his strength into a single point to kick at Shili. Let me show you. With just one strike, I can destroy everything. Any creature that takes this hit will have all its bones shattered, even reduced to ashes. Lau Kai, with a confident demeanor, declared this rather cliché proclamation, which made Shili feel a bit awkward. Has this guy gone delusional? Watching Lau Kai, who was about 20 to 30 meters away, Shili unhesitatingly made a punching gesture. Just as Lau Kai was about to reach him, Shili ruthlessly punched directly at Lau Kai's foot. Bang! A crisp sound exploded. At that moment Lao Kai felt as if the world in front of him suddenly became blurry and a faint red hue appeared, without any sensation of pain. Perhaps this pain had surpassed the limits of human endurance, so his brain automatically shielded him from the sensation. To attack so recklessly, do you really not take me seriously? Looking at Lao Kai, whose body was smashed to pieces by his punch, Shili commented without mercy. Suddenly Lao Kai seemed to realize something, lowering his head to look at his body, and an unbelievable scene unfolded. From below his chest his body had completely vanished. Blood had already stained the sand beneath him red. He wanted to say something, but his body had lost all strength, and even speaking was a challenge. In just a few seconds he completely closed his eyes. Lao Kai. Seeing Lao Kai's body instantly explode, Abu's whole body stiffened. His older brother had died right in front of him. Moreover, it was such a tragic death, leaving no complete corpse. Bastard, I will kill you. Seeing this scene, he could no longer remain calm. Without a word, he turned around and took a step forward. A violent wind instantly swept around, lifting debris and dust, showcasing his immense power. Deputy leader, don't be impulsive. That guy is not easy to deal with. Seeing Abu about to rush, and the others quickly came to hold him back, fearing he would act recklessly. In terms of strength, Abu and Lao Kai were about evenly matched, wouldn't charging and yield the same result. Indeed, we should escape first. That guy has abilities similar to that monster Whitebeard. To be honest, many were already frightened by Shiliu's abilities. That was the power claimed to belong to the world's strongest man, definitely not something ordinary people could handle. Compared to avenging Lao Kai, they hoped Abu could lead them to escape. Ah, bastard. Abu screamed in anger, covering his head with his hands, his eyes bloodshot. While it was understandable for others to want to flee, Lao Kai was his own brother. To see his brother die so tragically before him and now be forced to flee in such disgrace was a profound humiliation. He could hardly imagine how he would face Lao Kai in the afterlife one day. You guys don't need to rush. I will send you down to hell together. Before Abu could calm down, Shiliu's voice like that from hell rang out. A stone flying at high speed pierced through Abu's chest, creating a blood hole about 1/2 meter in diameter. Such a wound would probably be fatal for an ordinary person, but it seemed that people in this world were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed, each possessing extraordinary vitality. Ah, it hurts like hell. Abu held his abdomen, his eyes bloodshot red, clearly seeing his internal organs had been ruptured, yet he still did not die immediately. Bastard, I'll fight you to the end. After being struck half to death by Shiliu's sudden blow, Abu no longer considered anything else, gritting his teeth as he gathered all his strength within. In his current state, even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't survive for long. After all, this was the desert. Even the nearest hospital would take several hours to reach, and there was no guarantee he would receive treatment. Rather than fleeing in a disgraceful manner and bleeding to death in an unknown place, it was better to fight honorably right here. 8 Burst Fist AO. Storm Kick. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A vacuum whirlwind slash came rushing in, the formless blades cutting through the air, effortlessly carving several deep gashes into the ground. Abu didn't even have time to utter the name of his technique before he was sliced into dozens of pieces by the vacuum slash. Blood splattered out in response, his body torn to shreds, gruesomely displayed before the other members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Another 8 Burst Fist. I'm so tired of it. Shiliu yawned, appearing utterly bored. How is this possible? Many gasped, astonished by such overwhelming power. Old Kai and Abu, both promising pillars of the future 8 Treasure Water Army, had fallen in an instant at the hands of Shiliu. After all, they came from the 4 seas, so this is to be expected. Shiliu looked at the remaining group with disinterest, his face filled with disdain. A cowardly soldier leads a pack of cowards. Under the leadership of Qingjiao at its peak, the 8 Treasure Water Army had fought several times against the Roger Pirates, the Golden Lion Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates, even clashing with the former Marine Admiral Zefa. Though the outcome was uncertain, even in defeat, they hadn't suffered too badly. Yet now, with Old Kai and Abu leading, they had been completely annihilated almost instantly. You all can die too. The group of pirates below, who were like ants on a hot stove, didn't have anyone worth paying attention to, and Shiliu decisively finished them off. Casually, he picked up a handful of sand from the ground and threw it into the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. The fine sand acted like concentrated firepower on the battlefield, causing numerous pirates to have their heads blown apart, blood entrails and brain matter scattered everywhere. With one strike, they were all wiped out. Brew, 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 brew. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Old Kai's transponder snail suddenly rang. Shiliu frowned slightly, but nevertheless turned back and retrieved the transponder snail from the bloodied Old Kai. Now the transponder snail was covered in his blood, which made Shiliu slightly disgusted. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten him so badly. Regretting his earlier actions, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Old Kai, what's going on over there? You suddenly launched an attack plan without even discussing it with me. Have you grown wings and become tough? A seasoned voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. Attack plan. Oh, that plan has been cancelled. I thought I'd let you know ahead of time. After a moment, Shiliu pieced together the situation and guessed the identity of the person on the other side of the transponder snail. Qingjiao, as the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army and the grandfather of Old Kai and Abu. Cancelled. What kind of joke is this? We've already taken on. Wait, who are you? Get Old Kai to take the call. Hearing Shili say that the plan was cancelled, Qingjiao immediately felt a surge of anger, but quickly realized a crucial detail. The voice on the other end of the transponder snail was neither Old Kai's nor Abu's. What was going on? Old Kai, are you talking about that guy who looks like a monkey? I'm very sorry, but that guy has already been taken care of by me. From the way you speak, you must be Qingjiao. By the way, not only Old Kai but Abu, and all the others you sent over have also been dealt with by me. Shili sat down on the spot, casually chatting with Qingjiao. After all, he had temporarily resolved the issues here, and chatting with Qingjiao wasn't too bad. However, after Shili finished speaking, there was a long silence from the other end of the transponder snail. After a while, Qingjiao coldly reprimanded, "What kind of joke is this? I don't care who you are, hand the transponder snail over to Old Kai immediately. My grandson could never die so easily." It was clear that Qingjiao did not believe that his grandson had been completely killed. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Shili had no time to engage in idle chatter with Qingjiao. After speaking, he tossed the transponder snail onto Old Kai's body and got up to leave. Qingjiao was left in utter disarray. He had called Old Kai's private transponder snail, and normally no one else should have answered. But now such a fact had occurred right before his eyes, and Shili's attitude during the call didn't seem like a joke. Yet he couldn't fully believe it, or just a while ago they had been discussing how to sabotage Doflamingo's arms deal, and now people were already dead. Old Kai and Abu were both his grandsons. With their dual-colored Haki combined with the 8-burst fist, even a typical Marine major wouldn't stand a chance, and even vice admirals could only manage a stalemate. Get on it. Investigate thoroughly. Find out exactly what happened to Old Kai. Qingjiao shouted angrily at his subordinates. He had just brought his men from the Flower Country, and now such a thing had occurred. If an ordinary troop had been wiped out, it would be one thing, but it was his own grandsons who had encountered an accident. These were the people he trusted the most, who would undoubtedly become the pillars of the 8 Treasure Water Army in the future. After dealing with Old Kai and Abu, Shili did not go to see the king of this seemingly inconspicuous country. Instead, he returned to the Marines, leading his men straight to Doflamingo's arms trading location. Shili, didn't you say the situation here was complex and hard to handle? Looking at Shili leading the team toward Doflamingo's arms trading location, Ain had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with so many of them marching in with their intimidating presence combined with Shili's personality. Who knows what kind of major incident might arise? Though she couldn't guarantee anything else when it came to Shili's character, Ain felt she understood him quite well. Complex matters often have a very simple solution. Shili seemed to be educating Ain, that is to eliminate everything you find unsatisfactory, and then the remaining matters will naturally become simple. Indeed, one side was a nation seeking help, while the other was the gray figures of the 7 warlords and their forces, plus Qingjiao and his bunch of pirates. Since it was inappropriate to help any side, it was better to deal with all 3 parties who were unsatisfactory, whether it be Qingjiao or Doflamingo. Hey, wait. Are you planning to directly attack the 7 warlords? They are recognized pirates by the world government, though doing so could easily lead to big problems. Seeing Shili openly saying such things, Ain hurriedly stood in front of him, preventing the Marines from proceeding. Though she was also displeased with Doflamingo's arms dealing, what could be done? Rules were rules. Isn't this matter quite simple? As long as everyone present claims that this was done by Qingjiao, then the government won't come after us for trouble. Shili looked at Ain with an expression of disbelief, reaching out to unhesitatingly pinch her soft little face. Watching her face change shape from his pinching, he couldn't help but laugh. In recent days, he had been busy teasing Nami. Now occasionally teasing Ain also seemed quite nice. As Shili relentlessly pinched her cheeks, her expression had turned extremely unpleasant. Moreover, Shili's absurd remarks had made Ain's expression darken to a terrifying degree. Idiot. You big fool, do you think just saying it can solve the problem? This is something that can be easily investigated with just a little digging. Ain's face darkened, and she smacked Shili's arm with her slender hand, clearly furious. How they investigate is their business, as long as I firmly assert it isn't that sufficient. Shili stroked his chin, looking quite troubled. It seems that there is quite a gap between my thoughts and Ain's. Regardless of what they say, isn't it enough to just focus on doing my own thing? As for the opinions of those from the world government, I won't pay them any mind. This guy? Ain gritted her teeth in anger. She really wanted to educate this problem child Shili, but she also knew that it was utterly impossible. Moreover, Shili acted without any restraint, so it was likely that she would end up suffering the consequences. Suddenly, Shili raised his hand, sharply signaling everyone to stop. Is that the weapon warehouse of Doflamingo? It seems like there are still quite a few people making deals there. Shili looked into the distance. With his exceptional observation, Haki, and eyesight, he could clearly see the situation inside. There were about 4 or 5 groups of people inside, likely from different places such as the mafia or national military figures. After all, as the largest arms dealer, Doflamingo certainly had no shortage of clients, especially in the new world, a place rife with conflict. However, Shili didn't recognize any of them. They were all characters that hadn't appeared in the original work. But that guy must be one of Doflamingo's subordinates, and a high-ranking one at that. Shili's eyes widened suddenly. Indeed, the one trading with others was actually a cadre from Doflamingo's organization. It was surprising that such a high-ranking cadre would personally come out to do business. It seemed that the quantity of arms here was quite extraordinary. Pika, one of the top 3 cadres, a user of the stone fruit, especially with that sharp voice of his, which was particularly recognizable. Pika, isn't that guy one of Doflamingo's top cadres? Shili, you don't really intend to make a move against him, do you? Ein's observation Haki was also quite good, and she quickly sensed Pika's presence. If Shili were merely going to deal with an arms base and take out a few small minions, that would be one thing. But if it's the highest cadre from Doflamingo's household, then the nature of the situation is entirely different. A few small minions would likely not concern Doflamingo, but an important subordinate was an entirely different matter. According to regulations, the Navy cannot make a move against the 7 warlords, and even their subordinates are included in the protection range. Although she was quite displeased, they could only accept it. Didn't I say? As long as we eliminate these guys, no one will know it was us who did it. After all, the dead cannot testify. Shili couldn't help but frown. He, like Fujitora, was quite unsatisfied with the whole 7 warlord system. But Shili was different. He was a man of action. While the Navy couldn't directly confront Doflamingo and Dressrosa, due to their stance, if it were Shili, he would have smashed Doflamingo's head in with a single punch. That guy is a cadre of the 7 warlords. Oh, what if we can't kill him before he sends out the information? We would be in big trouble then. Ein glared at Shili in anger. If glares had power, Shili would have been riddled with holes by now. She wouldn't bother with anyone else, but Shili made her particularly uneasy. In just a few months, the World Conference would take place. No matter what, the candidates for the Navy admirals must be decided by then. This meant that Shili's competition against the 3 great Logia monsters among the vice admirals was nearing its end. If something like this suddenly erupted at this time, it could affect his competition for the admiral position. This was what Ein was concerned about for Shili. So why not just eliminate them all at once? Bring me the shells. Shili shouted to the soldiers behind him. Clearly the soldiers, aware of what might happen, hesitated a bit. However, since Shili was their superior, after barely 2 seconds of hesitation, they went ahead and fetched the shells. Our arms and weapons are undoubtedly practical. As usual, this batch costs a total of 500 million berry. You don't have to worry about the quality. The price is absolutely fair. Pika's painfully sharp voice sounded comically out of place compared to his robust figure. The several mafia groups across from him suppressed their laughter, but none dared to laugh out loud. Pika himself was quite sensitive to the laughter of others. If they dared to laugh, he could probably kill them on the spot. No one doubted Pika's strength. Despite his bounty being under 100 million, his power was terrifyingly formidable, especially with his devil fruit ability, which allowed him to merge with the terrain of Dressrosa and create giant rock giants nearly 1,000 meters tall. One punch could probably obliterate a small town. In terms of destructive power, Pika was definitely a natural disaster level threat. Of course, we trust your weapons, but the goods still need to be inspected. That way everyone can feel secure. A leader of a mafia group said this while signaling to open the nearby box. When the box was opened, it was filled with various advanced weapons and shells. 2 subordinates picked up the weapons inside for a brief test, then nodded to the mafia leader, indicating that the goods were fine and brand new. The goods are fine. Here is the berry, saying that he had several boxes of berry brought out from behind them. Boom. However, just as they were bringing out the money, an explosion suddenly rang out. And it was no coincidence that the explosion occurred right where the batch of arms was. The arms worth over 100 million berry suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power of that blast was unimaginable. The various chain reactions instantly killed 90 of the people present. Damn, what on earth just happened? Pika shielded his face with both hands, looking pained. The explosion had nearly engulfed his body in an instant. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used armament Haki to protect himself, he probably would have been seriously injured. Whoever dares to attack our business, I will surely kill that guy. Pika's eyes were slightly red, not only because of anger, but also because so much dust from the explosion had entered his eyes. Moreover, among that pile of weapons, there were quite a few gas bombs, which only exacerbated the irritation in his eyes. Full-body armament Haki, the foundation of a subordinate of the 7 warlords, is indeed not weak. Shili was somewhat surprised. The performance of the 7 warlords in the original work was rather inconsistent. But after all, they were part of one of the 3 major forces, and Doflamingo's influence was also among the top ranks of the 7 warlords. His subordinate Virgo had strength surpassing that of most Navy vice admirals, and could guard the G5 branch in the New World, which speaks volumes about his strength. Smoker had almost no resistance against Virgo. However, with this level of Haki, trying to block me won't be that easy. After saying this, Shili jumped down from above, landing heavily on the ground, causing cracks to extend across the surface. Then looking at Pika, he taunted, "Hey you girly guy, let me see how strong you are." Everyone was stunned. All the surviving individuals turned to look at Shili, and nearly everyone felt that this guy in front of them was insane. This fool must be from outside the new world. How could he not know of Pika's reputation and dare to provoke him with such words? After all, it was Pika. The power of the stone fruit allowed him to possess the strength to annihilate a city. "Hey, what are you dazing for, girly guy? I'm getting impatient waiting." Shili shouted at Pika, who wore an astonished expression across from him, his voice brimming with impatience. He really wanted to see how Pika's strength transformed into a near-1,000-meter giant through rock fusion. Even Ultraman wouldn't match a tenth of Pika's height. Just his weight would probably exceed 1,000,000,000 tons. "I will bury you alive with rocks." Provoked once more, Pika could no longer contain the fury within him. In the next moment, the sky seemed to darken. In the blink of an eye, a supergiant nearly 100 meters tall appeared before them. 100-meter stone giant. Merely its incomplete form. How utterly dismissive of me. This level of power is more than enough to deal with a scurrying little rat like you. Pika shrieked in his piercing voice, so absurdly comical it was impossible not to burst into laughter. "Effeminate fool, shut your mouth this instant." Shili's expression betrayed not the faintest trace of fear, only an eager anticipatory smile played upon his lips. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as a colossal stone fist hurtled towards Shili. Such a monolithic mass. Its weight alone must have exceeded tens of thousands of tons. A direct strike would leave no doubt the human body would be pulverized into crimson paste without exception. "Get out of the way, Pika's lost his mind." The few survivors shouted frantically, urging others to scatter, but before most could even take a step, the gargantuan fist was already descending. Not only did he fail to maximize his size, he didn't even employ armament Haki. "Underestimating me. At least show some restraint." Shili scoffed, then launched himself skyward in a single fluid leap, hurtling straight toward that titanic stone fist, his own fist clenched and drawn back for impact. "He's courting death." Pika roared in fury, crimson light flashing in his eyes. Shili hadn't dodged, not even slightly, but charged headlong at him instead. It was pure, unadulterated defiance of his authority. Has that man gone completely mad? The thought flashed simultaneously across every onlooker's mind. To confront a devil fruit user with bare flesh, and such terrifying stone at that. Even if Pika held back, the sheer gravitational force of that colossal mass in freefall would flatten even a giant outright. Oomph. In Shili's obsidian black eyes, the overwhelming stone fist loomed large, yet a faint, confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. His speed surged once more, his swinging fist blurred into a streak of light, unimaginably swift. At that instant, Shili's entire figure vanished beneath the shadow of the colossal stone fist, his slender arm appearing laughably insignificant beside Pika's mountainous limb. Yet size alone does not dictate supremacy. That seemingly frail fist struck true, directly impacting the immense stone. Crockum. The air detonated. Visible shockwaves rippled outward in concentric rings, each wave trembling with imminent rupture. The concussive force transmitted instantly into the earth. Buildings collapsed in thunderous ruin, and the very ground fissured, as though torn asunder by unimaginable might. But what followed was even more astonishing. The 100-meter stone giant, far from effortlessly crushing Shili into pulp, began crumbling from within, as if all cohesion had vanished, its body fracturing piece by piece. First the fist shattered, then the disintegration raced across its entire frame, every stone fragment detaching in perfect unison. Shili descended gracefully back to solid ground, gazing impassively upon the scattered ruins of the fallen giant. As expected, a mere hollow spectacle. Had Pika truly possessed such power, he would never have been effortlessly defeated by Zoro nor relegated beneath the 7 warlords of the sea. If he could truly fuse mountains of stone over a kilometer tall and coat them in armament Haki, such strength would rival monsters like Douglas Bullet himself. What of the 4 emperors, Kaido himself? One blow would reduce him to splinters. This can't be real. Instantly, the remaining marines and survivors stood frozen, eyes wide, blinking blankly, exchanging stunned, speechless glances. A titan of stone, shattered by a single punch. The very foundations of their worldview trembled violently. That colossus weighed countless tons. How could any human possibly shatter it? What manner of power was this? What unfathomable energy resided within Shili's slight frame? What kind of being was he? Were it not witnessed firsthand with their own eyes, none present would ever believe such a feat possible. If this is all you're capable of, then die quietly. I've grown bored of this game. Shili sneered lightly. The brief exchange had already revealed Pika's true strength, or rather its glaring limitations. His raw power was undeniable, but his greatest flaw could be summed up in one word: crude. And yet Shili had deliberately chosen brute force collision, only to shatter his opponent with effortless ease. Such a foe was fit only for warm-up sparring. His right foot barely tapped the ground. Then in the blink of an eye he stood before Pika. At that very moment Pika's heart lurched with visceral dread. A chilling premonition flooded his senses. Before he could react, Shiliyui's fist shot forward, striking him square in the chest. In that instant it felt as though something vital had severed. Before comprehension could catch up, his body rocketed skyward, his chest pierced clean through. Pika died on the spot, utterly defenseless, unaware even of the moment his life ended. Shiliyui spared him only a fleeting glance before turning his attention elsewhere. He had no time to waste on such trivialities. "On the rest is yours. Leave no survivors, not even those who surrender. Kill them all." Having dispatched Pika, Shiliyui brushed dust from his hands and issued the order to line in the distance. The battlefield now held only broken remnants, the perfect training ground for his subordinates. Half an hour later the annihilation concluded without mercy. Scattered embers still glowed across the scorched earth where corpses lay thick, some horrifically burned, others riddled with bullet wounds, faces blackened and contorted. A complete purge, no escape, no quarter. Among the dead were military envoys from minor world government allied nations, eliminated without hesitation to prevent complications. Secret arms dealings with Don Quixote Doflamingo, nothing but trouble. And should word leak, the Navy, not Doflamingo, would bear the consequences. After securing the battlefield and erasing all evidence, they withdrew silently. Hours later, Doflamingo, unable to contact Pika, sent scouts to investigate, only to discover his entire arms supply line reduced to rubble. "Damn it! Who dares interfere with my business?" Even Pika. In Dressrosa's royal palace, Doflamingo roared in incandescent rage, his furrowed brow etching a stark, furious, character into his forehead. One needn't even look at his face. The shattered porcelain vases and priceless ceramics littering the floor spoke volumes about his fury. His mother died when he was 8. At 10 he pulled the trigger on his own father. At 20 he executed his younger brother Corazon. His blood family had long since vanished. Only the elite officers of the Don Quixote family remained, each treated by Doflamingo as kin. And Pika, his strongest officer, wielded the stone fruit, granting him cataclysmic destructive power. Could any of our other arms partners be involved? Demio, one of the highest-ranking officers, asked, deeply unsettled by the incident. "They're long-standing clients. We've had no disputes. Their entire arsenal was obliterated, not the work of a betrayal, but of annihilation." Doflamingo thundered in outrage. This ambiguity was precisely why his fury ran so deep. No clues pointed to any suspect. Though Doflamingo had many enemies in the New World, only a handful possessed the strength to defeat Pika. Investigate whether Shichibukai Jinbe has entered the New World recently. After 15 minutes of seething rage, Doflamingo's grotesque scowl gradually softened into icy calm. Any monster stronger than himself in the New World was either impossibly distant or bound to him by mutual trade. Such reckless provocation made no strategic sense. After prolonged deliberation, only one name surfaced: Jinbe. As for the Marines, they weren't even considered. He was still a warlord of the sea. Pika served under him, officially sanctioned by the world government. The Marines would never dare act against him. Jinbe reached the same conclusion. Upon learning his 2 grandsons may have perished, Jinbe rushed immediately to the site, only to find corpses strewn across the ground, including those of his own grandsons, horrifying beyond words. The aged Jinbe collapsed on the spot, his grandsons, his blood, the future pillars of the octopus fleet. Their sudden brutal end bled his heart dry. Would he entrust the octopus fleet's legacy to outsiders, or let rivals swallow it whole? The murder of his heirs struck Jinbe with devastating, irreplaceable force. 4 or 5 days passed. Somehow Jinbe learned of Shiliyui's involvement and mobilized the entire octopus fleet surrounding Marine Base G5 in an iron ring. News of this spread instantly to Marine headquarters. Jinbe was no ordinary pirate. He had clashed with all 3 great captains and bore a bitter, unresolved grudge with Vice Admiral Garp. Though he was in the West Sea, his strength was undoubtedly not inferior to those great pirates of the New World. The fact that even Garp took him seriously was enough to prove his formidable power. In an instant, the Marine headquarters became tense, even inquiring whether they needed Borsalino to come for support. "It's just a green pepper. There's no need to be so anxious." During the call, Shiliyui casually brushed off Sengoku's concerns. Although Green Pepper had a decent track record, he was still just a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and Shiliyui didn't take him seriously at all. Perhaps due to various factors, Green Pepper's bounty and strength were not on the same level, but to be honest, unless the current Whitebeard showed up, there was no one Shiliyui found particularly noteworthy. Suddenly, a series of cannon fire erupted from outside, clearly indicating that a battle had begun. To be honest, ever since Garp bent Green Pepper's head with a single punch, he had kept a low profile and hardly provoked the Marines. However, everyone has their limits. Shiliyui had directly killed 2 of his grandsons, this time severing the legacy of the 8 treasure navy, which made Green Pepper reckless. Even though Green Pepper knew that attacking the Marine branch was tantamount to seeking death, he couldn't help it. What are the Marines? Don't think of them as gentle gentlemen. In essence, they're the biggest rogue organization. It goes without saying that he couldn't defeat the Marine branch. Even if Green Pepper managed to take down the G5 branch, it would only attract more Marines, including the demon-slaying order and even Marine admirals. This is why so many pirates in the New World are capable of taking down the G5 branch, yet none dare to do so. Because that would be a slap in the face to the Marines, and those pirates are afraid of even the 4 emperors who would dare to brazenly confront the Marines. Shili, you little brat, come out here. I know that old Kai and Abu were killed by you bastard. Green Pepper shouted angrily. He already had a grudge against Garp and had always resented the Marines. Now encountering Shili made it worse. At the entrance of the G5 base, more than a dozen pirate ships were constantly bombarding it, with the 4 central ships belonging to Green Pepper's crew. As for the others, they were merely pirates attempting to stir up trouble. With someone as prominent as Green Pepper leading the charge, even if the Marines wanted to settle the score later, they wouldn't bother with these smaller, insignificant figures. Old Kai and Abu. What's going on here? Even through the den mushy, Sengoku could hear Green Pepper's loud voice outside. Oh, it's nothing. Let's leave it at that. I'm quite busy here, so I'll hang up now. Shili nonchalantly dismissed the matter and hung up the phone. Then he turned his gaze back to the outside. That Green Pepper is really annoying. He almost exposed me as well. Shili guessed that it was probably due to his call with Green Pepper that he somehow got wind of the situation. Now a large group had gathered to cause trouble in front of the G5 base. He wasn't worried about Green Pepper's strength. He was more concerned that this ruckus could expose his dealings with Doflamingo. Forget it, I just won't admit to anything. After pondering for a while, Shili decided to take the simplest approach to counter the situation. Just deny it. At worst, he could single-handedly upend the world government. With this power, he feared no one in the world. Even that so-called world-destroying Whitebeard only seemed interesting to him. Sengoku's office. That brat just went to the New World and caused such a huge mess. Moreover, he did who knows what without telling me. Sengoku grimaced at the den mushy that had just been hung up. Why did all these Marines have to be such troublesome kids? Shili's case goes without saying. He had already become the #1 troublemaker. Garp was also considered an ultimate bastard in Sengoku's mind. Sakazuki the Ironhead. Borisolino the slacker. Kazan the lazy one. There were hardly any normal people among them. This matter isn't so simple. Why did that Green Pepper suddenly come to the New World after lying low in the West Sea for so many years? Moreover, he coincidentally ran into Shili and the others. Nearby Little Crane looked somewhat troubled. While angry, she sensed that this matter was more complicated than it seemed. Additionally, Shili's hasty hang-up made her feel suspicious. Of course, the one who needed to worry was the Marine headquarters, while Shili still had to deal with Green Pepper and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Shili's response was quite simple. He was a Marine while Green Pepper was a pirate. Why should he explain anything to him? Dozens of stones flew out simultaneously, creating a whirling sound in the sky. The next moment, every battleship, including the one Green Pepper was on, was blown apart by the stones thrown by Shili, the massive ships being dismembered on the spot. Green Pepper, relying on his mastery of observation Haki, sensed something was wrong the moment the stones flew out. Splash. Almost instinctively, he performed a life-saving maneuver and jumped into the sea, but the others were not so lucky. Most of these pirates did not possess observation Haki, as learning it was much more challenging than mastering armament Haki. At the moment of the explosions, the majority of pirates were engulfed by flames, while some were shredded by flying wood and iron debris. The relatively lucky ones fell directly into the sea. What the hell? What is this? Destroying over 10 ships at once. Green Pepper surfaced from the water, his eyes wide, as he saw all the battleships blown apart at once. In his understanding, only a monster like Whitebeard could sink over 10 ships in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, the sounds of cannon fire from the G5 branch filled the sky, and under the azure sky the sea was splashed by explosions. Feeling the cold seawater on his face combined with the deafening cannon fire, Green Pepper finally snapped back to reality. Counterattack! Quick counterattack! Green Pepper shouted to the surroundings, but after the recent explosions, only a fraction of those still alive remained. The pirates who had been evenly matched with the Marines just moments ago were now completely one-sidedly getting beaten. Moreover, after their ships were destroyed, they no longer had the ability to fire back. Compared to the Marines who had solid defenses and stable firepower, these pirates were nothing but live targets. Damn it, how did it come to this? Seeing his crew getting killed one after another, Green Pepper was anxious, especially since only less than 100 of his men remained. Damn Marines, I will make sure we perish together today. Green Pepper roared in frustration. With both of his grandsons already gone and the 8 treasure navy destined to fade away after his death, he might as well go all out today. A terrifying aura emanated from him, a unique power that momentarily stunned Shili. The surrounding Marine soldiers began to faint in droves. Is that Conqueror's Haki? I almost forgot about that. Shili exclaimed in shock. Once Green Pepper released his Conqueror's Haki, most of the Marines were instantly knocked out, and the cannon fire ceased. Forget it, after all, the opponent is that Green Pepper, so I have to personally determine the final outcome. Although surprised by Green Pepper's Conqueror's Haki, it was still within his expectations. Such a great pirate had to be dealt with personally. At the same time, Green Pepper had already spotted Shili walking towards him and immediately coated himself in armament Haki. With dark skin, he shouted at the approaching Shili, "You brat, you're the one who killed my 2 grandsons." Green Pepper's face was filled with rage, his beard even standing on end. But the next moment, boom, Shili's figure appeared right in front of Green Pepper, and his seemingly frail fist ruthlessly struck Green Pepper's head. With just a single blow, everything around exploded. The waves surged to a height of over 1,000 meters. Green Pepper's figure was instantly sent flying away, crashing into the sea hundreds of meters away, his life status unknown. The gap in power and speed was so vast that it was almost unimaginable. Witnessing the force of Shili's punch, everyone was left dumbfounded. How terrifying was this young man who had just been promoted to the rank of colonel? What the hell? What kind of being is this guy? How is it possible? That's the spear-wielding Green Pepper. Why was he knocked away by such a young colonel with a single punch? The surviving pirates felt a sense of suffocation looking at Shili, without the previous arrogance and disdain. "Shut up, you scum of the sea." Just as the surrounding pirates were discussing among themselves, Shili suddenly stepped onto the surface of the sea, creating a water column that shot up 1,000 meters high. Even from a distance, they were continuously impacted by the surging waves. Under Shili's recent display of power, no one dared to speak anymore, and an atmosphere of immense tension spread among the pirates, their bodies and hearts slowly growing cold with each crashing wave. Then Shili surveyed the surroundings, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As expected, they are all a bunch of trash. Bullies who fear the strong. Is this what they call fierce pirates? What era of great pirates? It's all a pile of dog shit. If you want to survive, then let's all come at me together. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Shili, and a terrifying presence instantly swept across the entire sea before him. The sky seemed to tremble. The pirates who had just endured the test of King Geo's Conqueror's Haki were nearly unconscious, leaving only 4 who barely maintained their awareness. A formidable, overwhelming aura surged forth, impossible to resist. It even directly affected the real world, causing the ocean to churn violently, as if the entire world was on the brink of collapse. Is this Conqueror's Haki? You're joking. To disturb the reality just with one's aura, this guy's Conqueror's Haki is simply unprecedented. The remaining pirates were also dumbfounded. To withstand the pressure of Shili's aura without fainting proved that they were all renowned figures in the new world. They had encountered the likes of Charlotte, Lean Kaido of the Beast, and Whitebeard, yet even these top-tier pirates did not possess such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Among them was an older pirate who had once witnessed the clash between the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion pirates. Even the legendary pirate King Roger had never unleashed such a fierce Conqueror's Haki that directly impacted the real world. It was akin to a walking natural disaster. Immersed in Shili's Conqueror's Haki, even without fainting, they were unable to move, teetering on the edge of collapse. Looking around, Shili noted the terror on the faces of the remaining pirates. Clearly, simply being subjected to the oppressive aura had drained their courage to act. Is this all it takes for you all to be too scared to move, eh? There was no response. Shili's Conqueror's Haki seemed to penetrate their bodies, flooding into them. Now these pirates felt that even moving a finger was an arduous task. However, there was one exception. That was Qingjiao, who also possessed Conqueror's Haki. After resting for a while at a distance, he barely adapted to the pain in his body. Despite the coldness of the ocean, the rage within Qingjiao only intensified. Damn the Navy. All the other members of the 8 Treasure Navy had perished, and when he came to stir trouble at the G5 branch, Qingjiao had brought all his subordinates with him. In other words, the 8 Treasure Navy had been completely erased from history. Even if he barely survived, it held no meaning. In a fit of rage, Qingjiao's desire to kill Shili reached its peak. He gathered all his armed Haki above his head and charged toward the clouds with all his strength and weight. 8-Punch Fist's ultimate technique: no spike, dragon, no spike, nail. This time Qingjiao directly used his strongest move, his flat head covered in armed Haki resembling solid steel. He concentrated the shockwave of the 8-Punch Fist into a single point to strike at his opponent. Not bad, not bad, this is how it should be. Shili casually toyed with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the descending Qingjiao. Suddenly a glint of light flashed in Shili's dark eyes, and he stomped on the surface of the sea, shooting upward like an arrow to collide with Qingjiao. The distance between the two was narrowed to 0 in an instant. Facing Qingjiao's ultimate attack, Shili chose to meet it head-on with no thoughts of retreat, purely comparing their strength. It looked like a collision of meteors, but the next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. There was no resistance. Shili's fist instantly shattered Qingjiao's armed Haki. Clearly, Shili hadn't even used his armed Haki. Yet in the next moment Kingio's proud head was smashed like a pile of mud with a single punch. Before he could even scream, his head exploded in a single blow. The entire head was completely shattered into a pulp, spraying blood and exposing a gory neck, causing onlookers to flinch. TCH, he really couldn't take a hit, could he? Yeah. Looking at Kingio's headless corpse, Shili said with disdain. He then turned away and walked back toward the Navy base. From the time Shili appeared to confront Qingjiao to the end of the battle, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. When Shili returned, the Navy personnel at the entrance were utterly astonished. How strong Qingjiao was, these Navy elites who had long stayed in the New World were somewhat aware. Although he had lost his proud head spike due to his battle with Garp, his strength remained at its peak. It was truly unexpected that such a man was easily slaughtered by Shili. Leave the bodies of the other pirates hanging in a conspicuous place, and just return Kingio's body to the Flower Country. Shili instructed the soldiers beside him. Those who dared to attack the Navy branch he defended had to be given a warning. Hanging the corpses of this group in a prominent position would intimidate those pirates with ulterior motives. As for Qingjiao, his identity was somewhat special, so Shili decided to be a bit more restrained. After all, the Flower Country was a member nation of the world government. Although Qingjiao and his crew were pirates, their ability to attend the World Conference as bodyguards for the king of the Flower Country indicated something. Won't this have a bad influence? A Navy soldier couldn't help but ask, as Shili's words had completely surpassed their imagination. Hanging pirate corpses in front of everyone was too brutal, wasn't it? Generally, in battles with pirates, the Navy wouldn't casually kill those who surrendered. They would be sent to impel down for imprisonment. There had even been a Marine Admiral like Zefa who refused to kill, having defeated countless pirates in his lifetime without ever killing an enemy, yet he still managed to become an admiral. One can imagine how lenient the Navy's policies had become, whether it was to maintain the world government's facade or to uphold the two words justice. Just do as I say. Shili waved his hand, sending the soldiers to carry out his orders. Pirates are still pirates. Those who wreak havoc and commit arson while alive do not accumulate virtue, and now they seek justice treatment. This will not work with Shili. As Confucius once said, to repay kindness with kindness. What about repaying malice? To repay malice with justice and kindness with kindness. Of course, Shili could not yet be as fair and impartial as Confucius. His thoughts were simple and straightforward: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life. He hadn't even had people whip the corpses daily, so hanging the pirate bodies was already quite restrained. Soon reports from the G5 base returned to Navy headquarters. Just as Sengoku and Steelbone Kong were worried about what to do if issues arose at the G5 branch, they did not expect Shili to resolve the battle so swiftly. I told you that Shili could do it. He actually killed that Qingjiao guy. Steelbone Kong expressed his sentiments as the selection for the Admiral position had been halted by him recently. The Red Count Qingjiao and those monsters under Big Mom fell one after another into Shili's hands in such a short time. Indeed, extraordinary. Sengoku was also surprised how Qingjiao was previously a serious opponent, even for Garp, and the 8 Treasure Navy had clashed with the Navy multiple times during the era of the 3 major pirates. Even though he had lost his head spike to Garp's punch and his strength had diminished, he was still a powerful and incredible figure. Ordinary Navy vice admirals basically stood no chance against Qingjiao. Once it could be said that the Red Count had luck on his side, but now with Qingjiao as well, no one could deny Shili's strength. But his methods against pirates are too extreme, right? Hanging all the pirates who attacked the G5 branch as a warning has severely tarnished the image of the Navy's justice. Borsalino remarked as he looked at the photos sent by the soldiers. In a sense, Borsalino should be considered a representation of the moderates alongside Sengoku, but he usually appeared too laid back and rarely expressed his opinions. However, after seeing the photos from the G5 branch, he couldn't help but speak up. In the photo, a large number of pirate corpses were hanging from ropes outside the G5 gate, looking quite spectacular. Had it not been for the fact that many pirate corpses had already sunk into the sea, the number of bodies hanging would have increased significantly. Seeing this photo, Akainu snorted coldly, but did not say anything. The previous conflict with Shili had chilled their relationship to the freezing point, so he naturally wouldn't speak well of Shili. However, in his heart, Akainu still recognized Shili's iron-blooded style. Such an iron-fisted approach was what was needed to deal with pirates, especially in the New World. It is this kind of iron-fisted method that would make those pirates understand who the true overlord of this world is. It's just a few pirate corpses, a deal with them however you like. At that moment, Zefa suddenly interjected. He was no longer the non-killing Marine Admiral of the past, and his attitude towards pirates was even more extreme than Akainu. He was someone who would directly use explosives to try to destroy the entire New World. Alright, let's discuss this matter later. The G5 branch is at the forefront of the New World, so a slightly special treatment is understandable. Steelbone Kong also shook his head, and he neither supported nor opposed Shili's actions. While it might affect outsiders' perceptions of the Navy as a just force, there was only one Shili and one G5 branch. Why didn't Shili do this when he was in the North Sea or East Sea? Why did he only start such things in the New World? Clearly it was due to the unique nature of the New World and the G5 branch. He had deliberately learned about Shili. Despite appearing somewhat rough and free-spirited, he was definitely not a reckless person who acted without thought, but rather a genuine thinker. However, when faced with issues that he could easily resolve with his abilities, Shili would directly use brute force to flatten them. Moreover, having single-handedly repelled dozens of pirate ships, including the likes of Qingjiao, the Navy certainly had no reason to punish Shili, a rising star, for some already deceased pirates. Steelbone Kong even felt that Sengoku and the others were a bit too old-fashioned. With the rise of the great pirate era, this world was no longer what they understood. Shili's violent methods might unexpectedly influence this era. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The horrific death of Qingjiao at the G5 base had become known throughout the New World, and while many pirates sighed, they also regarded the G5 base as a forbidden area. Shili's reputation echoed across the seas. First was Whitebeard too, then the Red Count, followed closely by Qingjiao. With so many major pirates falling into his grasp, Shili's name generated immense pressure among many pirates. And it proved that Shili's violent methods indeed had considerable effectiveness. The numerous pirate corpses gruesomely hung at the G5 gate could be seen through binoculars by any pirate ship passing nearby. Especially after hanging there for some time and beginning to decay, the sight was enough to make many vomit. No one wanted to end up in that fate. At the same time, Shili also acquired more nicknames with various terms like Mad Dog and Demon preceding his name. Vice Admiral Kazan, Shili is going too far. You should at least step in to stop this, especially since the corpses outside are starting to smell. It's been quite distressing for everyone lately. Today, Ain had once again come to Kazan's office, looking at the yawning Kazan with an expression of disbelief. How could her superior be so unreliable? After defeating Qingjiao, Shili had disappeared, and Kazan spent all day goofing off, either sleeping or sleeping whenever she came to find him. Is it lunchtime already? Awoken from his slumber by Ain, Kazan still appeared half asleep. Vice Admiral Kazan. Alright, I was just joking. Seeing Ain getting anxious, Kazan scratched his head helplessly, saying, Isn't what Shili is doing quite good? Recently, many countries around were saying that there were far fewer pirates than before. Those nations that were previously always invaded by pirates now had the ability to fight back. Kazan casually picked up a report from his desk, selectively ignoring the documents protesting against the Navy's overly brutal actions. Those guys mostly had the ability to protect themselves and were the type to complain without having experienced the oppression of pirates. Countries that had long suffered from pirate oppression were generally extremely grateful for the Navy's iron-fisted actions. Especially towards Shili, they held great appreciation, with many saying that he would undoubtedly be nominated to become a Marine Admiral at the upcoming World Conference. Of course, even a World Conference cannot directly interfere with the selection of the Admiral within the Navy. However, with so many countries supporting Shili, it is only natural for the Navy to consider casting their vote for him. Finally, I've escaped that hellhole. Shili looked up at the sky, catching a glimpse towards the G5 base. Though he usually considers how to do things seriously, he also frequently finds himself in situations where things go awry. This time, while he had no issue with hanging the corpses of those pirates, he overlooked one detail: the stench of the decaying bodies. The G5 branch was already filled with the foul odor of rotting corpses, and the soldiers were assigned to clean the base around the clock, spraying air purifiers into the atmosphere. After enduring the chaos for a few days, Shili could no longer bear it, and secretly slipped out of the G5 branch. I bet that girl is crying with anger right now. Shili muttered to himself, glancing down at Nami, who was busy preparing to anchor the ship. Indeed, Shili had taken Nami along with him this time. This girl was his dedicated navigator, and compared to Ain's nagging personality, Nami was much more obedient. Moreover, during their recent adventures at sea, Shili increasingly realized the importance of having a top-notch navigator. After tidying up for a while and properly anchoring the ship, Shili led Nami to a small tavern located in the southwestern direction of the island. However, their pairing attracted quite a bit of attention, as Shili appeared to be a newly adult boy, while Nami was just a 10-year-old little girl. Those unaware might think a young master was out with his maid. Amidst the curious gazes of a group of pirates, Shili approached the bar and said to the bartender inside, "Just give me a cold drink, and for this girl, a sweet milk." At the tavern, one person was drinking a beverage while the other had milk. It was certainly a rather peculiar combination. However, the waitress had seen enough of the world not to find it particularly strange. "Alright, I'll prepare that for you right away." She turned to get a cold drink and a sweet milk. Shili wasn't unable to drink alcohol, but he detested its taste. He didn't know how others felt about it, but to him, it was simply bitter. Nami, on the other hand, thought nothing of it and began drinking her sweet milk. It seemed that girls never refused sweet drinks. At that moment, a group of people entered the tavern, seemingly pirates as well. Shili vaguely recognized one of their faces from a bounty notice, but they were inconsequential and not worth Shili's attention. It seemed their name was something like Lester or something similar. After all, in this real world, there were countless pirates, and Shili couldn't possibly remember them all, especially since the majority were mere fodder that couldn't even provide him with a bit of amusement. Hurry up with the drinks. One of the crew members from this pirate group rudely shouted at the waiter as he walked in. Knowing that this pirate crew was not to be trifled with, the waiter nodded obediently and hurriedly went to fetch the drinks. Seeing the waiter's compliant demeanor, the pirate was quite satisfied and sat down chatting boisterously with his fellow crew members. It's terrifying. The battle between Katakuri and Marco. Both could be said to be the vice-captains of their respective crews. Exactly. Even we almost got caught up in it. Luckily, our captain is formidable and led us to escape, otherwise we all would have perished there. During their chat, they couldn't help but flatter their captain. Uffed. Hearing their conversation, Nami couldn't help but laugh out loud, leading everyone to escape. That just meant these pirates were trash, unable to withstand even the aftermath of Marco and Katakuri's battle. What was there to be proud of? Moreover, the pirate just blatantly praised his captain, making even a 10-year-old girl like her feel embarrassed. However, in the somewhat noisy tavern, Nami's laughter wasn't particularly noticeable, and the group of pirates didn't catch on. Excuse me. It would be best if you kept your voices down a bit. Lester and his crew have already joined the Big Mom pirate crew. Provoking them would lead to serious trouble. The waitress, seeing Nami's young age, couldn't help but show maternal concern. Shili glanced at her, surprised that she would meddle. Although this is a small town on the outskirts, I didn't expect someone like you to still retain a bit of kindness within Totland Kingdom. Shili swirled the drink in his cup, the white beverage gleaming under the light. Totland Kingdom. Many might not be familiar with this name, but if it were changed to another, it would be universally known. A nation established by the Big Mom pirate crew, a super powerful kingdom where Charlotte Linlin reigns like a queen. How much is it in total? Shili disregarded the bewildered waitress and directly inquired about the price of the drinks. It's a total of 5,200 berries. You can pay 5,000 berries. The waitress replied softly. Hearing this price, Shili looked up at her in surprise. Was it really that cheap? But thinking about it, it made sense. Pirates rarely paid when eating and drinking at places like this, so the items were generally inexpensive. Even if the patrons didn't pay, the losses wouldn't be substantial. Additionally, if the prices were too low, those pirates wouldn't feel dignified not to pay, making it seem like they were really poor. However, even 5,000 berries was something Shili couldn't produce right now. He primarily spent his time on the warship and hardly had any expenses. This time he had run out of the G5 branch, and he didn't have a single berry on him. Did it mean that a dignified vice admiral of the Navy would stoop to dining and dashing like those pirates? Absolutely not. Though he couldn't pay at the moment, Shili had plenty of ways to obtain money. Excuse me, what's wrong with you? The waitress looked at Shili with concern. She was genuinely afraid he would dine and dash. Initially, she thought that Shili and Nami's pairing resembled that of a noble young master sneaking out, and he shouldn't be short on cash. For the sake of survival, any earning is better than nothing. No need to worry, although I don't have money on me at the moment, this tavern is filled with cash. Shili flirtatiously lifted the waitress' chin with his hand, then turned and headed straight for the group of newly arrived pirates. Who the hell are you? You look unfamiliar. Lester noticed Shili walking towards him and instantly focused his gaze on him, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes. Having stayed in this territory for quite some time, he felt like he had never seen this guy before. Kid, are you looking for something? Seeing Shili walk straight towards his captain, a pirate suddenly stood up and directly blocked Shili's path. Boom. Suddenly Shili swung his hand, and the pirate who had stepped forward hadn't even reacted before he was sent flying into the wall beside him with a single punch, instantly killed. With a loud crash, the entire tavern erupted into chaos. Oops, I forgot to hold back a little. I shouldn't destroy this tavern. Seeing that the wall had been completely smashed, Shili scratched his head. He hadn't intended to be this violent. Nevertheless, the sudden attack sent the entire tavern into a frenzy. Bastard! How dare you lay a hand on our crew? A bunch of scum sitting at the same table as the pirate who had just been knocked down also stood up, each drawing their guns. However, before they could aim at Shili, they felt something cold suddenly pointing at their chests. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire sounded as if the same gun was firing continuously, and without exception, all the pirates who had just risen were shot through the heart. The guy named Lester with a bounty of 50 million hadn't even gotten up before his heart was also blasted apart. So weak, can't even withstand a normal gunshot. After taking care of everything, Shili walked over to the bounty target, wondering how such a person had ended up in the Big Mom pirate crew. This guy's head is quite valuable. Let's take it to the Navy for a bounty. By the way, let's leave this garbage country and find a safer place to live out our lives. After glancing at him, Shili lost interest and spoke to the female bartender behind him. Although he couldn't help everyone, he at least wanted to assist those he could see. What are you waiting for? Shili casually found a spot to sit down, glancing at the female bartender who was cowering behind the counter in fear. Hearing Shili's words, the female bartender finally snapped back to reality. A bounty of 50 million berries for a pirate's head. It was indeed a staggering amount. With this money, she would no longer need to stay in this godforsaken place constantly worried for her life. Standing up from behind the counter, she looked at Shili with uncertainty. Is it really safe to stay here? That guy is one of Katakuri's subordinates, and we're in Whole Cake Island. The female bartender looked at Shili with concern. Ordinary people living in this country were already terrified of the Big Mom pirate crew. Even those pirates without bounties who could only act as henchmen were not to be trifled with by these common folk. I'm looking for the Big Mom pirate crew. I want to see just how strong that waste of a woman who only hides in her lair really is. Shili chuckled coldly, cracking his knuckles. The ruthless mockery and terrifying confidence in his words surprised the female bartender. Besides, do you think I would fear a mere group of pirates? Shili laughed heartily, showing no worry about the Big Mom pirate crew and instead feeling a thrill. The bartender wanted to persuade Shili to lay low for a while. After all, the Big Mom pirate crew was no longer just a simple pirate crew, but rather a massive nation. It seemed impossible for an ordinary person to confront an entire nation, right? However, Shili's confident demeanor clearly indicated that he was here to challenge the Big Mom pirate crew, causing the bartender to swallow her words. Let's go, Nami. The smell of corpses here is overwhelming. I don't want to relive my experiences in the G5 base. After glancing at the bodies on the ground, Shili realized that he used to feel indifferent towards dead bodies, but after the experiences in the G5 base over the past few days, he found these corpses quite distasteful. As the two left the tavern, the pirates outside who had been watching the commotion quickly scattered. In about an hour, the news of the incident had spread throughout the border town. On the other hand, Shili had no intention of running away. Having left the G5 branch to clear his mind, he had specifically come to Whole Cake Island to fight against Charlotte Lean, that fat lady. Moreover, not to mention anything else, the desserts here were truly delicious. To satisfy Big Mom's desires, nearly everyone here was an excellent chef. Upon seeing Shili enter with Nami, the owner of the dessert shop abandoned his store and fled. He didn't want to encounter trouble later when the dessert chefs came after the person who killed members of the Big Mom pirate crew. Lord Katakuri. A somewhat scruffy pirate rushed over to Katakuri, who was sunbathing. What's the matter? Why the fuss? Katakuri glanced at the subordinate, slightly displeased. He had suffered a minor setback in the recent battle with Marco, struggling against Marco's aerial advantage. Lester and the others have been killed. The subordinate quickly reported the situation, and upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates were momentarily stunned. If Lester had been killed a few days ago, they wouldn't have been surprised, as they had been engaged with the Whitebeard pirates. A pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million was not worth worrying about. Not every pirate was like Crocodile, who had a bounty of 81 million, but could still take down those with bounties in the billions. However, now that the battle with the Whitebeard pirates was over, everyone had returned to Whole Cake Island. How could someone still die? Who did it? Katakuri calmed down slightly, thinking it might have been someone from his family, and that the subordinates wanted him to seek justice. I don't know, I've never seen that guy before. He seems to be an outsider. The subordinate replied nervously. People have been killed, and they don't even know who did it. Outsiders? Where are they? Katakuri immediately frowned. Still in Dubois Town. Lead the way. Oh, I want to meet that guy. Katakuri casually picked up his trident. Normally, Katakuri would not personally intervene in such matters, but after the setback against Marco, he wanted to find a place to vent his frustrations. He couldn't take on the Whitebeard pirates, but could he not handle an unknown individual who suddenly appeared? That ship looks quite familiar, Ben Beckman remarked, looking at the exquisite little boat next to theirs. Generally, pirate ships prioritize power, so a small boat like this, which pursued elegance and enjoyment, was rather rare. Oh, isn't that the ship of the Navy Major we encountered in the East Blue? Right, that guy has probably been promoted to Rear Admiral now. Shanks also ran to the side of the ship upon hearing this, instantly recalling their encounter in the East Blue. Are we encountering him again? Thanks to this guy, we were chased by Garp for a long time. Beckman also remembered that they had met Shili once before in the East Blue. But why would that Navy officer show up in the territory of the Big Mom pirate crew? Could it be the Navy is planning to take action against the Big Mom pirate crew? Suddenly, various speculations flooded their minds. Captain, what should we do now? Should we still challenge the Big Mom pirate crew as planned? Jesus Burgess scratched his head. They had been chased by Garp lately, and with Shanks having lost an arm, countless pirates wanted to make a name for themselves by taking his head. Thus, the red-haired pirates made a bold decision to challenge the Big Mom pirate crew to establish their dominance in the New World. Beckman also turned his gaze toward Shanks. It was a time when Shanks needed to make a decision. Even as the first mate, he couldn't speak freely. You all probably don't want to continue living such a tumultuous life, do you? Shanks said with a smile, turning his gaze to the others. In recent times, they had indeed lived like stray dogs, which was why they chose to confront the Big Mom pirate crew heathen. Regardless of what Shili was here to do, it would not affect the red-haired pirate's decision. Of course, Beckman said, taking a puff of his cigarette, smiling. It was Shanks' confidence that was the biggest reason for his followership. In terms of strength, Beckman was not much weaker than Shanks. Once the position of the four emperors is firmly established, while each of the four major pirate crews had nominal first mates such as Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, Kakuri, the top of the Sweet Commanders, and King, the top of the All-Stars. Those were merely nominal first mates in the eyes of outsiders. Aside from the four emperors, they were the strongest in their respective pirate crews. But Beckman was different. He was the genuine first mate of the red-haired pirates, much like Rayleigh of the Dark King and Roger the Pirate King. The red-haired pirates are not numerous. Their main force comprises only a few dozen members. After leaving a portion of the key combat members to guard the ship, Shanks and Beckman took the others ashore. "Hey, it's really too quiet here, isn't it?" Jesus Burgess couldn't help but remark, gazing at the desolate streets. With the excellent vision of a sniper, Jesus Burgess noticed a household in the distance watching them. However, upon realizing they were pirates, they quickly closed the window, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. Although it is generally normal for ordinary people to react this way upon seeing pirates, the New World cannot be like this. "Excuse me." After a while, Shanks managed to stop a passerby and asked, "Can you tell us what happened here?" The passerby clearly did not want to stir up trouble, but seeing the fierce-looking group behind Shanks, he obediently explained, "Someone just killed a subordinate of the Big Mom pirates. Everyone is afraid of the wrath of Big Mom, so they are all hiding. I only came out to buy something because I had no food at home." "Who killed the Big Mom pirates, people?" "I don't know, but that person hasn't left yet. They are still eating in the dessert shop over there." "Thank you, you can go back now." After obtaining the information he wanted, Shanks didn't make things difficult for the ordinary person and let him leave. Beckman then walked over to Shanks and said, "I think I've guessed who that person is." Haha. Shanks also chuckled a few times. That kid is indeed quite a restless fellow. Whitebeard, 2 Red Earl Lade, and Green Pepper have all fallen at his hands, and even we have suffered losses to him. I didn't expect that in less than a month he would set his sights on the Big Mom pirates. This time, overturning the Big Mom pirates won't be so easy. Charlotte Lean scale in the New World is far beyond what the previous few could compare to. Beckman shook his head. Whitebeard 2 and Red Earl are basically lone wolves. Although Green Pepper is accompanied by the 8 Treasure Navy, there are not many notable figures in the entire 8 Treasure Navy besides him. The Big Mom pirates are completely different. They exist like emperors in this country, and what 16 Knights will face is not just a pirate crew, but the military power of an entire nation. Among them, the number of pirates with bounties over 100 million is countless. At least in Beckman's rational view, 16 Knights' actions are no different from seeking death. However, for us it's also a good opportunity, who knows? Let's go check on that guy? I'm a bit hungry too. Shanks did not pay attention to Beckman's words and headed directly towards the direction indicated by the passerby. Soon the group arrived outside the dessert shop. Although the dessert shop is not large, it feels a bit empty at this time. Looking to the right, a man sits with his back to them, and beside him a strikingly beautiful woman appears to be massaging his legs. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Nami instinctively turned her head, while 16 Knights remained with his back to Shanks and the others. After a few seconds he said, "I originally thought it was a Big Mom person, but it's just you guys." With an observation, Haki, no less than Red Earl Lade and Pirate King Roger, 16 Knights naturally knew who was behind him. Looking at the beautiful Nami massaging 16 Knights, Shanks laughed. "I didn't expect you, the Navy, to enjoy life so much." Saying this, Shanks sat down at a table next to 16 Knights. 16 Knights didn't mind much. He didn't feel any malice from Shanks and said to Nami, "Don't mind them. They are not from the Big Mom pirates." "Oh." After hearing this, Nami turned her head back and continued to massage 16 Knights' legs. "You really are bold, killing someone on Big Mom's territory and acting as if nothing happened while enjoying yourself. I've never seen a Navy with such courage before." After realizing that 16 Knights' attitude was somewhat subtle, Shanks completely lowered his guard. Then he said to Lucky Roo, "Just go find something to eat. There aren't any other people here." Although Shanks is one of the few pirates who still retains a sense of justice, he wouldn't care too much about such trivial matters as getting something to eat. Before long, the red-haired pirates were sitting at a table eating, and after a while they curiously asked, "By the way, why did you come to the New World alone?" "I didn't see any other Navy ships on the way here." I said I came to seek excitement. What do you think?" 16 Knights answered abstractly. "What kind of reason is that?" Beckman couldn't help but interject. "Seeking excitement. Why does it feel like this Navy is even more carefree than the pirates?" Even the red-haired pirates had carefully weighed the pros and cons before coming here. Yet 16 Knights just said he came for excitement. "Haha, Beckman, it's not a big deal." However, Shanks, sitting next to Beckman, seemed quite happy and couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. Clearly, 16 Knights' response made Shanks feel akin to him. It seems his captain Roger also had this kind of personality, or once he thought of doing something, he would do it without considering the consequences. "However, since you are in the New World, do you plan to wait for Big Mom's people to come?" Beckman had already guessed what 16 Knights intended to do. But one must admit that this is also an excellent opportunity for the red-haired pirates. Not long ago, the big MOM pirates had just lost in the territorial battle against the Whitebeard pirates and were already low in morale. This is also why the red-haired pirates chose them as opponents. Isn't this an obvious fact? 16 Knights leaned back in his chair chuckling. Previously, he had already taken down 2 of Charlotte Linland's sons, both of whom were important figures. Since the other party would come knocking sooner or later, why not take the initiative? If it weren't for Kazan and Garp stopping the big MOM pirates before 16 Knights would have probably already clashed with those great pirates. Brillialu. While they were conversing, suddenly the sound of a den den mushi rang out. Beckman took the den den mushi out of his pocket and answered, "What happened?" "It's Katakuri. Katakuri's ship has landed, but we hid well and were not discovered by the other party. However, he is heading straight towards you, Captain." Katakuri, just a minor character who died and the vice-captain of the big MOM pirates, is already mobilizing. Upon hearing this from his crew, Beckman was somewhat surprised. He certainly knew that Katakuri was not coming for them, but was directly after 16 Knights. Of course, even if he were coming for them, no one in the red-haired pirates would feel afraid. Let alone just Katakuri. They had fought with the Whitebeard pirates multiple times. "I understand. You all stay put and keep the ship hidden." After finishing, Beckman hung up the den den mushi and looked at 16 Knights. "Rear Admiral, that guy should be coming directly for you, right? Isn't it just Katakuri? It's nothing special. It's not like Big MOM herself has come here." 16 Knights naturally heard their conversation, but still appeared nonchalant. However, the gleam in his eyes revealed that he was indeed quite interested in Katakuri. Bang. Suddenly, at that moment, the door of the dessert shop was kicked open with a loud bang. Everyone turned to look, only to see a large group of people standing firmly at the entrance. At the forefront was the head of the big MOM pirates, Sweet Commanders, the second son of the Charlotte family, an incredibly powerful monster. Having cultivated all 3 types of Haki to an exceptionally high level, he is particularly adept at observation Haki, even possessing the ability to foresee the future. "The guy who killed our people is right here." Katakuri planted his trident Tortuga into the ground, his voice sounding somewhat angry. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Katakuri noticed some unusual circumstances inside. Upon seeing Beckman and the red-haired man, Katakuri's expression became even worse. He initially thought a few small thieves had infiltrated, but to his surprise, the red-haired man was also here. "You're Katakuri, right?" 16 Knights turned his head lazily to glance at him. "The older brother of those 2 fools, Owen and Daifuku. I wonder how your strength compares to theirs." As soon as 16 Knights stepped forward, the red-haired crew members took a slight step back. Beckman immediately shouted to the sides, "This is your business, and it has nothing to do with us, the red-haired pirates." One side was the Big Mom pirates, whom they considered their target. On the other side were the Navy personnel. Clearly, Beckman intended to take advantage of the situation. Hearing Beckman's words, Katakuri paused briefly and quickly deduced that 16 Knights and the red-haired pirates were not on the same side. "It's best if your red-haired pirates don't interfere." Although Katakuri was vigilant towards the red-haired pirates, he understood that now was definitely not the time to clash with them. He needed to quickly inform Charlotte Linland about the red-haired pirates landing. However, aside from that, Katakuri was more concerned about the 2 names mentioned by 16 Knights, Daifuku and Owen. Unlike other brothers, Daifuku and Owen were triplets with whom Katakuri shared a deeper bond. "You just mentioned Owen and Daifuku, right? You know them?" "Of course, those 2 useless brothers of yours both died by my hand." "How long has it been? Have you all forgotten?" 16 Knights examined Katakuri from top to bottom, stroking his chin with a contemplative look. He seemed to remember that Katakuri's mouth was similar to that of a fishman, but Owen and Daifuku were normal humans. This triplet looked quite strange. "Owen and Daifuku were killed by you. You are Navy." Katakuri immediately picked up his trident, his expression darkening. He initially thought the troublemakers were just ordinary pirates, but never anticipated that they were Navy, and moreover the Navy that had killed his 2 triplet brothers. "What? Does it not seem like it? I feel I have quite a sense of justice." 16 Knights also stood up from his chair, smiling at Katakuri and the others. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Katakuri moved directly, and 16 Knights suddenly felt a sharp weapon brush past his face, causing the wall behind him to collapse. "You actually dodged. It seems those rumors about the sea are true." Looking down at the somewhat frail 16 Knights, Katakuri suddenly became calm. Just a second ago, he was furious because 16 Knights was the enemy who had killed his brothers, but once combat began, Katakuri became completely composed. "Whether it's true or not, you'll experience it with your body." As soon as he spoke, Katakuri seemed to sense something and immediately retreated like lightning. Boom. The next moment, 16 Knights fiercely kicked horizontally, striking the very spot where Katakuri had just been. The rumored ability to foresee the future through observation Haki is indeed impressive. He could even predict the trajectory of my attack. "You dodged it, huh? I'm quite curious about what the outcome would have been if you had taken my kick in the future you saw just now." Katakuri did not respond, only watching 16 Knights with increased caution. In just a moment, he completely understood how terrifying 16 Knights was. In the future he had just seen, if he had not dodged 16 knights kick, his body would have been cleaved in half the next moment. The bloody scene of death made Katakuri's body tremble slightly. I must take this seriously. Swish swish. The next moment the ground and buildings around Katakuri began to soften and expand, visibly spreading outward. Oh, the awakening of the paramecia type, and he's already going all out right from the start. The ground and buildings turned into a sticky rice cake-like substance, transforming the entire town into a rice cake town, which stunned the members of the red-haired pirates. The awakening of a devil fruit ability means developing the power to a different level. The awakening of the paramecia type allows influence over things beyond the user. This guy, standing amidst the rice cake, Katakuri's face revealed an expression of disbelief as he utilized his future-seeing observation Haki. In the vision, he saw even if he awakened his devil fruit ability, it still wouldn't pose much trouble for 16 knights. In that case, he'll first restrict this guy's movements. Katakuri immediately clarified his battle strategy. Suddenly, large masses of rice cake began to surge and shake. In the shocked gazes of the red-haired pirates, the rice cake surged towards 16 knights as if it were a living creature. A special type of paramecia, it really is quite unique. Clearly, Katakuri intended to use the adhesive nature of the mochi fruit to limit 16 knights' range of movement. There's no way I'm letting you have your way so easily. He raised his right leg and brought it down heavily, mercilessly stomping onto the large mass of sticky rice cake. Boom. A pure combination of power and speed, possessing the strength to shatter mountains and split seas. The supersonic strike landed, causing everyone around to feel a sting on their cheeks. The moment 16 knights' leg made contact with the ground, everyone felt their hearts stop beating, and in an instant all the rice cakes controlled by Katakuri were smashed and splattered everywhere. From the point of impact of 16 knights' attack, a chasm-like crack pierced through the entire island. No way. Beckman's eyes widened, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Beside him, Beckman was similarly shocked, his cigarette falling from his hand due to 16 knights' recent strike. What tremendous strength. It's just like Whitebeard activating his powers. No, to be precise, this power is even more terrifying than Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. Are you kidding me? Where did this monster come from? In midair, Katakuri's expression changed drastically as he quickly manipulated the rice cake to pull himself out of the chasm. But the next moment, 16 knights' figure tore through the sky, rapidly charging down from above. Boom. A powerful wave of sound made the entire atmosphere tremble with a thunderous explosion aimed at Katakuri. Katakuri clearly felt that this strike was absolutely unavoidable, so he simply decided not to dodge. Mochi rice. Katakuri split his ability into several legs, each covered with a layer of armament Haki, simultaneously kicking towards 16 knights from various angles. 16 knights showed no intention of dodging, directly colliding a kick with Katakuri's ability. The legs made of rice cake were easily sliced apart by 16 knights, but surprisingly the severed rice cakes could still be controlled, transforming into sharp tridents aimed at 16 knights. Katakuri perfectly showcased his excellent Haki ability and mastery over the devil fruit. With strong combat intelligence and flexible battlefield adaptability, it's no wonder he became the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates. This kid is really impressive. The red-haired man, succumbing to his old habits, began to admire him, even imagining what it would be like if Katakuri were willing to join them. Since Ryder, you are the first person who could fight me like this. You are much stronger than Qingjiao and Whitebeard too. That monstrous strength, even with armament Haki, I can't withstand it. It can only rely on the flexibility of my ability to counter it, as I did just now. Having witnessed the power of 16 knights' kick, Katakuri also abandoned the idea of confronting him. That destructive force, surpassing even Whitebeard's abilities, was simply beyond what a human could endure. Flowing mochi. A hand plunged into the ground, instantly assimilating the entire surface into a glutinous rice ball that extended towards Shili. Haven't you tried this already? This trick doesn't work on me. Shili directly punched the air, the pressure from his fist colliding with the glutinous rice ball. A violent gust of wind erupted, instantly blowing the glutinous rice ball off the ground. Rainfall glutinous rice. At the very moment Shili threw his punch, countless glutinous rice fists infused with armed color Haki surged toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks flew. An incredibly fierce gust of wind rampaged outward, and under this immense force Shili felt the strength in his arm. You created glutinous rice on the ground to draw my attention, while the real attack was hidden above. And this power. Quite impressive. Shili acknowledged Katakuri's strategy. Those glutinous rice fists had quite a bit of power, and even an average vice admiral would find it hard to withstand. This guy took my attack hidden and is still full of energy. Even an awakened animal form wouldn't have such defense. Looking at the completely uninjured Shili, Katakuri felt a tremor in his heart. Shili's body was indeed extraordinarily strange. How on earth did he achieve such an extraordinary physique? From the beginning of their battle until now, Katakuri felt he couldn't even touch Shiliuya's true level. The opponent always appeared to be handling things with ease. To be honest, his mochi fruit was already quite remarkable, a very special devil fruit that lay between the Logia and Paramecia types. If it weren't for the peculiar nature of the devil fruit, he probably would have been defeated by Shiliui long ago. However, utilizing the flexibility of the devil fruit in battle seems to be effective and has yielded some results. Peerless Sweet Ring Mighty Rice Cake. The rice cakes emerging from the ground automatically gathered into the shape of a ring as a gigantic fist came crashing down like lightning. A barrage of fists imbued with incredibly hard-armed color Haki came crashing down. Shiliui countered with a punch, sending the entire dessert house flying as debris from the house pierced through Katakuri's body. An extreme display of power. A qualitative transformation achieved by pushing strength to its limits. Yet as the countless fragments passed through Katakuri's body, he had already transformed his body into Machi to evade, similar to a Logia user. However, these fragments showed no signs of stopping, directly crashing into the group of people behind Katakuri. Bang, 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 bang. A chaotic stream swept by, instantly obliterating the large group of people who had just been following Katakuri. Due to the incredible speed, many couldn't even react before they were cut in half. After all, even Katakuri had only reacted thanks to his observation Haki. Damn it, that bastard. Seeing his comrades annihilated, Katakuri was dumbfounded, gritting his teeth as he stared at Shiliui. In a moment of distraction, all his followers were killed. Do you have any energy left to look elsewhere? Suddenly a voice coldly sounded beside Katakuri. What? Katakuri shuddered. Even though he had observation Haki, he still reacted too slowly. Defensive armed color. This thought immediately surfaced in Katakuri's mind, and he acted on it without delay. A layer of dark armed color Haki instantly covered his body. Bang. However, at the moment Shiliuya's fist struck his abdomen, Katakuri's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His instinctive reaction was, what kind of monstrous power is this? Boom. Katakuri's body was hammered away as if struck by lightning. After a few seconds, he barely got up, violently coughing up a pool of blood, and a massive blood hole appeared in his abdomen. How could he completely evade my observation Haki? How did this guy do it? Struggling to his feet, looking at his bleeding abdomen, Katakuri's expression was extremely grim. What you call precognition is merely a form of observation Haki. As long as my observation Haki surpasses yours, I will naturally find a way to evade your perception. Shiliui walked towards Katakuri at a leisurely pace, making it abundantly clear that at a higher level of observation Haki, the weaker party cannot predict accurately. To be able to accomplish this proves one thing: Shiliui's observation Haki is stronger than Katakuri's. Not to mention Katakuri, even someone like Roger, who could hear the voices of all things, might not be able to defeat Shiliui. Although your background is quite tragic, a pirate is still a pirate. Just honestly atone for the blood on your hands. Arriving beside Katakuri, Shiliui ruthlessly stomped down on his chest. That immense power pressed down on Katakuri, rendering him completely immobile. Moreover, blood continually flowed from that shocking wound. Farewell, just don't be a pirate in your next life. With one powerful stomp, all the ribs in his chest shattered, and even his heart exploded. The second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates perished. Although it was not bad if the second-in-command of the entire pirate crew is at this level, it shows that the Big Mom pirates are just mediocre. After finishing, Shiliui directly turned around to look at the red-haired and others. This group of people had long been dumbstruck. Especially Beckman, who was holding a cigar that was nearly burning down to his fingers without noticing. Katakuri's recently displayed strength was nearly flawless, skillfully utilizing his devil fruit abilities, top-tier observation Haki, and powerful armed color Haki, plus possessing Conqueror's Haki. A person who seemed to have no weaknesses was actually slain by Shiliui within just a few minutes. They were no match. Even if all of them combined, they probably wouldn't be Shiliui's opponents. Now the red-haired finally understood why Shiliui could capture the red count lead. Why previously, when calling Garp would let Shiliui take action to catch them. Not for any other reason, but because of Shiliui's overwhelming strength. This is a bit troublesome. I should have left the survivor earlier. Looking around, he found that aside from the red-haired's group, everyone from the Big Mom pirates had already been killed. As Shiliui was also troubled and scratched his head. With everyone dead, who should he send to deliver a message to Big Mom? At the center of the world, the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates, Cake Island. A woman of exaggerated stature was sitting on the throne, continuously devouring sweets in large mouthfuls. Hurry up, hurry up. Bring the sweets to me now. Corrosive stomach acid dripped from Big Mom's mouth as she looked at the dessert before her, which resembled a small mountain, still roaring in unsatisfied demand. Mama, please wait a moment. The kitchen is working hard to prepare it. A beautiful girl with a long sword on her back spoke to Big Mom with a hint of helplessness. Who would dare to tell Big Mom to wait while she was eating? Anyone unaware might think this girl was seeking death. However, this beautiful girl was no ordinary person. Although Big Mom's children were all strange-looking, there were some exceptions. For instance, Charlotte Smoothie, one of the sweet commanders. Bounty 932 million berries. Her bounty ranked third within the Big Mom pirates, surpassed only by Katakuri and Charlotte Linlin. That is why she dared to speak, so does Charlotte Linlin. Suddenly Smoothie's expression changed as she quickly pulled out a life card from her pocket. This life card was burning away at an astonishing speed. Watching the life card burn completely and vanish, Smoothie became completely stunned. The reason was simple. This life card represented the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri. How is this possible? Katakuri is actually dead. Smoothie could hardly comprehend that the man who had never lost in his life, who had never even let his back touch the ground, had quietly died. The entire hall fell silent. The sound of Big Mom eating completely vanished, and those conscious homies created by her abilities dared not utter a word. Including Big Mom, everyone who heard the news felt a sense of disbelief. Katakuri is dead. He was the strongest sweet commander of the Big Mom pirates, a terrifying figure with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, especially with that extraordinary observation Haki that allowed him to foresee the future. Even Big Mom acknowledged that she was inferior to him. What did you say? Katakuri is dead. Charlotte Linlin's face turned completely grim as she stood up, abruptly tossing aside the sweets in front of her, and roared in anger. Katakuri is the pinnacle masterpiece of our Charlotte family. How could he possibly die? The Big Mom pirates were currently at a critical juncture. The major forces in the New World were busy seizing territory to establish their positions, and without a doubt the Big Mom pirates were also aiming for the throne of the Pirate King. To ascend to that position, strong subordinates were absolutely essential. Katakuri was the strongest combat force in the entire pirate crew, second only to her. His sudden death in the outside world was enough to infuriate Big Mom. Other things might be faked, but a life paper cannot be forged. Who did it? Whitebeard. Kaido. But there hadn't been any news of them leaving their territory before. Seeing Big Mom's furious demeanor, Smoothie was also sweating nervously. However, what she cared about more was who exactly had killed Katakuri. As the pinnacle masterpiece of the Charlotte family, the number of people capable of taking him down was very few. No matter who it is, even that despicable old man Whitebeard, I will drain his life force. Big Mom was livid to the extreme, exuding a terrifying aura, fierce and violent. Her bloodshot eyes were menacing. After saying that, she walked directly outside. This time Mom is really angry. Smoothie couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Zeus. Mom, I'm here. A cloud suddenly floated down from the sky and landed in front of Big Mom. What was shocking was that it was clearly a cloud, yet it had anthropomorphic facial features complete with eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The Paramecia-type soul fruit allows the user to manipulate souls freely, enabling them to inhabit various objects and become anthropomorphized. And the three homies that Charlotte Linlin relied on the most were made from parts of her own soul. Thundercloud Zeus. Sun Prometheus. Sword Napoleon. Take me to that kid who killed Katakuri immediately. Charlotte Linlin roared in fury. Zeus dared not disobey, and immediately flew to Charlotte Linlin's side, carrying her straight toward the place where Katakuri had been before. You really went and killed Katakuri. Looking at Katakuri's corpse, Shanks gulped. This was the pinnacle masterpiece of the Charlotte family, yet he had been taken down by 16 knights. To be honest, this was quite rare in pirate battles. For relatively important captain-level individuals, after both sides engage in battle, it is common to end up with a captive, then find a way to negotiate, and it is very rare for actual deaths to occur. Isn't that only natural? I'm a Navy man, and this guy is a pirate. He looked at Shanks with a gaze as if he were an idiot, wondering if he had not grasped the situation. Why is it that pirates rarely go all out to kill each other's high-end combatants? The reason is simple: they share a common enemy, that is the Navy. Using captives to exchange for benefits not only brings advantages, but also avoids weakening the overall strength of the pirate side, preventing them from being unable to hold their ground in the New World. However, 16 Knights evidently had no such concerns. That idiot Shanks is actually getting so into this conversation. Watching Shanks converse eagerly with 16 Knights, Beckman felt a line of black sweat on his forehead. Had these two forgotten their own identities? Moreover, this was a prime opportunity. With Katakuri killed, Big Mom would definitely come looking. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red-haired pirates could launch a full-scale attack on Cake Island, and the outcome was almost certain. Furthermore, eliminating the dangerous Katakuri in such a short time, once 16 Knights turned his attention toward them, the red-haired pirates might very well be annihilated. Though the red-haired was not weak now, he would need about 3 to 4 more years to become one of the 4 emperors. At his current strength, he was absolutely unable to contend with 16 Knights. Shanks, Big Mom must have Katakuri's life card. Perhaps he is currently rushing towards us on Thundercloud Zeus. Now is not the time for chatting. Taking a deep breath, Beckman had to step forward to remind Shanks, don't forget our purpose for coming here. Although 16 Knights was also present, Beckman knew that time was of the essence and could not care less about whether 16 Knights understood what they were discussing. I understand. Shanks' expression changed slightly as he glanced at 16 Knights with a somewhat complicated look, but he decisively began to retreat toward the ship. After a while, the members of the red-haired pirates boarded the ship. I will never underestimate this young man again. Shanks also lost his usual carefree demeanor. Although he was the youngest among the future 4 emperors, he was only 27 years old. However, compared to 16 knights, who was under 20, the power gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. To be honest, I initially thought you Shanks were already quite monstrous, having the ability to contend for territory in the new world at such a young age. But seeing him, Beckman took a deep breath. If Shanks' strength still lay within the realm of normal human understanding, then 16 knights was completely beyond reason. It's a pity we stand on opposite sides, otherwise I feel we could have become friends. Shanks also shook his head with some regret. Wait, is that Big Mom? Suddenly, just as Shanks and the others prepared to set sail, the lookout spotted Charlotte Linlin approaching on Thundercloud Zeus. Hearing this, Beckman was not surprised. After all, Charlotte Linlin had personally intervened. This time a heavyweight has arrived. Shanks also looked over with great interest. Although he wanted to see the battle between 16 knights and Big Mom, it was evidently not a possibility. Let Big Mom and that navy fight it out themselves. We should focus on our own business. Who killed Katakuri? At that moment, a terrifying, monstrous roar suddenly erupted so loud that it could shatter eardrums and directly affect people's ability to act. Surrounding buildings even began to show signs of cracking under this dreadful roar. Immediately after, a thundercloud appeared before them, upon which sat a huge and corpulent figure topped with a blazing flame resembling the sun, holding a long military knife. The intense pressure was self-evident. The 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, has finally arrived. If it were anyone else seeing Charlotte Linlin charging in, they would probably be paralyzed with fear. However, 16 Knights was different. He not only showed no worry, but even revealed a smile. In this world, only someone of the rank of an admiral or a 4 emperor could bring him a bit of fun, unlike others who could be easily toyed with. You are the one, right? You wretched little brat. Big Mom's face twisted with fury, her gaze fixed intensely on 16 Knights. At the same time, several homies created from her soul also seemed to be affected by her emotions, becoming even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone in the small town was already fleeing in panic. Everyone in the world understood one thing: when Big Mom went berserk, she truly recognized no kin, not even her own sons and daughters could stop her. Prometheus. Ignoring the thoughts of those around her, Big Mom raised her enormous plump hand and ordered Prometheus above. Yes, Mom. The scorching Prometheus, resembling a small sun, descended from Charlotte Linlin's head, its body beginning to expand violently, accompanied by the massive arm of Big Mom swinging down heavenly fire. Charlotte Linlin grabbed the swollen Prometheus with one hand and hurled it towards Shiryu, a tremendous explosion erupting into the sky. Oh wow! Shiryu lightly tapped the ground with his foot, retreating several meters, casually remarking, as expected of Big Mom, she's indeed different from other pirates. However, there was not a hint of tension on his face. He clearly did not regard this future emperor of the sea as a threat. Fat old hag, I've heard that when your hunger pangs strike, if you don't eat what you crave for too long, you'll lose weight. Watching the furious Big Mom, Shiryu continued to stoke the flames, even making a jest. How about you perform for me? Of course, Shiryu had only heard this rumor from the Navy and had never bothered to learn the details. Fat old hag. At that moment, the fierce light in Big Mom's eyes intensified. How dare someone describe her with such terms? It was akin to courting death. Thick flames surged upward and waves of scorching heat crashed repeatedly, making the entire island seem precariously shaky. The sea churned under the scorching flames, creating massive waves that surged violently. Columns of fire with terrifying temperatures quickly stained the entire sky red. At this moment, the whole space became searing, a stark contrast to the heat Shiryu had encountered with Charlotte Owen. Big Mom hadn't even made a move yet, and the sheer power of the homies she released was already frightening. You brat. Do you know the cost of provoking me? Although Big Mom was unaware of Shiyu's exact strength, she had unwavering confidence in her own power. Of course I don't. Are you an idiot? I've never done anything like that before. Shiyu's dark eyes locked onto the furious Big Mom, his expression one of mockery. Clearly this was a provocation aimed at Big Mom. This comment fell on the ears of the super pirate of the New World, sounding exceedingly harsh. Being mocked like this. Thunder. Big Mom roared, her fat hand slamming down onto the ground. Simultaneously, the thundercloud Zeus flew into the sky, instantly darkening the entire sky as ominous clouds gathered, looming over the city. Countless bolts of lightning surged toward Shiryu. The entire island shook from the bombardment of lightning, and the surrounding sea roared, raising monstrous waves as the heavens and earth shifted, showcasing her ability to control the weather. Haha, not bad, not bad. Now it's finally getting interesting. A smile of excitement appeared on Shiyu's face. Interesting. Hurry up and deal with this fat hag. Nami, clinging tightly to Shiyu's clothes, shouted in fear. Faced with this scene, Nami felt that as long as she stepped away from Shiryu, she would be instantly blasted into a lifeless husk by the overwhelming lightning. After all, she was just an ordinary person, still a child. Hey. Seeing this, Shiryu was quite dissatisfied and asked, Are you not confident in my strength? Idiot. Isn't that obvious? This fat hag is so terrifying. If this continues, the entire island will be destroyed. Nami was almost in tears, mainly due to the overwhelming intimidation Big Mom exuded. Controlling both the sun and the thunderclouds, she was like a natural disaster. Little girl, I'm going to tear you apart. Big Mom's face turned dark as she was called a fat hag by Nami. It was one thing to be mocked by Shiryu, but now a second person was so bold as to call her that. Snap, snap. Shiryu snapped his fingers, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It's just some thunderclouds. Do I really need to pay so much attention? Boom. Perhaps sensing Big Mom's anger, or due to Shiryu's provocation, the thundercloud Zeus roared angrily from above. The sound of thunder echoed as a massive bolt of lightning thick as a barrel descended from the sky, aiming directly at Shiryu. Such a thick bolt of lightning, if it hit, would undoubtedly result in instant death. Huh. At that moment, Shiryu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. He directed a punch at the descending lightning, the powerful fist pressure causing the air to vibrate with a booming sound. In an instant, the barrel-thick lightning disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, that immense fist pressure surged towards the thunderclouds, the powerful impact spreading like waves layer upon layer outward. The sky, once filled with dark clouds, was now completely cleared, returning to its original color. As for Zeus, its entire body completely shattered, vanishing into the air without leaving any traces to prove it ever existed. All of this occurred in less than a second. Oomph. Shiryu landed back on the ground, scoffing disdainfully. Instantly, Nami's eyes went blank, blinking in confusion, unable to grasp what had just happened. That thundercloud, which seemed capable of destroying the entire island, was just wiped out with a single punch. Moreover, she thought she saw a flash of lightning in the sky just now. Did that thing also get shattered by Shiryu's punch? What kind of monster is Shiryu? However, compared to Shiryu, Big Mom was even more shocked. Her homies were products of souls, and logically speaking, physical attacks shouldn't be able to cause any harm. Even if they were infused with Haki, those homies shouldn't perish. Yet now Zeus had completely vanished from her perception, utterly dead. Had she not experienced such an outrageous event firsthand, she would never have believed that such an eerie human existed in the world. Hey, what's that expression? Hurry up and continue. Seeing Big Mom in a daze, Shiryu provocatively called out. Stop putting on a facade of the Emperor of the New World in front of me. If you want to do as you please, first ask my fists. With a sharp confrontation, Shiryu had never regarded the so-called Emperors of the Sea with any seriousness. Who does Big Mom think she's showing this superior posture to? You brat. Although unwilling to admit it, Big Mom was acutely aware that Shiyu's strength was not beneath her. He was a formidable opponent that required her full attention. In the next moment, the hat on her head transformed into a massive military knife, perfectly complementing her enormous hand. Elbaf spear. The bulky Big Mom swung the homie's greatsword, named Napoleon, the fierce Haki emanating from her arm, spreading to the entire sword. Her observation Haki firmly locked onto Shiyu's movements. The terrifying aura continuously descended and condensed. Wiggo. In the next second, the giant military knife swung down fiercely and a massive sword wave shot towards Shiryu at astonishing speed. A purple light beam sliced through the air, the sound of thunder roaring, and everything in its path turned to ashes, reaching Shiryu in the blink of an eye. No! Nami screamed in fear, covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear watching the terrifying scene. I told you not to panic so much. Shiryu shook his head, helplessly facing the rapidly approaching sword energy, clenching his fist tightly and smashing down towards the incoming purple light beam. Boom. Crack. First came an explosive sound, followed by a noise like shattering glass, as the purple light beam heading towards Shiryu shattered like a mirror, then vanished into light spots. Shattered. Shattered. Big Mom's expression went blank as she murmured, my slash was actually broken. With a face of disbelief, if Shiryu had merely dispersed her slash or resisted it somehow, Big Mom would not have found it too strange. But how could a slash possibly shatter? Moreover, that last move was one that could not be withstood by anyone in the entire pirate world. However, the shock was fleeting. The next moment, Big Mom launched the most ferocious attack against Shiryu, her powerful Haki glowing a deep black as she relentlessly assaulted him. Swish, swish. The pitch-black army knife danced continuously, and the airflow followed, creating a crisp sound. As Shili dodged with Nami, he muttered insults at his opponent. Clearly, Shili's provocation was quite successful, especially since he managed to maneuver effortlessly while dragging a burden, greatly bruising Big Mom's pride. For a moment, she even began to doubt whether she had truly eaten too much, whether her weight had caused her power to decline, and whether she was even qualified to compete for the title of Pirate King. Once such doubts take root in a person's heart, they linger permanently. If Shili continued to bully her like this, Big Mom's conqueror's Haki might even fade away. A king who has lost confidence cannot climb back to that position. Suddenly, Shili twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick, aiming directly at Big Mom, who was holding Napoleon with both hands. Instinctively, Big Mom raised her large knife horizontally, attempting to block the kick. However, when Shiliu's foot made contact with the blade, she realized she had made a colossal mistake. And it was an extraordinarily foolish mistake. Usually such a defense would be quite effective against others, but against Shiliu, it was utterly useless. She should have done everything possible to evade Shiliu's attack. His strength is even greater than that of that old brute. In that moment, a face with a crescent-shaped white mustache flashed through Big Mom's mind. Indeed, she was thinking of the world-renowned strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Even if she clashed blades with Whitebeard, Big Mom would not necessarily lose much, but Shiliu's power was something she could not endure at all. His strength was so great that a single punch or kick could split mountains and sever seas. Boom! The explosive sound generated by the shockwave rippled out from the blade of Napoleon. The Napoleon that Big Mom held was unable to bear the force and flew out of her hands, spinning in the air before embedding itself in the ground. Although Big Mom did not directly withstand Shiliu's power, the force transmitted through her hand sent the large woman flying. Clang! Big Mom's massive body slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit over 10 meters wide. Her back pressed against the ground, and blood gushed from her throat, slowly spilling from the corner of her mouth. Had it not been for Big Mom's formidable defenses known as the iron balloon, that blow alone would have turned her into mush. "Oh my, you're surprisingly tough," Shiliu remarked, glancing at Big Mom's condition as he walked slowly towards her. One could indeed say that she lived up to her title as the iron balloon, and her defenses were comparable to that tough-skinned fellow Kaido. Seeing Shiliu approach, the injured Big Mom Prometheus transformed into flames and charged at Shiliu. "Shiliu, be careful, quickly dodge." Nami's anxious voice came from behind. But in reality, there was no need for Nami's warning. Shiliu, with his observation Haki, clearly sensed the attack from behind. "Dodge? How could I? A fire of this level can be extinguished with a mere puff." Shiliu thought, not taking a single step back, looking visibly annoyed. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and blew hard at Prometheus, which was rushing towards him from behind, and the seemingly intense flames were instantly snuffed out. The small form of Prometheus flew right in front of Shiliu, easily caught in his hand. "What?" Nami gasped in disbelief, momentarily stunned. "What kind of lung capacity is that?" No, that's not the issue. That guy's fire is clearly extraordinary. How could it be extinguished with just one breath?" Nami shook her head vigorously. Although she was just an ordinary person, she could tell that Prometheus' flames were definitely not simple. Though she knew Shiliu was powerful and many of his actions had already shattered her understanding, witnessing this scene still left her in shock. "Hey, were you planning to sneak attack me just now?" Shiliu grasped Prometheus with both hands, which was shaped like a cloud and had features likely holding its face. Under Shiliu's forceful tug, Prometheus' face was completely distorted. Trembling in fear at the sight of the terrifying Demon King, Prometheus hurriedly explained, No, I just wanted to check on how Mama was doing." It was not foolish enough to keep talking while being caught by Shiliu. Those who know when to retreat are wise. Moreover, with Big Mom being beaten like this, what could a mere homie do? Mama. Suddenly from below came Big Mom's unique laughter. Shiliu looked down and saw Big Mom had already stood up, her initial rage replaced by rationality. "How interesting. What race are you? To possess such great strength just by your body alone." That shock just now was definitely not caused by a devil fruit ability. With bloodshot eyes fixed on Shiliu's body, her massive flesh quivered. She had already been called a natural destroyer, possessing an absurd physical talent. She grew up in the giant country Elbaf, naturally endowed with immense strength, having killed a bear with a single punch at the age of 5, while trying to swat away mosquitoes from the giant soldiers, unintentionally breaking several of their ribs. This was achieved without any auxiliary training, relying solely on her physical strength. The soldiers of the giant race, even if they are not particularly strong, possess the strength comparable to that of a Navy Rear Admiral, at the very least thanks to their racial advantages. During the Marineford War, those giant Vice Admirals did not use Haki, yet relied on their absurd physical talents to cause massive destruction. Clearly Big Mom believed Shiliu was similar to her, a so-called natural destroyer. "Don't try to act tough in front of me. A defeated foe has no right to speak on equal terms." Hearing Big Mom's question, Shiliu scoffed disdainfully. It was clear she had been arrogant in the New World for too long, truly considering herself an emperor. Just a defeated foe, yet she dared to speak in such a tone. "Arrogant little brat. Don't think that the previous strike was my full strength. My physical capabilities are no worse than anyone else's." Big Mom was full of vigor, standing her ground against Shiliu. That previous blow had made her spit blood, but it was far from a life-and-death struggle. Just a bit of blood. Within a few seconds, she had already recovered. One must admit Big Mom was indeed someone who could stand out among countless notorious pirates to become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Though she looked fat and bloated, her body was incredibly stout, and her defenses were terrifyingly formidable. The power of Shiliu's punch, even if countered by Whitebeard with his Bicento, would likely have resulted in a broken arm. But when it landed on Big Mom, it only caused her some pain, making her bleed a little. It probably wouldn't even compare to the amount of blood she lost each month. That's for the best. If the Emperor of the New World can only withstand a punch from me, it would be truly meaningless. I still want to continue fighting. Shili was equally defiant, having just won. He naturally wouldn't show weakness to Big Mom. Moreover, this island belonged to Big Mom's pirate crew. Even if the heavens were to collapse, it had nothing to do with him. Oomph. Big Mom snorted coldly, her eyes glowing like they had a red light effect. Although she didn't speak, it was clear that she was furious to the extreme. Suddenly, she picked up the large army knife Napoleon again and swung it fiercely, unleashing an extremely rapid speed aimed directly at Shili. The constantly moving muscles and the bulging veins on her forehead were quite terrifying as she suddenly launched a sneak attack, King's Destruction. Haven't we tried this before? This trick won't work on me. With no suitable weapon in hand, Shili simply reached out and grabbed Prometheus by the face, preparing to throw him at the sword energy unleashed by Big Mom with all his might. Wait, that's not how I intended to use him. Prometheus panicked as he sensed Shili's intentions. His complexion visibly turned pale, for that was Big Mom's territory. If he were to collide, wouldn't he be defeated in an instant? But Shili paid no mind, laughing as he shouted, "Take off!" He then hurled Prometheus away at a speed equivalent to the third cosmic velocity, targeting Big Mom's attack. This time, Big Mom, fully prepared, unleashed a power far greater than before, her thick purple slash radiating an extraordinary intimidation. Boom! An indescribable collision occurred, momentarily changing the color of the heavens and earth, tearing the ground apart. An exaggerated explosion erupted between Big Mom and Shili, leaving a massive crater on the already devastated island. The heavens shattered and the earth quaked. This was the truest depiction of their fierce confrontation. Nearby, the waves surged up to a height of hundreds of meters, extending far away. Damn it, using Prometheus as a shield. Big Mom's anger grew as she sensed her connection to Prometheus severed. In just this brief moment of combat, Shili had already destroyed her homies. Zeus and Prometheus, both part of her soul, were now gone. But apart from being furious and shouting loudly, Big Mom could do nothing. It's not over yet. Suddenly, in the fierce gaze of Big Mom, a figure appeared. Shili charged directly in front of her and swung his fist at Big Mom. Though that tiny fist seemed insignificant, its power displayed itself when it struck Big Mom's massive frame. With each punch, Big Mom's body sank deeply, her wretched screams echoing continuously. "Is this all you've got, you big fat lady?" Shili suddenly jumped above Big Mom, lifting one leg high over his head, and then, like lightning, came crashing down onto her shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. An unimaginable force descended upon Big Mom. The ground, no, the entire island, was shattered under this strike. Big Mom was directly stomped into the ground's fissure, plunging into deep darkness. At this moment, Big Mom no longer resembled the Empress of the New World. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes ragged, with blood smeared on her shoulders and the corner of her mouth. She looked just like a beggar. However, even in ragged clothes, the ferocity radiating from Big Mom remained fierce like a demon god. "I've shattered the island, yet this guy still hasn't died. Truly resilient." Observing Big Mom from a higher vantage point, Shili couldn't help but be somewhat amazed. This talent was indeed terrifying. Her defense was practically a major flaw in the system. But since she was not easily killed, Shili felt free to unleash his full power. After all, had the opponent been anyone else, they would have been defeated in just a few hits. Damn it. Big Mom felt her head spinning. Even though she quickly covered her shoulder with Haki, it was still ineffective against Shili's kick. Now she felt entirely unable to move her right arm. "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, that guy's strength is just too much." As a homie, Napoleon looked aggrieved as Shili's attack was too strange. He didn't even need Haki to hurt him, and clearly caused him damage. Moreover, both Prometheus and Zeus, who were on par with him, had perished one after another. But it's only to this extent. Of course, I'm fine. Though one of her arms had been rendered useless, Big Mom still maintained her tough attitude. However, looking at the island, she fell into deep thought. This place had already been shattered into pieces under their clash, with numerous enormous and exaggerated cracks forming and vast amounts of seawater pouring in. This posed a significant disadvantage for her, being a devil fruit user. "But Mom, I feel like I can't hold on much longer." Seeing Big Mom in this state, Napoleon knew she intended to keep fighting and could only feign a look of distress. However, he genuinely felt unable to hold on. Every clash with Shili left him feeling like he was about to break. He could guarantee that if they clashed a few more times, he would surely perish. "Stop with the nonsense. Even if you can't hold on, you must." Big Mom, covered in blood despite her injuries, still roared fiercely. "Don't spout nonsense, you fat old hag. Your strength is only suitable for being a meat shield." Shili lightly jumped in front of Big Mom, raising his fist with all his might and striking towards her chin. Mama, don't joke around, brat. If you want to fight me, be prepared to give it your all." Big Mom's fist clenched tightly as she charged directly at Shili. Bang! The two disproportionate fists collided violently, unleashing a massive shockwave from the point of impact. Big Mom had already been pounded into the ground by Shili. The already devastated earth was ruthlessly trampled once more. Water from the sea began to surge in beneath Big Mom's feet. Feeling the water underneath, Big Mom's heart trembled. As a devil fruit user, if this continued, she would surely be submerged and lose all her strength. However, the thundercloud Zeus that should have supported her had already been destroyed by Shili. It seems the outcome is decided. Seeing Big Mom's unwell expression, Shili understood what she was concerned about. With a slight exertion of his arm, explosive power surged into Big Mom's body. That tiny fist erupted with unimaginable impact, and Big Mom was sent flying without any chance to react. Her left arm bent unnaturally, clearly deformed. Her eyes bulged, her face twisted, and blood spewed from her mouth. This time she could no longer suppress the injuries to her body. Though Big Mom was a natural monster and had erupted with all her might multiple times, she still fell short compared to Shili. One could only say that to deal with this monster, Shili had sunk the entire island. Achieving this was already enough to make Big Mom feel proud. What a tenacious opponent, but with both arms crippled, she should finally be a bit more obedient. Shili grinned, provoking Big Mom, who was already incapacitated and appeared somewhat dazed. Before she could retaliate, Shili struck her abdomen with another punch. In an instant it felt as if a connection had been severed. Before Big Mom could react, her abdomen caved in and her body fell uncontrollably. Thinking about it, it's indeed unlikely. A person with the qualities of a king would never easily give up. Shili gently clapped his hands, admiring his handiwork. Though he didn't know how long it would take for Big Mom to recover, it certainly wouldn't be too long. Her body had long since surpassed the understanding of normal humans. Regardless, Big Mom had at least satisfied his desire for battle, and he was finally able to engage in a serious match after a long time. Of course, the cost of this match was somewhat enormous. The entire island had been destroyed. But what did that matter? After all, it was a pirate's territory, not belonging to any allied nation, so no one would blame him. Death or longevity. Suddenly, just when Shili thought it was all settled, Big Mom let out a furious roar. Her voice, empowered by the pressure of her soul and Conqueror's Haki, resonated throughout the entire land of Wano. It's Mom's voice. Under Big Mom's furious roar, the entire land of Wano felt engulfed by a terrifying aura, with cold sweat appearing on the faces of countless ordinary people. We're going to die. If we resist, we will definitely die. A nameless child of Big Mom was paralyzed with fear. Although the reason for Big Mom's sudden fury was unknown, the outcome of resisting her soul curse was well understood by all. Most of the residents were visibly panicked and fled quickly. Amidst the fear and chaos, waves of soul fluctuations quickly drifted from the bodies of the fleeing residents, all converging towards Big Mom. It seems that Big Mom is embroiled in a fierce battle. Hurry up, let's take down Whole Cake Island directly. Beckman, seeing the souls scattering in the sky, immediately deduced that the battle between Big Mom and 16 Knight had likely reached a boiling point. In their understanding, battles of this magnitude could last for days and nights without issue, and Whole Cake Island would surely descend into chaos during this time. The current Big Mom pirates were indeed in a precarious situation, with Katakuri. Deceased Big Mom was now facing off against 16 Knight. Moreover, the red-haired pirates were targeting Whole Cake Island, preparing to launch a devastating strike. Currently, the only top-tier combatants left at Whole Cake Island were Smoker and the Star Commanders. It was a delusion for these people to think they could stop the red-haired pirates. Mama, I can feel it, the power of souls. Big Mom forced a smile, then opened her massive mouth wide as the souls that had just escaped from the residents of Whole Cake Island all converged into her body. As the power of these souls surged in, the wounds on Big Mom's arms miraculously healed quickly, and her body swelled like an inflated balloon, becoming even larger. So this is what they call an iron balloon. A look of interest appeared in 16 Knight's eyes. He never expected that Big Mom had such a technique, absorbing other souls to heal her injuries and make herself stronger. It seemed somewhat similar to how Moonlight Moria absorbed shadows to enhance himself. You little brat, don't underestimate me. Big Mom's expression turned grim, her eyes shining with red light, and then her body moved with unexpected agility towards 16 Knight. Her speed seems to have increased 4 or 5 times. What an astonishing improvement. With his powerful observation, Haki, and reflexes, 16 Knight was still able to catch sight of Big Mom. Even at this speed, which was 4 to 5 times faster than before, she still could not escape 16 Knight's grasp. Emperor's Sword, Destruction Blade. Suddenly, Big Mom's figure appeared right in front of 16 Knight, wielding the massive Napoleon. She swung it down towards him. Boom. 16 Knight crossed his arms, blocking Big Mom's strike with his arms. The tremendous force exploded between them. The ground beneath him shattered immediately. The increase in power isn't as great as the speed, probably only about double. While blocking Big Mom's massive blade with his arms, 16 Knight had the leisure to comment on her improvements. Damn it, how did this kid manage to do that? To block my Napoleon without using Haki. Her Napoleon was not only massive in size, but its sharpness was definitely not inferior to any Supreme Blade. Even Kaido of the Beasts could not defend against her attack without using Haki. Kaido was inherently non-human and an awakened Zoan fruit user with tough skin and formidable recovery capabilities. But what about 16 Knight? He was not even a devil fruit user entirely relying on his physical talent to block her Napoleon. What? Is it strange that I can block your blade? Don't even mention your sword. Even the divine spear forged by Brahma, the highest god of Indian mythology, wouldn't work on me. Solar Sovereign Leo. This is also one of 16 Knight's abilities which once withstood black rabbits, simulated divine nature Brahma's spear. It allows him to embody the fourth avatar of Avatara, the lion god Narasimha, who is said to rebound all weapons. However, evidently Big Mom was not familiar with the power systems of the Box Garden world and could not comprehend what Brahma's divine spear was nor the significance it represented. Whether or not such mythological tales exist in this world is a question. However, it did not prevent Big Mom from understanding one thing: ordinary weapons were ineffective against 16 Knight. Lightning Cloud. Suddenly Big Mom's right hand transformed into a mass of lightning, and at the moment she released her large blade, she struck a punch directly at 16 Knight. At the same time, 16 Knight almost simultaneously landed a punch on Big Mom's body. The two forces exploded in an instant. Boom, boom. The two were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. However, this time Big Mom, who had taken a punch from 16 Knight, merely flew out, not even bleeding. Her massive body collided with the ground without sustaining any damage. To think she could instantly create electric homies again. This devil fruit is a bit troublesome. Looking at the lightning in Big Mom's hand, 16 Knight felt somewhat surprised. Zeus and Prometheus had already been taken down by him, yet he never expected Big Mom to summon them again so casually. There are even more troublesome things. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Big Mom's mouth as she suddenly waved her hand, causing various objects around her to come to life. Wood, toys, flowers, and trees. All tangible objects that could be imagined instantly became conscious beings. And countless homie soldiers appeared. Just a casual wave summoned a multitude of homie soldiers. Without means to counter soul attacks, even armament Haki would be ineffective against them. Too bad you ran into me. Summoning this pile of trash is just a waste of time. As 16 Knight's voice fell, all the homies around fell into a moment of silence. Then there was an uproar. Who is that little brat? What a big mouth. How dare he be so arrogant in front of us? I can't even count how many arrogant little brats like this I've killed. Naturally, 16 Knight's words provoked dissatisfaction among the surrounding homies. Though they were created by Big Mom, each had its own consciousness. Having followed Big Mom in countless battles in the New World, they had seen all sorts of scenes. In the eyes of these homies, 16 Knight was utterly insignificant. Are the ones you summoned all idiots? They all act so arrogant. Looking at the group of homies, 16 Knight not only showed no caution, but instead shoved his hands into his pockets, adopting the demeanor of a delinquent. He didn't even need to use his hands to deal with this trash. Even with all his vulnerabilities exposed, these homies couldn't catch him. Come at me, turn this brat into meat paste. Big Mom, filled with pent-up rage, naturally ignored 16 Knight's words, her eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. As for the summoned homies, she did not expect much from them. She merely hoped to consume a bit of 16 Knight's stamina, while also seizing the opportunity to see what his abilities were like. Yes, mama. The homie soldiers, already itching to move, charged straight at 16 Knight. Various weapons were brandished, and they all fearlessly prepared to attack him. After all, homies were inherently spirits. Reprimands were utterly ineffective against them. TCH. 16 Knight clicked his tongue, clearly not very interested in this group of homies. Facing the countless weapons, he had no intention of defending, allowing the homies to aim their weapons at him. Yet it was precisely this nonchalant attitude of 16 Knight that infuriated the homies. Fools. Go die. The homies let out cruel cackles, as though they foresaw that 16 Knight would be torn apart by their storm of attacks. Just the thought of such an outcome made these guys who hadn't seen blood for a long time unable to contain their delight. However, they soon found themselves unable to laugh. As all the weapons struck at 16 Knight, they were unexpectedly repelled at once. Bang! A simple sweep of his leg caused the expressions of the stronger homies to change drastically, but there was no time to react. The power that could cleave the earth and shatter the seas was beyond their capacity to bear. Even Big Mom, as an iron balloon, could not escape unscathed from a hit by 16 Knight. Any homie facing 16 Knight could only meet one fate: to be turned into dust. A resounding explosion echoed through the air like ripples. All the homies in front of 16 Knight were sent flying. Even if they did not directly endure the force of his attack, the resulting shockwaves were enough to utterly destroy them. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Only the occasional cool breeze brushed past, leaving Big Mom feeling a chill in her heart. With a single strike, all the homies were annihilated. Only a crescent-shaped residual wave remained before Shizuke's. Big Mom was not angry because of the death of these homies. To her, they could be created at any time. The slightly special ones were Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon. However, the power exhibited by Shizuke's compelled her to take notice. How could this be achieved? Without the use of armament Haki or special abilities, merely relying on brute strength to defeat a spiritual entity. Monster. Ultimately, all the words coalesced into this single term. Although she had been called a monster by many at that moment, she felt only Shizuke's deserved the title. You could have just stayed down quietly, but since you insist on standing up, I will entertain you. Shizuke's chuckled lightly, suddenly leaping into the air, just as she was about to strike Big Mom. Suddenly a mirror appeared beneath Big Mom's feet. This unexpected scene caught not only Shizuke's off guard, but even Big Mom had not anticipated it. Mirror world. A woman's voice suddenly rang out and Big Mom fell directly into the world of mirrors. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Shizuke's fist slammed into the ground. With the sudden appearance of the mirror, she held nothing back in her power. As the force of her punch struck down, the entire nation fractured around Shizuke's feet. The small town that had just been there was utterly obliterated beneath that terrifying power. A mushroom cloud rose up. Far away, the red-haired pirates felt the ground tremble, and in the next moment, a massive fissure about 20 meters wide appeared beneath their feet. It stretched endlessly across the cake island with no end in sight. When they looked up and saw another mushroom cloud, their mouths gaped in shock. What? What is that? Even Beckman, usually so calm, could not maintain his composure, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Was that Admiral's battle with Big Mom really that insane? Captain, can you cause such destruction? Yasopp could hardly believe his eyes, especially as a sniper. He found it difficult to fathom such incomprehensible devastation. Of course, not even Big Mom couldn't achieve that. After a few seconds of shock, Shanks responded with a bitter smile. The red-haired pirates had faced Big Mom before. The storm clouds in the sky and the fiery attacks must have been caused by her. If it was just those things, while troublesome, they were still within Shanks' capacity to deal with. But that last strike made Shanks recall the feeling he had when he first saw Whitebeard's full power back when he was an intern in the Roger Pirates. Moreover, the power might even surpass Whitebeard's. I never expected the entire nation to be shattered like this. Beckman also wore an expression of disbelief, feeling that devising a plan to ambush the Big Mom pirates had been a grave mistake. I wonder what will happen to the Big Mom pirates next. Even if Charlotte Linland survived, she would likely be severely injured. After all, they had already seen what happened with Red Earl. Although Big Mom was powerful when compared to the current New World, 90 of people would still consider Red Earl to be more formidable. If Red Earl could be captured by Shizuke's, capturing a single Big Mom didn't seem like an impossible feat. Did she dodge into the mirror to escape after feeling the impact? Standing still, Shizuke's wore a somewhat unwilling expression, realizing that someone had managed to rescue Big Mom right under his nose. It then occurred to him that there was a person with a special ability in the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte, putting a mirror fruit user, could bring people into the mirror world. Big Mom must have been saved by that ability just now. Oh right, Nami. Suddenly Shizuke's remembered that Nami was still nearby. The last strike had caused Shizuke's to lose control of his power due to Charlotte Pudding's sudden appearance, resulting in the destruction of the small island. Turning around, he saw Nami submerged in the seawater, but she seemed to be alright. After all, she was at his back, so the residual wave of the attack wouldn't have affected her too much. Lightly rising onto his toes, Shizuke's figure blurred in an instant as he single-handedly grabbed Nami. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Nami, who had been grabbed by Shizuke's, coughed vigorously, spitting out a significant amount of seawater. It seemed she had swallowed quite a bit of water when she fell into the sea. Is it too much to ask for you to swim as a navigator? It's so embarrassing. Seeing that Nami was fine, Shizuke's immediately felt relieved and teased her. This idiot. Do you really think it was someone else's fault that you fell into the sea? After coughing, Nami glared at Shizuke's with irritation. If looks could kill, Shizuke's would have been riddled with holes. However, Nami only dared to shoot him a glare and did not dare to speak freely. She had come to a preliminary understanding of Shizuke's, realizing that he was someone who completely enjoyed himself and sometimes acted without considering the consequences. She could guarantee that the moment she voiced any complaints, Shizuke's would undoubtedly ravage her. Alright, as my exclusive navigator, you should at least have some self-preservation skills. Just as well I happen to have a nature-type devil fruit. Saying this, Shizuke's suddenly took out a devil fruit with purple patterns from his pocket. Indeed, this devil fruit was the nature-type poison fruit awarded to Shizuke's during the elite camp in Zephyr. It was somewhat similar to Magellan's poison fruit, but one was a nature type, while the other was a paramecia type. Clearly, the devil fruit in Shizuke's hand was superior and must have been an advanced ability of the poison fruit. What? A nature-type devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Nami's voice trembled slightly. She was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing. Sailing the seas with Shizuke's, she had heard quite a bit from other Navy members. Among them, the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, was the most talked about. Every ordinary person in this world desired to obtain a devil fruit. After all, compared to the strenuous training and needed talent for Haki, the method of gaining power from a devil fruit was much simpler. Just take a bite of the fruit. Thus, even the cheapest devil fruit is valued at 100 million berries, and it is still a rare commodity in the market. The natural type devil fruits are even more scarce beyond description in terms of value. Theoretically, those who cannot use Haki have no chance of defeating natural type users. Such a precious item, and 16 Knights actually intends to give it to himself. Why would you give me something so valuable? Nami felt a mix of emotions, her tone, laced with a hint of tremor. If someone else were to give her something out of the blue, she would most likely refuse. However, when it comes to the natural type devil fruit, she simply couldn't bring herself to say no. Unless someone has already consumed a devil fruit, it seems no one can refuse such an item. Of course I won't give it to you for free. This devil fruit is very precious. Unless you obediently act as my maid. 16 Knights gently pinched Nami's incredibly smooth face, unable to suppress a laugh at the soft texture. Indeed, teasing Nami is quite fun. That little girl was teasing her, and then ran off on her own. Although Nami is quite young, she is surprisingly persistent. No problem, I agree. Without waiting for 16 Knights to speak, Nami abruptly snatched the devil fruit from his hand, seemingly afraid he might change his mind. It's just being a maid. Anyway, she has worn a maid outfit more than once and often assists 16 Knights by serving tea, fetching water, cooking, and even taking out the trash from his room. To put it bluntly, she has long been like a maid. Trading her labor for a devil fruit seems quite reasonable. Then without hesitation, Nami took a big bite of the devil fruit and swallowed it. Ugh. In the next moment, Nami felt as if she had swallowed something unpleasant, nearly gagging. This taste is just too awful. Nami's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Previously, she had only heard that eating a devil fruit felt like eating something strange, but she didn't expect it to be so indescribably bad. Actually, I hadn't finished my sentence earlier. Watching Nami, who was flustered after biting into the devil fruit, 16 Knights playfully pinched her nose and added with a grin. Being my maid isn't something that can be settled in a day or two, or even a year or two. Let's set a time frame, 500 years. You'll be my maid for 500 years. 16 Knights casually threw out a number. Why 500 years? Because while thinking, he happened to recall how Sun Wukong was suppressed by Buddha for 500 years. 500 years. Are you kidding? Whether I can live for 500 years is a major question. You want me to repay you with my whole life for just one devil fruit? Nami was furious, her face flushed with anger. How could she inexplicably bear a lifelong debt? Such a ridiculous demand. Instead of being a naval officer, he might as well become a black market dealer. Huh? What do you mean, just one devil fruit? This thing is worth a lot. Do you think money can just buy it? One of 16 Knights' hands pinched Nami's cheek as he laughed. Namikan, stop resisting and come into my bowl obediently. Idiot. Only an idiot would go into your bowl. Nami shouted angrily at 16 Knights, genuinely annoyed. Suddenly, Nami transformed into a purple gas and escaped from 16 Knights' grasp. Oh wow, have you mastered the ability of the devil fruit already? That's quite talented. Seeing Nami transform into gas and flee from in front of him, 16 Knights awkwardly patted his head. Previously, Nami had been bullied without any ability to fight back. But after consuming the natural type devil fruit, she was no longer that little girl who could be easily pushed around. But don't think that having the power of the natural type means you can escape from me. If I get angry, Namikan will face an even more interesting punishment. 16 Knights stroked his chin and threatened the purple gas in the air. This girl. Upon hearing 16 Knights threat, Nami, who had thought she was free, suddenly stopped. She really wanted to teach this troublesome child a lesson, but sadly that was nearly impossible. Even a powerful monster like Big Mom was easily defeated by 16 Knights. How could she escape from his clutches? Seeing Nami still lost and thought, 16 Knights put on a stern expression, his eyes suddenly flashing with severity. I really am going to get angry. After saying that, the sea beneath 16 Knights suddenly split apart. Monster. Oh heavens, please take this monster away. How could such a being possibly exist in this world? If there truly were a world consciousness, upon hearing Nami's plea, it would likely be at a loss. Even without accounting for 16 Knights' trump card, simulated innovation, the power displayed by his innate talent had already reached a level above 1,000 in the box garden world. This level possesses the ability to destroy a planet. Even if there were so-called world consciousness, if it showed up, it would probably kneel within an hour, begging 16 Knights to stop. I understand now. In the end, Nami obediently floated back, appearing in front of 16 Knights with her eyes closed and chest out, embodying a sense of bravery, as if facing an inevitable fate. Hee, that's a good girl. My lovely little maid. Don't think that eating a natural-type devil fruit makes you invincible. This thing will only ensure that when I fight, the aftermath won't take you down with me. 16 Knights' lips curled into a smile, his flawless white teeth gleaming with a proud glint, and then before Nami could react, he reached out and began to pinch her little face. What he said was true. In the new world, Haki users are everywhere. This devil fruit only grants Nami a bit of self-defense capability. With poor martial arts, no Haki, and her devil fruit ability still undeveloped, her current level is only enough to deal with minions. This bad guy. Nami's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment as 16 Knights pinched her face, but she didn't dare resist. However, thinking about how no one around could see, she let out a small sigh of relief. The Big Mom pirates of the nations have been defeated. In the New World the following day, the news delivered by the newsbird left everyone in shock. Cake Island was shattered in a single blow. Charlotte Leanlean's life and death remain unknown, and her whereabouts are a mystery. Many of the Sweet Commanders, including Katakuri, have perished. The red-haired pirates are suspected to have intervened in this incident. Various news in the New World are swirling and various factions are starting to stir. The sea areas occupied by the Big Mom pirates are a vast piece of meat. In the latter half of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. After reading today's news, Whitebeard was lost in thought for a long time. Analyzing the current intelligence, it is certain that the red-haired pirates launched a surprise attack on Cake Island. However, it seems that Big Mom had already been dealt with before they struck. He knows that the red-haired pirates are strong, but they haven't yet reached the level to easily defeat Big Mom. The Beast Pirates, the Three Calamities, and even Kaido fell silent upon hearing the news of Big Mom's uncertain fate. Originally, the situation in the New World had been gradually stabilizing, with each faction occupying a large territory, firmly controlling each other to maintain a certain balance. But now, with Big Mom dead, chaos will surely return to the New World, and even the Beast Pirates will undoubtedly be affected. That kid red-haired went to the East Sea and lost an arm, yet unexpectedly his strength has increased significantly. Even with that woman Big Mom gone, Cake Island is not so easily invaded. However, whether it's the undercurrents in the New World or the next moves of the red-haired pirates, everyone understands that the New World will no longer be peaceful. Anyone with a bit of insight knows that the coming era will be one of chaotic slaughter, with only the Navy likely to escape unscathed. But this does not mean that the Navy will remain idle. On the contrary, after receiving this news, the Navy has become extremely busy. The Big Mom pirates were actually defeated. Does that kid red-haired have such power? Steelbone Kong looked at the intelligence sent back from the Navy, his expression equally puzzled. Especially since the entire nation was left in ruins, it doesn't seem like something red-haired could accomplish. If he had to guess, Steelbone Kong felt it had the mark of Whitebeard. First, because Whitebeard has that strength, and second, because the battlefield of the nations appears to have been ravaged by the powers of the Tremor fruit. Wait, this battle damage, why do I feel it resembles that kid Shirju? Just then Zefa, who was analyzing photos in front of Steelbone Kong, suddenly exclaimed. After all having been Shiju's teacher for a year, he had a certain understanding of Shiju's fighting style and range of destruction. Zefa, are you saying Big Mom was dealt with by Shirju? We never issued any orders to subdue the Big Mom pirates, did we? Steelbone Kong scratched his head. He trusts Zefa and doesn't think he's lying. But, according to common logic, dealing with a large pirate like the Big Mom pirates usually requires the Navy to formulate a detailed strategy before taking action. That kid can't be thought of with common sense. If he wanted to do it, he would probably charge indirectly. Zefa shook his head, increasingly convinced it was Shirju. In his understanding, only Whitebeard and Shirju possess such destructive power, and Whitebeard has been quietly refraining from movement in the latter half of the New World. So the only possibility left is Shirju. If you don't believe me, you can call the G5 branch right now, though I guarantee that kid Shirju won't answer the phone. Alright, then I'll make a call. Steelbone Kong straightforwardly made a call to the G5 branch. After a while, having listened to Ein's report from the other side, Steelbone Kong wore an expression of speechlessness. Just by looking at Steelbone Kong's face, Zefa knew that Shirju must have been causing trouble again at the G5 branch. Okay, I roughly understand the situation. You all need to find a way to contact Shirju and bring him back. Also, if the matter regarding Big Mom is confirmed, report it to me immediately. After saying this, Steelbone Kong hung up the Den Mushi and looked at Zefa with a complex expression. You really have taught an unconventional disciple. Speaking of which, weren't those young ones before quite disciplined? Steelbone Kong didn't know how to evaluate Shirju anymore. Under Zefa's teachings, the elite camp students basically displayed standard military conduct with strict discipline. Yet strangely, Shirju stood out as an unconventional character. He had repeatedly emphasized the importance of the G5 branch, entrusting such a crucial position to Shirju. And what happened now? Now he actually ran off from the G5 branch to catch pirates alone. There's no helping it. That kid didn't join the Navy for the sake of status and wealth, but purely to eradicate pirates. Thinking of Shiju's background and personality, Zefa felt this was somewhat expected. Then he added, but compared to neglecting his duties, the merit of taking down the Big Mom pirates is greater. So let's talk about it later. Moreover, whether Big Mom is dead or not, and whether it was Shirju who did it, is still uncertain. Steelbone Kong shook his head. Although Shirju was neglecting his duties, the final outcome was still good. However, given the current situation, it is highly likely that Big Mom was dealt with by Shirju. Thus, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the news of the Big Mom pirates' near total annihilation spread throughout the world. As for Shirju, the one behind this major incident, he had already returned to the G5 branch. To be honest, I really don't want to step through the gate of this base. Looking at the entrance of the G5 branch, Shirju seemed to have resistance written all over him. Whose fault do you think it is? Nami pouted, not daring to look at the pile of corpses above. After days of wind and the weather at sea, those bodies had already rotted beyond recognition. If they had all rotted away and turned into a pile of skeletons, it would be better, but the current state is the most disgusting. Huh, did you just say something? Shirjua turned his head, placing a hand beside his ear, pretending to listen intently. Nothing. Nami quickly realized and hurriedly shut her mouth, obediently steering the ship into the base. Soon the two of them disembarked. Just as they reached the port and hadn't had the chance to disembark, a familiar voice reached Shiju's ears. Old man Zefa, what are you doing here? What surprised Shili the most was that Zefa had actually appeared at the G5 branch. Wasn't the elite camp under his supervision? Why has he come here now? As usual, you have no manners at all, though after all, I am your master. Zefa couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears at Shili's address. During student days, it is often the seemingly disobedient children who have better relationships with their teachers. Zefa and Shili probably belong to this category. Compared to the obedient students, Shili, as an anomaly, was more concerning to Zefa. Of course, his strength also played a part. Moreover, if you hadn't been so disobedient, I wouldn't have been sent here specifically to find you. Who asked me to be your master? Zefa extended his fist and lightly punched Shili's chest twice. After all, this wasn't the first or second time he had gone off on his own. If Shili had truly taken down Big Mom, he would definitely have to report back to the headquarters. TCH, the G5 branch is quite stable now, and nothing has happened. Shili said nonchalantly, confirming his guess that Zefa had come over to ensure he would return to headquarters. Just for a simple return to report, it took the deployment of a former Marine Admiral. Shili's treatment was indeed exceptional. Besides, when the undercover Virgo was watching over the G5 branch, there weren't any major issues. Surely, he couldn't be worse than an undercover agent. At least you're a rear admiral now, but don't be so slack all the time. Zefa happily patted Shili on the shoulder, looking somewhat like he was giving a piece of advice. In just a few months, his disciple had risen from an elite camp student to a Marine rear admiral, and he was even about to ascend to the rank of admiral. Surely, he had some glory on his face. To be honest, while Zefa had some tragedies, his resume as an elite camp instructor was undoubtedly a highlight. His 4 disciples were basically locked in for admiral positions, and at least 2/3 of the new generation of Marine rear admirals and vice admirals were his students. What does it mean to have students all over the world? This is what it means to have students all over the world. Got it. Let's head back to the office first. Shili responded perfunctorily and then dragged Zefa back to his office. You little brat, you really are cut out to be in the Navy. In just a few months, you've turned the North Sea upside down, not to mention that the stable structure of the New World pirates has also been broken by you. Who in the entire Navy still doesn't know your name? Sitting in the office, Zefa stared meaningfully at Shili. Old man Zefa, if you want to ask something, just ask directly. Why beat around the bush? Shili scratched his head. He could tell there was something more to Zefa's words and understood what he meant, so he candidly replied, Indeed, I did give Big Mom a good beating, but in the end she was rescued by that mirror fruit user. To be honest, Shili was somewhat reluctant to mention this matter, because the whole world already knew that after Big Mom went missing, the red-haired pirates raided Cake Island and eliminated most of Big Mom's pirate crew. If he stood up now and claimed he had dealt with the troublesome Big Mom, wouldn't the outside world think the Navy had teamed up with pirates? Moreover, despite his personal efforts, Big Mom still escaped. This was simply a disgrace for Shili. A mirror fruit user? That must be Charlotte Brule, right? That guy seems a bit hard to handle. Zefa thought for a moment and indeed recalled that there was such a character in Big Mom's pirate crew. He didn't expect this devil fruit to have such unique effects when escaping. Next, Zefa and Shili discussed the specific details, including the encounter with the red-haired pirates, which Shili also directly revealed. I see now, I roughly understand. Zefa looked at Shili with satisfaction. This level of strength could undoubtedly compete for the title of the world's strongest with that old man Whitebeard. Since we've got a good grasp of the situation, I'll take my leave now. Don't be in such a hurry. Do you think I came here just for you? Seeing Shili trying to leave, Zefa suddenly stopped him. Actually, I came to the G5 branch just as a side trip. I have another task at hand. Zefa looked at Shili seriously and said, The World Conference is about to be held in Marineford, and all member states of the world government will be attending. However, it's a long journey, and with all the nobles traveling, who knows how many pirates are watching them on the way. Therefore, to protect these nobles' safety, all marine leaders need to take time to ensure their security. I came this time to escort a king from the New World. With over 200 member states, even sending all rear admirals wouldn't be enough. Naturally, Zefa had to come out and help at this time. So it seems I am one of them, right? Shili immediately understood Zefa's meaning. That's right, you need to take a trip to Alabasta. You must ensure that the king there safely reaches Marineford. This is a significant matter and absolutely cannot be neglected. Zefa particularly reminded Shili. There was no choice, after all he had this precedent. Alabasta. I remember there seems to be. It's one of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile who is currently in Alabasta. Ever since he lost to Whitebeard, he has returned to the first half of the Grand Line, and now who knows what he is up to. Mentioning Crocodile's name, Zefa's tone clearly became somewhat uncomfortable. He truly detested those pirates. Understood. You can rest assured and leave it to me. Shili's lips curled up slightly. He had thought it would be a boring journey, but unexpectedly, he was assigned to the territory of one of the 7 warlords. About 20 days later, Shili quickly returned to the first half of the Grand Line from the G5 branch at the forefront of the New World via the Navy's dedicated route. When he arrived in Alabasta, it was already evening, and King Cobra of Alabasta did not rush the time, but allowed the Marines to rest here for a day. Shili naturally agreed with pleasure. Rear Admiral Shili, I have heard so much about you. Your achievements in the North Sea were quite impressive. Now you've been transferred to the New World to showcase your skills. Truly, heroes bloom in youth, and your future is limitless. Within the kingdom, Cobra hosted a banquet for Shili, directly raising his cup in respect. Opposite Shili, a small girl with luxurious blue hair blinked her big eyes, observing Shili, clearly curious about him. Without needing an introduction from Cobra, 16 Knight clearly recognized this as Princess Vivi from 10 years ago, who was once a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. There's nothing to be proud of. I merely dealt with some trash in the sea. 16 Knight said with a smile exuding a friendly demeanor. Cobra is undoubtedly a quite capable king, advocating that the nation is the people, understanding empathy and always considering the interests of his citizens while governing, which has earned him great affection from the people. In 16 Knight's view, that alone is enough for a king. After all, a king who thinks of ordinary people is a good king. For this reason alone, Cobra deserves 16 Knight's respect. As for Crocodile making trouble in this country, while Cobra is powerless, it can only be said to be the incompetence of subordinates, not Cobras. If he could do everything, he would not be a king, but a deity. By the way, I heard that Crocodile is also in Alabasta, right? 16 Knight asked Cobra with a somewhat intriguing tone. Hearing this, Cobra was momentarily taken aback. As for the Vice Admiral who came to escort them, Cobra had done his homework. He is a naval commander even more extreme than Sakazuki, and even the influence of the 7 warlords has been struck down by 16 Knight. Currently, Crocodile has not yet shown his ambitions, and after arriving in Alabasta, he has indeed served the role of deterring ordinary pirates as the world government promotes. Recently, he has rarely heard reports from his subordinates about pirates causing trouble in this country. No worries, if you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me. Pirates are after all pirates. Who knows what that guy Crocodile is scheming? 16 Knight uttered a thought-provoking remark, and Cobra was first stunned, then silently nodded. It seems that 16 Knight must know something, which is why he reminded me. I understand. If I need help, I will definitely come to you. Cobra nodded. 16 Knight is currently a candidate for the Naval Admiral position. An admiral indeed. That is the pinnacle of naval combat power. Which king among these nations wouldn't want to build a good relationship with a future naval admiral? Currently, all 4 candidates within the Navy are recognized as having the strength of an admiral, and 16 Knight's chances of being selected are as high as 75. Even if he is not chosen, his influence will be legendary, akin to Garp. The meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests, and 16 Knight and Cobra engaged in pleasant conversation. Thus time flew, and the next day the group prepared to board the ship to Mary Geos. Of course, Princess Vivi was among them. Countless pirates along the way eyed the treasures on the king's ship, but in the end they were easily defeated by 16 Knight. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of cannon fire, the pirate ship a kilometer away was instantly blown to smithereens, leaving only some burning planks. So impressive. Leaning against the railing, Vivi looked at the pirate ship that had been blown up with a telescope, her face displaying great excitement. Then with adoring eyes, she looked up at 16 Knight, her beautiful big eyes filled with admiration. She didn't expect this adorable little girl to have such violent genes. Vice Admiral 16 Knight, how did you train your arm strength? You can throw a cannonball over a kilometer. Vivi came to 16 Knight's side, reaching up to grab his arm. It clearly seemed like he had no muscle and no special attributes, yet he could possess such great strength. That was a pirate ship. Vivi felt that she would probably never be able to blow up such a big ship, yet 16 Knight casually destroyed it, and some of the pirates even had bounties. You could try doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day. If you're lucky and lose all your hair, you might be able to be like me. 16 Knight's eyes twinkled as he thought of such an amusing training method. However, if he had the chance, he really wanted to try punching that bald guy who does 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and runs 10 kilometers every day. As for who would win or lose, it's hard to say, or it might be better to let those 2 guys, one teacher and Ryu no Hotaro, fight it out. Oh, why does my hair have to fall out? Upon hearing about losing hair, Vivi immediately became a bit scared and hurriedly covered her little head. For girls, hair loss is already a distressing matter, let alone becoming a bald demon lord. 16 Knight glanced at Vivi, shook his head, and said that's probably too much. Without the determination to part with one's hair, one can never become a strong person in this lifetime. Clearly this was 16 Knight seriously spouting nonsense. Is there a necessary relationship between the amount of hair and being a strong person? TCH. Then how come you still have hair? Vivi stomped her foot angrily, feeling that 16 Knight was just fooling her. I'm a genius, and after me heaven will never create anyone with talents surpassing mine. 16 Knight tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up in pride as he spoke. He had absolute confidence in this. Vivi initially wanted to ridicule 16 Knight for his absurd statement, but upon careful thought, she found herself at a loss for a comeback. Moreover, 16 Knight's confident demeanor made it seem like he wasn't joking, but truly believed it from the bottom of his heart. Of course, in the following days, 16 Knight occasionally gave Vivi some pointers. After all, most of the time on the sailing route is quite idle. Really idle, not joking. And so 3 days later, 16 Knight safely escorted King Cobra to Mary Geos, completing his mission. At this time in Mary Geos, only about half of the kings had arrived. Although 16 Knight rushed back from the G5 branch to the first half of the Grand Line, he easily defeated all the pirates along the way, so he arrived relatively quickly. However, upon arriving at Mary Geos, 16 Knight encountered a character he hadn't expected, the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. But after seeing Doflamingo, 16 Knight found it quite normal. This guy is now the king of Dressrosa, so he naturally has the authority to attend the world conference. The world government really is out of control. They even invited pirates. Baboon, baboon, baboon. Upon hearing 16 Knight's sarcasm, a signature weird laugh immediately erupted from Doflamingo. Swaying left and right, he approached 16 Knight with a swaggering stride indifferent to all kinship. 16 Knight held no fondness for this fellow Doflamingo and simply ignored him as he walked past. Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback. 16 Knight, Major General, I heard you recently visited the Augusta Kingdom. I had a large shipment of arms dropped there. Do you recall anything? 16 Knight turned back and replied with a smirk, that's not the case. I've been diligently working at the G5 branch lately. Without evidence, what could Doflamingo do? Don't try to fool me. Do you think the Navy is completely united? Don't underestimate my intelligence network, Doflamingo said expressionlessly. He had received quite reliable information about where 16 Knight had been that day. Moreover, with the sudden attack on the G5 branch by the Green Pepper, it was clear that the two had a grudge there. Is that so? Then why not bring the person out for me to confront directly? If you can't bring them out, I'll consider it nonsense, 16 Knight retorted without hesitation. Of course, if Doflamingo did manage to produce someone, it's likely that 16 Knight would punch that person dead without giving them a chance to speak. Naturally, there was no need to show mercy to a traitor of the Navy. Thus, no matter what, Doflamingo would not have evidence. Unless he personally witnessed the killing of Pika. However, if it truly came to that, it would likely not only be Pika who died, but also Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords, as a Navy officer, 16 Knight could not do much to him. But if no one saw it, that would be different. Little fox. Seeing 16 Knight's stubbornness, Doflamingo cursed inwardly. How could he directly bring someone out to confront 16 Knight? Those intelligence personnel were confidential. But I didn't expect that besides Virgo you actually have other undercover agents. I wonder what the outcome would be if this matter came to light. 16 Knight threatened expressionlessly. He hadn't directly informed Sengoku about Virgo's matter, and even now the Navy had yet to uncover the relationship between Virgo and Doflamingo. If Sengoku found out that Virgo, who had killed his own adopted son, was related to Doflamingo, I wonder if the latter could still maintain his position among the 7 warlords. 16 Knight likely feared it would be quite difficult. And as a member of the Navy, even if it were discovered that he had acted against one of the 7 warlords, what would it matter? At most, he would receive a verbal reprimand, and if it went further, he might just be prevented from becoming an admiral. 16 Knight felt indifferent about that admiral position. Just as 16 Knight and Doflamingo were in a standoff, a sudden voice interrupted. Isn't this Major General 16 Knight? Long time no see. Vince Smoker Judge approached with a flattering expression, followed by a group of indifferent-looking kids. Of course, 16 Knight didn't want to say much about the internal affairs of the Vince Smoker family. To outsiders, their methods of modification seemed somewhat inhumane, but these children hadn't suffered, so he saw them as artificial humans. It's a pleasure. I mentioned before, didn't I? Staying too close to the Big Mom pirates won't end well for you. 16 Knight responded to Judge with a polite facade. Now that Big Mom had retreated, most of her pirate crew had been dealt with by the red-haired pirates, and the Big Mom pirates were practically defunct. Had Judge unconditionally married into the Vince Smoker family, before he would likely be facing significant fallout now. Indeed. Your Excellency 16 Knight is truly far-sighted. I am ashamed of my own shortcomings. Judge maintained a smiling face, speaking in a very cordial tone. He genuinely felt grateful to 16 Knight. Had it not been for 16 Knight's intervention, he would likely never have had the opportunity to appear at the World Conference. Moreover, the crucial point was that Judge had learned through some means that this time it seemed Big Mom had been taken down by none other than 16 Knight, and the fragmented state of Whole Cake Island was also 16 Knight's doing. Strength earns respect, and this holds true everywhere. Why do I feel like you have some ulterior motives? 16 Knight also sensed that Judge seemed to have some hidden agenda. Who knows what thoughts were swirling in his mind? Well, I do have some personal matters I want to inquire about with you, Your Excellency. 16 Knight. Judge's eyes gleamed with ambition that he could not hide. Even if he hid it well to 16 Knight, it was all too obvious. May I ask how old you are this year, Your Excellency? 16 Knight. 19, replied 16 Knight. Truly a hero emerges in youth. At just 19 you possess such strength. Zefa and Sengoku became admirals around 40, didn't they? Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point, 16 Knight said, not wanting to continue playing riddles with Judge. Actually, I wanted to ask, what do you think of my daughter Reiju? She is 14 this year, just 5 years younger than you. If you two could marry, Germa would be able to support you more within the Navy. Didn't you meet her in the North Sea last time? I see that you two seem to. Stop right there. 16 Knight's face twitched slightly. What a surprise, he was being introduced to a girlfriend. Judge truly had the audacity. Although Reiju was indeed outstanding in looks and demeanor, and even a princess, he had barely exchanged a few words with her. Moreover, a 14-year-old girl was Judge out of his mind. I know Reiju is a bit young, but it's fine, you could always get engaged first. Judge wouldn't care about that. Continuing to pitch to 16 Knight his eagerness to marry off his daughter was quite uncomfortable. He was probably the only one who felt there was nothing wrong with it. He genuinely saw great potential in 16 Knight, believing his displayed strength made him the best candidate for future Navy Admiral or even Fleet Admiral, having defeated a monster like Big Mom. Having a Navy Admiral as a son-in-law combined with the influence of the Vince Smoker family, if these two were brought together, Germa 66 could rise to dominance in the North Sea once again. Even seeking more would not be a problem. Let's talk about it later. I haven't exchanged many words with Leijio. Shili politely rejected Jiachi's goodwill, mainly because Jiachi's face clearly displayed his intentions for a political marriage. Everyone still addressed Shili with the respectful pronoun you, which hardly resembled a conversation between father-in-law and son-in-law. It's fine if feelings are cultivated over time. You can get engaged first, get to know each other better. Once you're in the relationship of fiancé and fiancé, you'll have more opportunities to communicate. Jiaji was completely disregarding his own dignity. Like a piece of chewing gum that refuses to let go. Damn it. Faced with Jiachi's shamelessness, Shili was truly at a loss for words. Alright, I've got things to do, you kings can go talk among yourselves. After saying this, without caring about what Jiaji was saying behind him, Shili walked away. Of course, Shili originally planned to leave directly, but he was suddenly stopped by Zhanghua. You little brat, you're not taking your own matters seriously at all. It doesn't matter if others leave or not, you're the main character this time, and as a candidate for the general, you certainly have to participate in the World Conference. Zhanghua was too lazy to say more, directly grabbing Shili and heading towards the World Conference Hall. Generally speaking, only a few specific vice admirals would remain in Mariawa for security, while the others would continue with their duties. Why drag this out? Can't we just announce the general's appointment? Why wait until the World Conference? Shili couldn't help but grumble, oh, it could have been stated clearly without all the complications. In response, Zhanghua only smiled awkwardly because they indeed had special arrangements that led to the current situation. The World Conference commenced. As usual, the leaders of various countries began discussing issues such as pirate invasions, wars between nations, and resource problems, along with discussions about the Revolutionary Army. However, not long after it started, Kabura, the king of Alabasta, got into a dispute with Walbo, the king of the Drum Kingdom. Shili wasn't paying attention to the specifics, he had been drifting off below. It seemed that Kabura was reprimanding Walbo quite harshly. Of course, there were far too many verbal spat incidents, and Shili couldn't be bothered to think about them. After a few hours, Shili had no idea where his thoughts had wandered, as he had been zoning out. But suddenly he heard a large crowd around him start applauding, and he distinctly felt many eyes turning towards him. Feeling the unusual atmosphere around him, Shili snapped back to reality, staring at the surrounding people with a puzzled expression. What were these guys suddenly going crazy about? Why are you all staring at me? What's with this grand display? Shili scratched his head, confused about the current situation. The steel bone Kong, standing above, slowly said, we were just talking about you. Why do you think so many people are staring at you? About me? I usually just slack off occasionally. Is there really a need to make it so serious? Shili looked puzzled. He only occasionally slacked off. Was it necessary to specifically mention it at the World Conference? Steelbone Kong had a black line across his face. Slacking off was slacking off, and the higher-ups of the Navy were well aware of Shili's personality, naturally turning a blind eye. Now he was brazenly bringing this up at the World Conference. Wasn't this embarrassing for him as the Navy Admiral? Wait, now he should be referred to as the former Navy Admiral, the current Commander-in-Chief of the world government. However, Steelbone Kong remained calm and said without changing his expression, it's about your promotion to General. We have just unanimously agreed that you will take on the position of Navy General. Shili, I see. By the way, are there any benefits to being a general? Everyone was left speechless. Shili's reaction was too lackluster. Shouldn't a normal person be very happy to hear they were becoming a general? By the way, since I'm becoming a general, who are the other two? It can't be that hot-headed idiot Sakazuki didn't get selected right. The room fell silent. Especially Sakazuki, who was sitting on the other side, looked quite displeased. Everyone was aware of the small conflict between Shili and Sakazuki, but no one had ever stated it so directly, and in front of so many people at the World Conference no less. Ahem. Seeing the situation was turning awkward, Steelbone Kong coughed twice to regain control of the room, then shot a fierce glare at Shili and added, since some people didn't hear, clearly I will repeat it. The decision just passed at the World Conference expanded the position of Navy General to 4 to address the increasingly growing pirate crisis. The new 4 Navy Generals are Sakazuki Borsalino Kazan and Inai Hui Shili. Indeed, it was just decided at the World Conference to increase the number of Navy Generals. Originally the planned 3 Navy Generals turned into 4. I doubt many could have guessed this. But for the countries that are part of the world government, this is undoubtedly great news. The stronger the Navy, the safer these nations naturally are. Whether facing the threat of pirates or the Revolutionary Army, the Navy is the primary force. I see. Then I understand. Please continue. I'm listening. Upon hearing that a position for a Navy General had been added, Shili showed a face of regret. He wanted to see which of the original 3 generals would be excluded. As for whether the first to ask was Sakazuki, it was just a simple tease. Although that guy is a representative figure of the hawkish faction, he differs significantly from the current Navy factions. But he was strongly supported by the world government, so there was no way he would be eliminated. Looking at Shili, who had started zoning out again, Steelbone Kong didn't know what to say. Then he glanced at the others. Borsalino was also zoning out like Shili, while Kazan had directly fallen asleep with an eye patch. Only Sakazuki was attentively listening. It's no wonder the world government would strongly support Sakazuki, who wouldn't like such an obedient and capable subordinate. The world meeting had lasted for countless hours. By the time everyone left the hall, night had already fallen. After the meeting concluded, Valpo was in a foul mood, especially after being scolded by Cobra at the beginning. He had never been treated this way before. As the king of the Drum Kingdom and a devil fruit user, his strength was among the top tier among these kings. Moreover, compared to the military power of Alabasta, the Drum Kingdom's forces were evidently stronger. It was impossible for him to remain calm after being treated like this by Cobra, especially since he had just recently become king. However, this was a world meeting where everyone was of noble blood, and there were admirals and vice-admirals present for protection. Even the celestial dragons occasionally appeared here, so Valpo had to temper his anger. Out of sight, out of mind, after the meeting, he did not talk to any other nobles and left alone. Just when Valpo was feeling utterly dejected, he suddenly spotted a little girl joyfully bouncing around. He happened to recognize this little girl. That little girl seems to be Cobra's daughter, Valpo thought, carefully observing her. Although they had only met once before, he remembered her appearance. Thinking about the unpleasantness that had occurred in the conference room, Valpo's eyes turned and he walked directly towards the route that Vivi would take. Just as Vivi turned a corner, Valpo happened to walk out from that direction, colliding directly with her. What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? Valpo glared angrily at Vivi, looking extremely furious. Seeing this sudden situation, the bodyguard, who had been a few steps behind Vivi, rushed forward and immediately positioned himself between Valpo and Vivi. Princess Vivi, are you alright? The bodyguard quickly crouched down to help Vivi up. I'm fine. Vivi shook her head and, guided by the bodyguard, stood up. Then she directly bowed in front of Valpo and said, I'm very sorry for bumping into you. At this moment, everyone present was stunned, especially Valpo, who looked at Vivi in shock. He had intentionally bumped into her with significant force. Normally, a small child would definitely be in pain after such a collision. Yet not only did Vivi not cry out in pain, but she also apologized to him instead. Valpo had originally intended to take this opportunity to teach Cobra and the Alabasta Kingdom a lesson. Tsk tisk, is this what they call nobility? It's truly repugnant. Perhaps even a beggar wouldn't resort to this kind of trickery on the street. Suddenly, while Valpo was still shocked by Vivi's behavior, a man's voice rang out from the other side. It was Shizuki, strutting over with his hands in his pockets. You are the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy. The moment Valpo recognized Shizuki's face, he was completely alarmed. Although he too was a devil fruit user, his power was only enough to bully ordinary people. He had never even set foot in the new world. There was no way his strength could be formidable. I saw everything you just did. You were deliberately waiting for Vivi to bump into you. Shizuki's words immediately stunned those around them. What he said carried weight, representing the attitude of an admiral. He was an admiral, the strongest force of the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Although each kingdom in the world government had its own king and territory, they were still incomparable to an admiral. Without going into detail, the demon-slaying order wielded by an admiral was the most terrifying thing. Once activated, it would deliver a ruthless and destructive strike to its target, even without hesitation, against countries that were part of the world government. A single demon-slaying order could easily annihilate an entire country. Just the presence of the demon-slaying order was enough to instill fear in these nations, let alone the fact that an admiral represented an even greater significance than the demon-slaying order. I really didn't mean to. I didn't see her here. Valpo, despite being a spoiled child, was not a fool. He could tell that Shizuki was on Vivi's side, and if he were to clash with him, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. The most crucial point was that everything he had just done had been seen by Shizuki, which caused his confidence to wane. Having an admiral witness such a thing made him feel utterly foolish. Valpo felt embarrassed to stay there any longer, reluctantly bowed to Vivi in apology, and quickly left. If he stayed here any longer, and more kings from other countries came to watch, it would truly be social death for him. After Valpo had left, Vivi finally couldn't hold back her tears, and looked at Shizuki with a somewhat aggrieved sob. Does it hurt a lot? Shizuki crouched down, gently placing his hand on Vivi's head, asking with concern. Valpo had indeed collided with her quite hard, and as a little girl, she must have been in pain. If it weren't for her immediate thoughts about the power dynamics between the two countries, Vivi would surely have burst into tears. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. Vivi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head with a determined look. Since Shizuki was escorting them to marry Joa, Vivi had interacted with him during this time and understood his character as well as how formidable his strength was. If he were really angered, the Drum Kingdom would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Although Valpo had been looking for trouble, Vivi still did not wish for the ordinary citizens of the Drum Kingdom to suffer harm. You are quite generous, aren't you? Seeing Vivi's pretense of strength, Shizuki reached out and pinched her nose. With such a broad mind and such thoughts, she is undoubtedly Cobra's daughter. If Vivi were to inherit the throne, the Alabasta Kingdom would surely continue to prosper. Here, let me give you a small gift so that you won't be bullied in the future. Saying this, Shizuki took out a very special item from his pocket. It was a golden transponder snail. A transponder snail? Vivi looked at the item Shizuki had produced, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. What was special about the transponder snail? Almost everyone had one. If anything was unique, it was just the color of this transponder snail. Vivi was unclear about what Shizuki had taken out, but the bodyguard behind her recognized it immediately. He stared at Shizuki and Vivi with an expression of disbelief. This is the activation authority of the demon-slaying order, the golden transponder snail. Authorized by the world government, it allows the Navy headquarters to conduct indiscriminate destructive attacks on the areas signaled, completely eradicating any threats to the world government's rule. Accompanied by a golden transponder snail and a silver transponder snail, the golden one is managed by the Navy headquarters Admiral and Marshal, used to send notification signals when deciding to activate the demon-slaying order, while the silver one is kept at the Navy headquarters to receive notifications from the golden transponder snail. Additionally, the golden transponder snail can be authorized for use by others. Shizuki had just recently acquired the position of Admiral, so it's not surprising that he had a golden transponder snail. However, the world meeting had just concluded, and this golden transponder snail had barely been in his possession for less than an hour. Shizuki actually handed it over without hesitation. Moreover, to a little girl like Vivi. Was he not afraid that Vivi might mischievously misuse the demon-slaying order? Although judging from her mature demeanor, just now Vivi would definitely not do such a thing. As for her bodyguard, he absolutely wouldn't dare to interject at this moment. If the demon-slaying order fell into Vivi's hands, it would be an absolute trump card for Alabasta. No country or pirate would dare to act recklessly against Alabasta. This represented not just a weapon, but a form of deterrence. It was akin to the comparison between a nuclear-armed nation and one without. Perhaps that nuclear weapon could only be used once, but no one wanted to be caught in its blast. Due to the recent chaos, this place has already attracted considerable attention. When the kings saw 16 Knight hand over the right to use the Demon Slayer order to Vivi, they all started to feel envious at that moment, even though she was just a 10-year-old girl. Many people even complained about why their daughters weren't as fortunate to have caught the attention of the newly appointed admiral and even received the Demon Slayer order, which held a deterrent power comparable to a nuclear bomb. Even they, as rulers of their respective nations, wanted such a thing. Thank you, Admiral 16 Knight, but I cannot accept this item. As everyone envied Vivi for her good fortune, she shook her head, wanting to refuse. Why? With this item, Alabasta could never be invaded by any country. 16 Knight was momentarily taken aback by Vivi's response and began to explain. But, upon hearing 16 Knight say that this snail could protect Alabasta, she hesitated. Yet looking at the gazes of the people around her, though still very young, Vivi was already quite mature, understanding national affairs and being perceptive. She took note of the reactions of those around her upon seeing the golden snail. This seems to be a very valuable item. I cannot accept it so casually. In the end, Vivi remained firm in her stance, shaking her head and refusing to accept the item. She felt it was inappropriate to take something so valuable from someone else. Valuable? Since I choose to give this item away, it means it is not valuable to me. Using something that isn't valuable to protect all of Alabasta, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? 16 Knight laughed heartily and directly placed the golden snail into Vivi's palm. This little girl is indeed interesting. He had seen many princesses from other countries, many of whom had bad habits and foul temperaments. Even more so, some weren't even princesses, but still acted like pampered ones. In contrast, Vivi, at just 6 years old, already understood the importance of her country and its people, displaying a commendable character of not taking things from others without reason. This is what a true national princess should be like. But Vivi looked at 16 Knight as he forcibly placed the item into her hands, momentarily at a loss. After all, she was still just a 6-year-old girl, though she had learned various etiquettes and was quite mature. However, facing 16 Knight's firm attitude, she truly didn't know how to handle it. Just accept it. Not only for yourself, but also for your people. 16 Knight explained with a faint smile. Although she couldn't understand why 16 Knight was giving her the item, Vivi knew it would be very useful for the Alabasta Kingdom. After some thought, she silently accepted the item, looking at 16 Knight with grateful eyes and giving a deep bow. Isn't that fine? Since it was a kind gesture from someone else, just accept it. 16 Knight habitually stretched out his hand and ruffled Vivi's hair, just like he did with that little girl Nami, making her hair a mess, and then laughed happily. It seems he would never tire of such pranks. After doing all this, 16 Knight simply left. The kings who had been staring at him were completely ignored by him. Now that he was an admiral, those kings were all busy currying favor with him and wouldn't care about such minor acts of rudeness. As for the king of the previous Magnetic Drum Kingdom, 16 Knight didn't care at all. After the position of admiral was confirmed, 16 Knight did not continue to stay in Mariawa for the meeting. As the base commander of the G5 branch in the New World, he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. 16 Knight headed to the G5 branch, and since Kazan had also become an admiral, it was naturally inappropriate for him to be with 16 Knight and was arranged to the G1 branch, which was closest to G5. Meanwhile, the original major general who was supposed to guard the G1 branch was nowhere to be found. In recent days, many pirates had become active due to the World Conference. But as soon as 16 Knight returned to the G5 branch, all the surrounding pirates quieted down obediently. Due to the incident with Green Pepper, 16 Knight had become a figure of terror in the eyes of those pirates. The most crucial point was that this terrifying figure had actually become an admiral. TCH, they are all a bunch of rats. They only become active when I'm not around, and as soon as I appear they all play dead. Back in the office, 16 Knight couldn't help but vent his frustrations. He initially thought he would find some amusement upon his return, but he didn't expect these guys to go silent immediately. Who told you to be so strong like a freak? Nami pouted in response to 16 Knight's complaints. During the time he was away from the G5 branch, the atmosphere of the entire base had changed. Everyone had become completely alert, constantly on guard against those pirates. When she was with 16 Knight, before there wasn't any particular feeling, but in the days since he left, Nami finally experienced the terror of the New World. Oh, from your tone it sounds like someone bullied you. 16 Knight gazed at Ayn. Regardless, this little girl was someone he forcibly brought out from the EC and could be considered his direct subordinate, so 16 Knight paid considerable attention to her. In fact, if he had resolved the dragon pirates and let Nami stay on the island, she might have lived a very ordinary life, perhaps even never crossing paths with Luffy, living a simple and stable life. No, I just feel like I'm a bit too weak. I want to become stronger, at least to have some self-defense ability when you're not around. Nami quietly requested of 16 Knight, so I want to ask you to give me special training. Me? Special training? 16 Knight looked at Nami with some surprise. To be honest, he really had no talent for training others, and his own physical techniques were quite a mess. Daitsu Ten had said that although 16 Knight possessed strength, he lacked technique. In normal evaluations, his strength should be rated as upper middle level among the 4-digit figures. Without using the simulation star creation chart, 16 Knight wouldn't be able to defeat the Dragon King, who was also a 4-digit figure. However, once he equipped the simulation star creation chart, even typical 3-digit deities were no match for him. In this world, he had always relied on his physical talent to dominate. Alright then, but at most I can only teach you some techniques of observation Haki. I can't use armament Haki either. After some thought, 16 Knight agreed readily. His level of observation Haki should be considered the strongest in today's world, so guiding Nami, this novice, would definitely be no problem. A Logia-type devil fruit coupled with mastery of observation Haki is more than sufficient. As for armament Haki, its acquisition shall depend entirely on her own fortune. However, Haki cultivation is no child's play. Prepare yourself for a descent into hell. Recalling the brutal infernal training he endured at the elite camp under Zefa, he wondered whether Nami's slender frame could possibly withstand such rigor. At dawn on the following day, precisely 6 o'clock, the sky had barely lightened and Nami still lay nestled beneath her warm, cozy blankets when a sudden barrage of sharp, insistent knocks shattered the silence. Glancing at the clock and noting that a full minute had elapsed without any sign of movement from Nami, Jirokuya pushed the door open without hesitation and flung an ice-cold basin of water directly onto her. What in the world? The shocking deluge jolted Nami violently awake. Shivering, she instinctively curled her body inward, overwhelmed by the icy assault. No excuses. From today onward, you will rise precisely at 6 every morning. Arrive 1 minute late, and this is your fate. Now get up immediately. In 5 minutes, you begin running laps on the training ground, 100 rounds. What? 100 laps? Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. To circle that vast outdoor field 100 times. What did that even mean? Just imagining it made her legs ache. No bargaining. Were it not for your youth, it would be 200. Jirokuya replied dismissively. This standard was merely the baseline for Zefa's regular training camp, not even the elite tier. Had they applied the elite camp regimen, Nami would have collapsed utterly. Even monsters like Sakazuki and Borsalino had been reduced to broken wrecks under Zefa's command. How else could they sustain fortnight-long battles? Gazing at Jirokuya's unrelenting expression, Nami suddenly regretted her decision to grow stronger. Surely, having consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, she could have simply stayed safely by his side and coasted along. By the way, starting tonight, you'll sleep in attire suitable for training. If you're uncertain what that entails, consult Ain. Jirokuya offered the instruction with quiet detachment. The girl had been wearing only night clothes, drenched as she was. Her figure now emerged clearly, and the subtle burgeoning contours of her silhouette momentarily startled him. No wonder she turned out that way. She's already quite developed. How did I never notice how remarkably endowed this young maid truly was? After a brief, internal murmur of astonishment, he turned and left her room. Having never trained anyone before, he replicated Zefa's methods exactly, bursting in unannounced and dousing trainees with cold water. Ain and the other female cadets had suffered the same treatment. Yet only now, observing Nami's predicament, did he finally grasp why male recruits slept in loose trousers while their female counterparts wore full training uniforms, even at night. To avoid further awkwardness, he resolved that Nami should seek Ain's guidance. That morning, after completing her 100 laps, Nami was led to a nearby island cloaked in primeval jungle. This should suffice. Surveying the abundant animal tracks weaving through the undergrowth, he judged the site ideal for rigorous training. First, blindfold yourself. Jirokuya handed Nami a strip of gauze. Will this fully obscure my vision? Nami accepted the bandage with mild skepticism. It appeared flimsy, barely more than a translucent layer, surely insufficient to block sight entirely. Progress is gradual. At first, the blindfold merely blurs your vision, only later will it seal it completely. Also, to prevent cheating via your devil fruit abilities during training, you'll wear seastone cuffs. Without pause, he produced the prepared seastone restraints and fastened them around her wrists. Instantly, a wave of profound exhaustion flooded her limbs. Wait, how can I possibly train like this? I promise I won't use my powers. Caught utterly unawares, Nami crumpled helplessly onto the ground the moment the cuffs clicked shut. The seastone sapped her strength entirely. No negotiations. This too is part of the training, Jirokuya added coolly, then strode decisively into the jungle. Poisonous insects abound here. If you wish to avoid suffering, navigate carefully and reach me unscathed. Heartless brute. Nami muttered angrily, then drew a deep, steadying breath, focusing intently on her surroundings, attuning herself to every whisper of wind and rustle of grass. She'd initially doubted the bandage's efficacy, but once secured, its disorienting effect proved far more disruptive than anticipated. The purpose of the blindfold is to compel you to perceive with your heart, to awaken observation Haki, whose power springs not from sight, but from all senses beyond it. Jirokuya continued instructing, and this time Nami offered no reply, only lifted her ears, straining to decipher the symphony of subtle sounds around her. Of all her non-visual senses, hearing came most readily to mind, and proved most trustworthy. As a gentle breeze stirred the foliage, she stood motionless, and in that suspended stillness the world seemed to bloom vividly within her inner sight. You grasped the essence instantly, truly gifted. Jirokuya watched, faintly astonished, as Nami slipped so effortlessly into the required state. Though mastery of observation Haki remained distant, intuiting its core principle so swiftly was itself a rare feat. It appears you'll soon take your first true step. Time flowed like a silent river. Over a month passed in the rhythm of relentless discipline. Whoosh! A small stone shot through the air. After a month of rigorous practice, Nami had nearly mastered the fundamentals of observation Haki and evaded the projectile with effortless grace. Boom! In the next instant, the tiny stone struck the sea's surface, erupting into a colossal vortex. Idiot! Do you intend to kill me? Why hurl it with such absurd force? Nami ripped off her blindfold and glared furiously at Jirokuya. What's there to fear? You're a Logia. You cannot die. Jirokuya responded with unruffled indifference. After all, spicing up her training kept things interesting. Naturally, he would never admit, out loud, that sheer amusement was his sole motivation. Yet the moment the words left his lips, both his and Nami's expressions shifted abruptly. In unison, their gazes snapped upward. Something approaches. Nami's newly awakened observation Haki pulsed with urgent clarity and unknown presence descended rapidly from above, its trajectory locked precisely upon them.